An Arrest by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. An Arrest by Ambrose Bierce. Having murdered his brother-in-law, Orrin Brower of Kentucky was a fugitive from justice. From the county jail, where he had been confined to await his trial, he had escaped by knocking down his jailer with an iron bar, robbing him of his keys, and, opening the outer door, walking out into the night. The jailer being unarmed, Brower got no weapon with which to defend his recovered liberty. As soon as he was out of town, he had the folly to enter a forest. This was many years ago, when the region was wilder than it is now. The night was pretty dark, with neither moon nor stars visible, and as Brower had never dwelt hereabout, and knew nothing of the lay of the land, he was, naturally, not long in losing himself. He could not have said if he were getting further away from the town or going back to it. A most important fact to Orrin Brower. He knew in either case a posse of citizens with a pack of bloodhounds would soon be on his track, and his chance of escape was very slender. But he did not wish to assist in his own pursuit. Even an added hour of freedom was worth having. Suddenly he emerged from the forest into an old road, and there before him saw, indistinctly, the figure of a man, motionless in the gloom. It was too late to retreat. The fugitive felt that at the first movement back toward the woods he would be, as he afterward explained, filled with buckshot. So the two stood there like trees, Brower nearly suffocated by the activity of his own heart, the emotions of the other are not recorded. A moment later, it might have been an hour, the moon sailed into a patch of unclouded sky, and the hunted man saw that visible embodiment of law lift an arm and point significantly toward and beyond him. He understood. Turning his back to his captor, he walked submissively away in the direction indicated, looking to neither the right nor left, his head and back actually aching with a prophecy of buckshot. Brower was as courageous a criminal as ever lived to be hanged. That was shown by the conditions of awful personal peril in which he had coolly killed his brother-in-law. It is needless to relate them here. They came out at his trial, and the revelation of his calmness in confronting them came near to saving his neck. But what would you have? When a brave man is beaten, he submits. Only once did Brower venture a turn of the head. Just once, when he was in deep shadow, and he knew that the other was in moonlight, he looked backward. His captor was Burton Duff, the jailer, as white as death, and bearing upon his brow the livid mark of the iron bar. Orrin Brower had no further curiosity. Eventually they entered the town, which was all alight but deserted. Only the women and children remained, and they were off the streets. Straight toward the jail the criminal held his way. Straight up to the main entrance he walked, laid his hand upon the knob of the heavy iron door, pushed it open without command, entered, and found himself in the presence of a half-dozen armed men. Then he turned. Nobody else entered. On a table in the corridor lay the dead body of Burton Duff. The end of An Arrest by Ambrose Bierce.
The Cold Embrace by Mary Elizabeth Braddon, 1867. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cold Embrace by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. He was an artist. Such things as happened to him happen sometimes to artists. He was a German. Such things as happen to him happen sometimes to Germans. He was young, handsome, studious, enthusiastic, metaphysical, reckless, unbelieving, heartless. And being young, handsome, and eloquent, he was beloved. He was an orphan, under the guardianship of his dead father's brother, his uncle Wilhelm, in whose house he had been brought up from a little child. And she who loved him was his cousin Gertrude, whom he swore he loved in return. Did he love her? Yes, when he first swore it. It soon wore out, this passionate love. How threadbare and wretched a sentiment it became at last in the selfish heart of the student. But in its first golden dawn, when he was only 19 and had just returned from his apprenticeship to a great painter at Antwerp, and they wandered together in the most romantic outskirts of the city, at rosy sunset, by holy moonlight, or bright and joyous morning, how beautiful a dream. They keep it a secret from Wilhelm, as he has the father's ambition of a wealthy suitor for his only child, a cold and dreary vision beside the lover's dream. So they are betrothed, and standing side by side when the dying sun and the pale rising moon divide the heavens, he puts the betrothal ring upon her finger, the white and taper finger whose slender shape he knows so well. This ring is a peculiar one, a massive golden serpent, its tail in its mouth, the symbol of eternity. It had been his mother's, and he would know it amongst 1,000. If he were to become blind tomorrow, he could select it from amongst 1,000 by the touch alone. He places it on her finger, and they swear to be true to each other for ever and ever, through trouble and danger, sorrow and change, in wealth or poverty. Her father must needs be won to consent to their union by and by, for they were now betrothed, and death alone could part them. But the young student, the scoffer at revelation, yet the enthusiastic adorer of the metaphysical, asks, "Can death part us? I would return to you from the grave, Gertrude. My soul would come back to be near my love. And you, if you died before me, the cold earth would not hold you from me. If you loved me, you would return. And again these fair arms would be clasped round my neck as they are now." But she told him, with a holier light in her deep blue eyes than had ever shone in his, she told him that the dead who die at peace with God are happy in heaven and cannot return to the troubled earth, and that it is only the suicide, the lost wretch on whom sorrowful angels shut the door of paradise, whose unholy spirit haunts the footsteps of the living. The first year of their betrothal is past, and she is alone, for he has gone to Italy on a commission for some rich man to copy Raphael's, Titian's, Guido's in a gallery at Florence. He has gone to win fame, perhaps, but it is not the less bitter. He is gone. Of course her father misses his young nephew, who has been as a son to him, and he thinks his daughter's sadness no more than a cousin should feel for a cousin's absence. In the meantime, the weeks and months pass. The lover writes, often at first, then seldom, at last, not at all. How many excuses she invents for him! How many times she goes to the distant little post office to which he is to address his letters! How many times she hopes, only to be disappointed! How many times she despairs, only to hope again! But real despair comes at last and will not be put off any more. The rich suitor appears on the scene, and her father is determined. She is to marry at once. The wedding day is fixed. The 15th of June. The date seems burned into her brain. The date, written in fire, dances forever before her eyes. The date, shrieked by the Furies, sounds continually in her ears. But there is time yet. It is the middle of May. There is time for a letter to reach him at Florence. There is time for him to come back to Brunswick, to take her away and marry her in spite of her father, in spite of the whole world. But the days and weeks fly by, and he does not write. He does not come. This is indeed despair which usurps her heart and will not be put away. It is the 14th of June. For the last time she goes to the little post office. For the last time she asks the old question, and they give her, for the last time, the dreary answer, no, no letter. For the last time, for tomorrow is the day appointed for her bridal. Her father will hear no entreaties. Her rich suitor will not listen to her prayers. They will not be put off a day, an hour. Tonight alone is hers, this night, which she may employ as she will. She takes another path than that which leads home. She hurries through some by-streets of the city, out onto a lonely bridge, where he and she had stood so often in the sunset, watching the rose-colored light glow, fade, and die upon the river. He returns from Florence. He had received her letter. That letter, blotted with tears, entreating, despairing, he had received it, but he loved her no longer. A young Florentine, who has sat to him for a model, had bewitched his fancy, that fancy which with him stood in place of a heart, and Gertrude had been half forgotten. If she had a rich suitor, good. Let her marry him. Better for her, better far for himself. He had no wish to fetter himself with a wife. Had he not his art always, his eternal bride, his unchanging mistress? Thus he thought it wiser to delay his journey to Brunswick, so that he should arrive when the wedding was over, arrive in time to salute the bride. And the vows, the mystical fancies, the belief in his return, even after death, to the embrace of his beloved, gone out of his life, melted away forever those foolish dreams of his boyhood. So, on the 15th of June, he enters Brunswick, by that very bridge on which she stood, the stars looking down on her the night before. He strolls across the bridge and down by the water's edge, a great rough dog at his heels, and the smoke from his short meerschaum pipe curling in blue wreaths fantastically in the pure morning air. He has his sketchbook under his arm, and attracted now and then by some object that catches his artist's eye, stops to draw. A few weeds and pebbles on the river's bank, a crag on the opposite shore, a group of pollard willows in the distance. When he has done, he admires his drawing, shuts his sketchbook, empties the ashes from his pipe, refills from his tobacco pouch, sings the refrain of a gay drinking song, calls to his dog, smokes again, and walks on. Suddenly, he opens his sketchbook again. This time, that which attracts him is a group of figures. But what is it? It is not a funeral, for there are no mourners. It is not a funeral, but a corpse lying on a rough bier, covered with an old sail, carried between two bearers. It is not a funeral, for the bearers are fishermen in their everyday garb. About 100 yards from him, they rest their burden on a bank. One stands at the head of the bier, the other throws himself down at the foot of it. And thus they form a perfect group. He walks back 2 or 3 paces, selects his point of sight, and begins to sketch a hurried outline. He has finished it before they move. He hears their voices, though he cannot hear their words, and wonders what they can be talking of. Presently he walks on and joins them. "You have a corpse there, my friends," he says. "Yes, a corpse washed ashore an hour ago." "Drowned?" "Yes, drowned. A young girl, very handsome." "Suicides are always handsome," says the painter, and then he stands for a little while idly smoking and meditating, looking at the sharp outline of the corpse and the stiff folds of the rough canvas covering. Life is such a golden holiday for him, young, ambitious, clever, that it seems as though sorrow and death could have no part in his destiny. At last he says that, as this poor suicide is so handsome, he should like to make a sketch of her. He gives the fishermen some money, and they offer to remove the sailcloth that covers her features. No, he will do it himself. He lifts the rough, coarse, wet canvas from her face. What face? The face that shone on the dreams of his foolish boyhood, the face which once was the light of his uncle's home, his cousin Gertrude, his betrothed. He sees, as in one glance, while he draws one breath, the rigid features, the marble arms, the hands crossed on the cold bosom, and, on the third finger of the left hand, the ring which had been his mother's, the golden serpent, the ring which, if he were to become blind, he could select from 1,000 others by the touch alone. But he is a genius and a metaphysician. Grief, true grief, is not for such as he. His first thought is flight. Flight anywhere out of that accursed city, anywhere far from the brink of that hideous river, anywhere away from remorse, anywhere to forget. He is miles on the road that leads away from Brunswick before he knows that he has walked a step. It is only when his dog lies down panting at his feet that he feels how exhausted he is himself, and sits down upon a bank to rest. How the landscape spins round and round before his dazzled eyes, while his morning sketch of the two fishermen and the canvas-covered byre glares redly at him out of the twilight. At last, after sitting a long time by the roadside, idly playing with his dog, idly smoking, idly lounging, looking as any idle, light-hearted traveling student might look, yet all the while acting over that morning's scene in his burning brain 100 times a minute, at last he grows a little more composed, and tries presently to think of himself as he is, apart from his cousin's suicide. Apart from that, he was no worse off than he was yesterday. His genius was not gone. The money he had earned at Florence still lined his pocketbook. He was his own master, free to go whither he would. And while he sits on the roadside, trying to separate himself from the scene of that morning, trying to put away the image of the corpse covered with the damp canvas sail, trying to think of what he should do next, where he should go, to be farthest away from Brunswick and remorse, the old diligence comes rumbling and jingling along. He remembers it. It goes from Brunswick to Aix-la-Chapelle. He whistles to his dog, shouts to the postilion to stop, and springs into the coupé. During the whole evening, through the long night, he does not once close his eyes. He never speaks a word. But when morning dawns, and the other passengers awake and begin to talk to each other, he joins in the conversation. He tells them that he is an artist, that he is going to Cologne and to Antwerp to copy Rubens's and the great picture by Quentin Matsys in the museum. He remembered afterwards that he talked and laughed boisterously, and that when he was talking and laughing loudest, a passenger, older and graver than the rest, opened the window near him and told him to put his head out. He remembered the fresh air blowing in his face, the singing of the birds in his ears, and the flat fields and roadside reeling before his eyes. He remembered this, and then falling in a lifeless heap on the floor of the diligence. It is a fever that keeps him for 6 long weeks on a bed at a hotel in Aix-la-Chapelle. He gets well, and accompanied by his dog, starts on foot for Cologne. By this time he is his former self once more. Again the blue smoke from his short meerschaum curls upwards in the morning air. Again he sings some old university drinking song. Again stops here and there, meditating and sketching. He is happy, and he has forgotten his cousin. And so on to Cologne. It is by the great cathedral he is standing, with his dog at his side. It is night. The bells have just chimed the hour, and the clocks are striking 11. The moonlight shines full upon the magnificent pile over which the artist's eye wanders, absorbed in the beauty of form. He is not thinking of his drowned cousin, for he has forgotten her and is happy. Suddenly, something from behind him puts two cold arms round his neck and clasps its hands on his breast. And yet there is no one behind him, for on the flags bathed in the broad moonlight there are only two shadows, his own and his dog's. He turns quickly round. There is no one, nothing to be seen in the broad square but himself and his dog, and though he feels, he cannot see the cold arms clasped round his neck. It is not ghostly, this embrace, for it is palpable to the touch. It cannot be real, for it is invisible. He tries to throw off the cold caress. He clasps the hands in his own to tear them asunder and to cast them off his neck. He can feel the long, delicate fingers cold and wet beneath his touch, and on the third finger of the left hand he can feel the ring which was his mother's, the golden serpent, the ring which he has always said he would know among 1,000 by the touch alone. He knows it now. His dead cousin's cold arms are around his neck. His dead cousin's wet hands are clasped upon his breast. He asks himself if he is mad. "Up, Leo!" he shouts. "Up, up, boy!" And the Newfoundland leaps up onto his shoulders. The dog's paws are on the dead hands, and the animal utters a terrific howl and springs away from his master. The student stands in the moonlight, the dead arms round his neck, and the dog at a little distance, moaning piteously. Presently, a watchman, alarmed by the howling of the dog, comes into the square to see what is wrong. In a breath, the cold arms are gone. He takes the watchman home to the hotel with him and gives him money. In his gratitude, he could have given that man half his little fortune. Will it ever come to him again, this embrace of the dead? He tries never to be alone. He makes 100 acquaintances and shares the chamber of another student. He starts up if he is left by himself in the public room at the inn where he is staying, and runs into the street. People notice his strange actions and begin to think that he is mad. But in spite of all, he is alone once more. For one night, the public room being empty for a moment, when on some idle pretense he strolls into the street is empty too. And for the second time, he feels the cold arms round his neck, and for the second time, when he calls his dog, the animal slinks away from him with a piteous howl. After this he leaves Cologne, still traveling on foot, of necessity now, for his money is getting low. He joins traveling hawkers. He walks side by side with laborers. He talks to every foot passenger he falls in with, and tries from morning till night to get company on the road. At night he sleeps by the fire in the kitchen of the inn at which he stops. But do what he will, he is often alone, and it is now a common thing for him to feel the cold arms round his neck. Many months have passed since his cousin's death. Autumn, winter, early spring. His money is nearly gone. His health is utterly broken. He is the shadow of his former self, and he is getting near to Paris. He will reach that city at the time of the carnival. To this he looks forward. In Paris, in carnival time, he need never surely be alone, never feel that deadly caress. He may even recover his lost gaiety, his lost health, once more resume his profession, once more earn fame and money by his art. How hard he tries to get over the distance that divides him from Paris, while day by day he grows weaker and his steps slower and more heavy. But there is an end at last. The long, dreary roads are past. This is Paris, which he enters for the first time, Paris of which he has dreamed so much, Paris whose million voices are to exorcise his phantom. To him tonight, Paris seems one vast chaos of lights, music, and confusion. Lights which dance before his eyes and will not be still, music that rings in his ears and deafens him, confusion which makes his head whirl round and round. But, in spite of all, he finds the opera house, where there is a masked ball. He has enough money left to buy a ticket of admission and to hire a domino to throw over his shabby dress. It seems only a moment after his entering the gates of Paris that he is in the very midst of all the wild gaiety of the opera house ball. No more darkness, no more loneliness, but a mad crowd shouting and dancing and a lovely débardeusse hanging on his arm. The boisterous gaiety he feels surely is his old light-heartedness come back. He hears the people round him talking of the outrageous conduct of some drunken student, and it is to him they point when they say this. To him, who has not moistened his lips since yesterday at noon, for even now he will not drink. Though his lips are parched and his throat burning, he cannot drink. His voice is thick and hoarse, and his utterance indistinct. But still, this must be his old light-heartedness come back that makes him so wildly gay. The little débardeusse is wearied out. Her arm rests on his shoulder, heavier than lead. The other dancers, one by one, drop off. The lights in the chandeliers, one by one, die out. The decorations look pale and shadowy in that dim light which is neither night nor day. A faint glimmer from the dying lamps, a pale streak of cold gray light from the newborn day, creeping in through half-opened shutters. And by this light the bright-eyed débardeusse fades sadly. He looks her in the face. How the brightness of her eyes dies out. Again he looks her in the face. How white that face has grown. Again, and now it is the shadow of a face alone that looks in his. Again, and they are gone. The bright eyes, the face, the shadow of the face. He is alone. Alone in that vast saloon. Alone, and in the terrible silence he hears the echoes of his own footsteps in that dismal dance which has no music. No music but the beating of his breast, for the cold arms are round his neck. They whirl with him. They will not be flung off or cast away. He can no more escape from their icy grip than he can escape from death. He looks behind him. There is nothing but himself in the great empty salle, but he can feel, cold, death-like, but oh, how palpable, the long, slender fingers and the ring which was his mother's. He tries to shout, but he has no power in his burning throat. The silence of the place is only broken by the echoes of his own footsteps in the dance from which he cannot extricate himself. Who says he has no partner? The cold hands are clasped on his breast, and now he does not shun their caress. No, one more polka if he drops down dead. The lights are all out, and half an hour after, the gendarmes come in with a lantern to see that the house is empty. They are followed by a great dog that they have found seated howling on the steps of the theater. Near the principal entrance, they stumble over the body of a student who has died from want of food, exhaustion, and the breaking of a blood vessel. End of The Cold Embrace by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Recording by Dave Musgrove. April 2020.
A Dark Mirror by Arthur Quiller Couch. From Quiller Couch's collection, Noughts and Crosses, Stories, Studies, and Sketches, 1898. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Dark Mirror by Arthur Quiller Couch. In the room of one of my friends hangs a mirror. It is an oblong sheet of glass, set in a frame of dark, highly varnished wood, carved in the worst taste of the Regency period, and relieved with fainted gilt. Glancing at it from a distance, you would guess the thing a relic from some genteel drawing-room of Miss Austen's time. But go nearer and look into the glass itself. By some malformation, or mere freak of make, all the images it throws back are livid. Flood the room with sunshine. Stand before this glass with youth and hot blood tingling on your cheeks, and the glass will give back neither sun nor color, but your own face, blue and dead, and behind it a horror of inscrutable shadow. Since I heard this mirror's history, I have stood more than once and twice before it, and peered into this shadow. And these are the simulacra I seem to have seen there darkly. I have seen a bleak stone parsonage, hemmed in on two sides by a graveyard, and behind for many miles nothing but somber moors, climbing and stretching away. I have heard the winds moaning and withering night and morning among the gravestones and around the angles of the house, and crossing the threshold, I know by instinct that this mirror will stand over the mantelpiece in the bare room to the left. I know also to whom those four suppressed voices will belong that greet me yet while my hand is still on the latch. 4 children are within, 3 girls and a boy, and they are disputing over a box of wooden soldiers. The eldest girl, a plain child with reddish-brown eyes and the most wonderful small hands, snatches up one of the wooden soldiers, crying, "This is the Duke of Wellington! This is the Duke!" And her soldier is the gayest of all, and the tallest and most perfect in every part. The second girl makes her choice, and they call him Gravy, because of the solemnity of his painted features. And then all laugh at the youngest girl, for she has chosen a queer little warrior, much like herself, but she smiles at their laughter, and smiles again when they christen him Waiting Boy. Lastly, the boy chooses. He is handsomer than his sisters, and is their hope and pride, and has a massive brow and a mouth well formed, though a trifle loose. His soldier shall be called Bonaparte. Though the door is closed between us, I can see these motherless children under the same blue mirror, the glass that had helped to pale the blood on their mother's face after she left the warm Cornish sea that was her home, and came to settle and die in this bleak exile. Some of her books are in the small bookcase here. They were sent round from the west by sea, and met with shipwreck. For the most part they are Methodist magazines, for, like most Cornish folk, her parents are followers of Wesley, and the stains of the salt water are still on their pages. I know also that the father will be sitting in the room to my right, sitting at his solitary meal, for his digestion is queer, and he prefers to dine alone. A strange, small, purblind man, full of sorrow and strong will. He is a clergyman, but carries a revolver always in his pocket by day, and by night sleeps with it under his pillow. He has done so ever since someone told him that the moors above were unsafe for a person with his opinions. All this the glass shows me, and more. I see the children growing up. I see the girls droop and pine in this dreary parsonage, where the winds nip, and the miasma from the churchyard chokes them. I see the handsome, promising boy going to the devil, slowly at first, then by strides. As their hope fades from his sisters' faces, he drinks and takes to opium eating, and worse. He comes home from a short absence, wrecked in body and soul. After this, there is no rest in the house. He sleeps in the room with that small, persistent father of his, and often there are sounds of horrible strugglings within it, and the girls lie awake, sick with fear, listening till their ears grow heavy and dull for the report of their father's pistol. At the morning the drunkard will stagger out, and look perhaps into this glass, that gives him back more than all his despair. "The poor old man and I have had a terrible night of it," he stammers. "He does his best, the poor old man, but it's all over with me." I see him go headlong at last, and meet his end in the room above after 20 minutes' struggle, with a curious desire at the last to play the man and face his death standing. I see the second sister fight with a swiftly wasting disease, and because she is a solitary titanic spirit, refuse all help and solace. She gets up one morning, insists on dressing herself, and dies. And the youngest sister follows her, but more slowly and tranquilly, as beseems her gentler nature. 2 only are left now, the queer father and the eldest of the 4 children, the reddish-eyed girl with the small hands, the girl who never talked hopeful. Fame has come to her and to her dead sister, for looking from childhood into this livid glass that reflected their world, they have peopled it with strange spirits. Men and women in the real world recognize the awful power of these spirits without understanding them, not having been brought up themselves in front of this mirror. But the survivor knows the mirror too well. "Mademoiselle, vous êtes triste?" "Monsieur, Jean a bien la doigt." With the last look, I see into the small commonplace church that lies just below the parsonage, and on the tablet at the altar I read a list of many names. The last of these is that of Charlotte Bronte. The end of A Dark Mirror by Arthur Quiller Couch. Doom of the House of Duryea by Earl Pierce, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. A powerful story of stark terror, and the dreadful thing that happened in a lone house in the Maine woods. Doom of the House of Duryea by Earl Pierce, Jr. Duryea, a young, handsome man, came to meet his father for the first time in 20 years. As he strode into the hotel lobby, long strides had the spring of elastic in them. Idle eyes lifted to appraise him, for he was an impressive figure, somehow grim with exultation. The desk clerk looked up from his habitual smile of expectation. "How do you do, Mr. So-and-so?" And his fingers strayed to the green fountain pen that stood in the holder on the desk. Arthur Duryea cleared his throat, but still his voice was clogged and unsteady. To the clerk he said, "I'm looking for my father, Dr. Henry Duryea. I understand he is registered here. He has recently arrived from Paris." The clerk lowered his glance to the list of names. "Dr. Duryea is in suite 600, 6th floor." He looked up, his eyebrows arched questioningly. "Are you staying too, sir, Mr. Duryea?" Arthur took the pen and scribbled his name rapidly. Without a further word, neglecting even to get his key and own room number, he turned and walked to the elevators. Not until he reached his father's suite on the 6th floor did he make an audible noise, and this was a mere sigh, which fell from his lips like a prayer. The man who opened the door was unusually tall, his slender frame clothed in tight-fitting black. He hardly dared to smile. His clean-shaven face was bare, an almost livid whiteness against the sparkle in his eyes. His jaw had a bluish luster. "Arthur!" The word was scarcely a whisper. It seemed choked up quietly, as if it had been repeated time and again on his thin lips. Arthur Duryea felt the kindness in those eyes go through him, and then he was in his father's embrace. Later, when these 2 grown men had regained their outer calm, They closed the door and went into the drawing-room. The elder Duryea held out a humidor of fine cigars, and his hand shook so hard when he held the match that his son was forced to cup his own hands about the flame. They both had tears in their eyes, but their eyes were smiling. Henry Duryea placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "This is the happiest day of my life," he said. "You can never know how much I have longed for this moment." Arthur, looking into that glance, realized with glowing pride that he had loved his father all his life, despite any of those things which had been cursed against him. He sat down on the edge of a chair. I don't know how to act," he confessed. "You surprise me, Dad. You're so different from what I had expected." A cloud came over Dr. Duryea's feature. "What did you expect, Arthur?" he demanded quickly. "An evil eye? A shaven head and knotted jowls?" "Please, Dad, no!" Arthur's words clipped short. "I don't think I ever really visualized you. I knew you would be a splendid man, but I thought you'd look older, more like a man who has really suffered. I have suffered more than I can ever describe, but seeing you again, and the prospect of spending the rest of my life with you, has more than compensated for my sorrows. Even during the 20 years we were apart, I found an iconic joy in learning of your progress in college, and in your American game of football." "Then you've been following my work?" "Yes, Arthur. I've received monthly reports ever since you left me. From my study in Paris, I've been really close to you, working out your problems as if they were my own. And now that the 20 years are complete, the ban which kept us apart is lifted forever. From now on, son, we shall be the closest of companions, unless your Aunt Celia has succeeded in her terrible mission." The mention of that name caused an unfamiliar chill to come between the two men. It stood for something, in each of them, which gnawed their minds like a malignancy. But to the younger Duryea, in his intense effort to forget the awful past, her name, as well as her madness, must be forgotten. He had no wish to carry on this subject of conversation, for it betrayed an internal weakness which he hated. With forced determination, and a ludicrous lift of his eyebrows, he said, "Celia is dead, and her silly superstition is dead also. From now on, Dad, we're going to enjoy life as we should. Bygones are really bygones in this case." Dr. Duryea closed his eyes slowly, as though an exquisite pain had gone through him. "Then you have no indignation?" he questioned. "You have none of your aunt's hatred?" "Indignation? Hatred?" Arthur laughed aloud. "Ever since I was 12 years old, I had disbelieved Celia's stories. I have known that these horrible things were impossible, that they belonged to the ancient category of mythology and tradition. How, then, can I be indignant? And how can I hate you? How can I do anything but recognize Cecilia for what she was? A mean, frustrated woman, cursed with an insane grudge against you and your family? I tell you, Dad, that nothing she has ever said can possibly come between us again." Henry Duryea nodded his head. His lips were tight together, and the muscles in his throat held back a cry. In the same soft tone of defense, he spoke further, doubting words. "Are you so sure of your subconscious mind, Arthur? Can you be so certain that you are free from all suspicion, however vague? Is there not a lingering premonition, a premonition which warns of peril?" "No, Dad, no!" Arthur shot to his feet. "I don't believe it. I never believed it. I know, as any sane man would, that you are neither a vampire nor a murderer. You know it, too, and Cecilia knew it, only she was mad." "That family rot is dispelled, Father. This is a civilized century. Belief in vampirism is sheer lunacy. Why, it's too absurd even to think about." "You have the enthusiasm of youth," said his father, in a rather tired voice. "But have you not heard the legend?" Arthur stepped back instinctively. He moistened his lips, for their dryness might crack them. "The legend?" He said the word in a curious hush of awed softness, as he had heard his Aunt Cecilia say it many times before. "That awful legend that you—" "That I eat my children?" "Oh, God, Father!" Arthur went to his knees as a cry burst through his lips. "Dad, that's ghastly! We must forget Cecilia's ravings." "You are affected, then," said Dr. Duryea bitterly. "Affected? Certainly I'm affected, but only as I should be by such an accusation. Cecilia was mad, I tell you. Those books she showed me years ago, those folk tales of vampires and ghouls, they burned into my infantile mind like acid. They haunted me day and night in my youth, and caused me to hate you worse than death itself. But in heaven's name, Father, I've outgrown those things as I have outgrown my clothes. I'm a man now. Do you understand that? A man, with a man's sense of logic." "Yes, I understand." Henry Duryea threw his cigar into the fireplace and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "We shall forget Cecilia," he said. "As I told you in my letter, I have rented a lodge in Maine, where we can go to be alone for the rest of the summer. We'll get in some fishing and hiking, and perhaps some hunting. But first, Arthur, I must be sure in my own mind that you are sure in yours. I must be sure you won't bar your door against me at night, and sleep with a loaded revolver at your elbow. I must be sure you're not afraid of going up there alone with me, and dying." His voice ended abruptly, as if an age-long dread had taken hold of it. His son's face was waxen, with sweat standing out like pearls on his brow. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with questions which his lips could not put into words. His own hand touched his father's, and tightened over it. Henry Duryea drew his hand away. "I'm sorry," he said. His eyes looked straight over Arthur's head. "This thing must be thrashed out now. I believe you when you say you discredit Cecilia's stories, but for a sake greater than sanity, I must tell you the truth behind the legend. And believe me, Arthur, there is a truth." He climbed to his feet and walked to the window which looked out over the street below. For a moment he gazed into space, silent. Then he turned and looked down at his son. "You have heard only your aunt's version of the legend, Arthur. Doubtless it was wrapped into a thing far more hideous than it actually was, if that is possible. Doubtless she spoke to you of the inquisitorial stake in Carcassonne, where one of my ancestors perished. Also, she may have mentioned that book, Vampires, which a former Duryea is supposed to have written. But certainly she told you about your 2 younger brothers, my poor, motherless children, who were sucked bloodless in their cradles." Arthur Duryea passed a hand across his aching eyes. These words, so often repeated by that witch of an aunt, stirred up the same visions which made his childhood nights sleepless with terror. He could hardly bear to hear them again, and from the very man to whom they were accredited. "Listen, Arthur," the elder Duryea went on quickly, his voice low with the pain it gave him. "You must know that true basis to your aunt's hatred. You must know of that curse of vampirism, which is supposed to have followed the Duryeas through 5 centuries of French history, but which we can dispel as pure superstition, so often connected with ancient families. But I must tell you that part of the legend is true. Your 2 younger brothers actually died in their cradles, bloodless, and I stood trial in France for their murder, and my name was smirched throughout all of Europe, with such an inhuman damnation that it drove your aunt and you to America, and has left me childless, hated, and ostracized from society the world over. I must tell you that on that terrible night in Duryea Castle, I had been working late on historical volumes of Crespit and Prynne, and on the loathsome tome Vampires. I must tell you of the soreness that was in my throat, and of the heaviness of the blood that coursed through my veins, and of that presence which is neither man nor animal, which I knew was some place near me, yet neither within the castle nor outside of it, and which was closer to me than my heart, and more terrible to me than the touch of the grave. I was at the desk in my library, my head swimming in a delirium which left me senseless until dawn. There were nightmares that frightened me, Arthur, a grown man who had dissected countless cadavers in morgues and in medical schools. I know that my tongue was swollen in my mouth, and that brine moistened my lips, and that a rottenness pervaded my body like a fever. I can make no recollection of sanity or of consciousness. That night remains vivid, unforgettable, yet somehow completely in shadows. When I had fallen asleep, if in God's name it was sleep, I was slumped across my desk. But when I woke in the morning, I was lying face down on my couch. So you see, Arthur, I had moved during that night, and I had never known it. What I'd done and where I'd gone during those dark hours will always remain an impenetrable mystery. But I do know this. On the morrow I was torn from my sleep by shrieks of maids and butlers, and by that mad wailing of your aunt. I stumbled through the open door to my study, and in the nursery I saw those two babies there, lifeless, white, and dry like mummies, and with twin holes in their necks that were caked black with their own blood. Oh, I don't blame you for your incredulousness, Arthur. I cannot believe it yet myself, nor shall I ever believe it. The belief of it would drive me to suicide, and still the doubting of it drives me mad with horror. All of France was doubtful, and even the savants who defended my name at the trial found that they could not explain it, nor disbelieve it. The case was quieted by the Republic, for it might have shaken science to its very foundation, and split the pedestals of religion and logic. I was released from the charge of murder, but the actual murder has hung about me like a stench. The coroners who examined those tiny cadavers found them both dry of all their blood, but could find no blood on the floor of the nursery, nor in the cradles. Something from hell stalked the halls of Duryea that night, and I should blow my brains out if I dared to think deeply of who that was. You, too, my son, would have been dead and bloodless if you hadn't been sleeping in a separate room with your door barred on the inside. You were a timid child, Arthur. You were only 7 years old, but you were filled with the folklore of those mad Lombards, and the decadent poetry of your aunt. On the same night, while I was some place between heaven and hell, you also heard the padded footsteps on the stone corridor, and heard the tugging at your door-handle. For in the morning you complained of a chill, and of terrible nightmares which frightened you in your sleep. I only thank God that your door was barred. Arthur Duryea's voice choked into a sob which brought the stinging tears back to his eyes. He paused to wipe his face, and to dig his fingers into his palm. You understand, Arthur, that for 20 years under my sworn oath at the Palace of Justice, I could neither see you nor write to you. 20 years, my son, while all that time you had grown to hate me and to spit at my name. Not until your aunt's death could you call yourself a Duryea, and now you come to me at my bidding, and say you love me as a son should love his father. Perhaps it is God's forgiveness for everything. Now at last we shall be together, and that terrible, unexplainable past will be buried forever. He put his handkerchief back in his pocket and walked slowly to his son. He dropped to one knee, his hands gripping Arthur's arm. My son, I say no more to you. I have told you the truth as I alone know it. I may be, by all accounts, some ghoulish creation of Satan on earth. I may be a child killer, a vampire, some morbidly diseased specimen of Rhycolicus, things which science cannot explain. Perhaps the dread legend of the Duryeas is true. Artel Duryea was convicted of murdering his brother in the same monstrous fashion in the year 1576, and he died in flames at the stake. Francois Duryea, in 1802, blew his head apart with a blunderbuss on the morning after his youngest son was found dead, apparently from anemia. And there are others of whom I cannot bear to speak, that would chill your soul if you were to hear of them. So you see, Arthur, there is a hellish tradition behind our family. There is a heritage which no sane God would ever have allowed. The future of the Duryeas lies in you, for you are the last of the race. I pray with all my heart that Providence will permit you to live your fullest share of years, and to leave other Duryeas behind you. And so, if ever again I feel that presence as I did in Duryea Castle, I am going to die as Francois Duryea died over 100 years ago. He stood up, and his son stood up by his side. If you are willing to forget, Arthur, we shall go up to the lodge in Maine. There is a life we've never known awaiting us. We must find that life, and we must find the happiness which a curious fate snatched from us on those Lombardy sourlands 20 years ago. 2. Henry Duryea's tall stature, coupled with a slenderness of frame and a sleekness of muscle, gave him an appearance that was unusually gaunt. His son couldn't help but think of that word as he sat on the rustic porch of the lodge, watching his father sunning himself at the lake's edge. Henry Duryea had a kindness in his face, at times an almost sublime kindness, which great prophets often possess. But when his face was partly in shadow, particularly above his brow, there was a frightening tone that came into his features, for it was a tone of farness, of mysticism, of conjuration. Somehow, in the late evenings, he assumed the unapproachable mantle of a dreamer, and sat silently before the fire, his mind ever off in unknown places. In that little lodge there was no electricity, and the glow of the oil lamps played curious tricks with the human expression, which frequently resulted in something inhuman. It may have been the dusk of night, the flickering of the lamps, but Arthur Duryea had certainly noticed how his father's eyes had sunken further into his head, and how his cheeks were tighter, and the outline of his teeth pressed into the skin about his lips. It was nearer sundown on the second day of their stay at Timber Lodge. 6 miles away, the dirt road wound on to Holton, near the Canadian border. So it was lonely there, on a solitary little lake, hemmed in closely with dark evergreens, and the sky, which drooped low over the dirt-summited mountains. Within the lodge was a homey fireplace, and a glossy elk's head, which peered out above the mantel. There were guns and fishing tackle on the walls, shelves of reliable American fiction, Mark Twain, Melville, Stockton, and a well-worn edition of Bret Harte. A fully supplied kitchen and a wood stove furnished them with hearty meals, which were welcome after a whole day's tramp in the woods. On that evening, Henry Duryea prepared a select French stew out of the available vegetables and a can of soup. They ate well, then stretched out before the fire for a smoke. They were outlining a trip to the Orient together, when the back door blew open with a terrific bang, and the wind swept into the lodge with a coldness which chilled them both. "A storm," Henry Duryea said, rising to his feet. "Sometimes they have 'em up here, and they're pretty bad. The roof might leak over your bedroom. Perhaps you'd like to sleep down here with me." His fingers strayed playfully over his son's head as he went into the kitchen to bar the swinging door. Arthur's room was upstairs, next to a spare room filled with extra furniture. He'd chosen it because he liked the altitude, and because the only other bedroom was occupied. He went upstairs swiftly and silently. His roof didn't leak. It was absurd to think it might. It had been his father again, suggesting that they sleep together. He had done it before, in a jesting, whispering way, as if to challenge them both if they dared sleep together. Arthur came back downstairs dressed in his bathrobe and slippers. He stood on the 5th stair, rubbing a 2 days' growth of beard. "I think I'll shave tonight," he said to his father. "May I use your razor?" Henry Duryea, draped in a black raincoat, and with his face haloed in the brim of a rain hat, looked up from the hall. A frown glided obscurely from his features. "Not at all, son. Sleeping upstairs?" Arthur nodded and quickly said, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going to tie the boats up tighter. I'm afraid the lake will rough it up a bit." Duryea jerked back the door and stepped outside. The door slammed shut, and his footsteps sounded on the wood flooring of the porch. Arthur came slowly down the remaining steps. He saw his father's figure pass across the dark rectangle of a window, saw a flash of lightning that suddenly printed his grim silhouette against the glass. He sighed deeply, a sigh which burned in his throat, for his throat was sore and aching. Then he went into the bedroom, found the razor lying in plain view on the birch tabletop. As he reached for it, his glance fell upon his father's open Gladstone bag, which rested at the foot of the bed. There was a book resting there, half hidden by a gray flannel shirt. It was a narrow, yellow-bound book, oddly out of place. Frowning, he bent down and lifted it from the bag. It was surprisingly heavy in his hands, and he noticed a faint, sickening odor of decay which drifted from it like a perfume. The title of the volume had been thumbed away into an indecipherable blur of gold letters, but pasted across the front cover was a white strip of paper, on which was typewritten the word Infantafagi. He flipped open the cover and ran his eyes over the title page. The book was printed in French, an early French, yet to him wholly comprehensible. The publication date was 1580 in Caen. Breathlessly, he turned back the second page and saw a chapter heading, Vampires. He slumped to one elbow across the bed. His eyes were 4 inches from those mildewed pages. His nostrils reeked with the stench of them. He skipped long paragraphs of pedantic jargon on theology. He scanned brief accounts of strange, blood-eating monsters, Bercolagus and leprechauns. He read of Joan d'Arc, of Ludwig Prynne, and muttered aloud the Latin snatches of the Episcopi. He passed pages in quick succession, his fingers shaking with the fear of it, and his eyes hanging heavily in their sockets. He saw vague reference to Enoch, and saw the terrible drawings by an ancient Dominican of Rome. Paragraph after paragraph he read, the horror-striking testimony of Nider's anthill, the testimony of people who died shrieking at the stake, the recitals of grave tenders, of jurists, and hangmen. Then, unexpectedly, among all of this monumental vestige, there appeared before his eyes the name of Hôtel Duryea, and he stopped reading as though invisibly struck. Thunder clapped near the lodge and rattled the window panes. The deep rolling of the bursting clouds echoed over the valley, but he heard none of it. His eyes were on those 2 short sentences which his father, or someone, had underlined with dark red crayon. The execution 4 years ago of Artel Duryea does not end the Duryea controversy. Time alone will decide whether the demon has claimed that family from its beginning to its end. Arthur read on about the trial of Artel Duryea before Venedi, the Cassicorian Inquisitor General, read with mounting horror the evidence which had sent the far-gone Duryea to the pillar, the evidence of a bloodless corpse who had been Artel Duryea's younger brother. Unmindful now of the tremendous storm which had centered over Timber Lake, unheeding the clatter of windows and the swish of pines on the roof, even of his father who worked down at the lake's edge in a drenching rain, Arthur fastened his glance to the blurred print of those pages, sinking deeper and deeper into the garbled legends of the Dark Age. On the last page of the chapter he saw again the name of his ancestor, Artel Duryea. He traced a shaking finger over the narrow lines of words, and when he finished reading them, he rolled sideways on the bed, and from his lips came a sobbing, mumbling prayer. God, oh God in heaven, protect me! For he had read, as in the case of Artel Duryea, we observe that this specimen of Vercolagus preys only upon the blood of its own family. It possesses none of the characteristics of the undead vampire, being usually a living male person, of otherwise normal appearances, unsuspecting of its inherited demonism. But this Vercolagus cannot act according to its demonical possession unless it is in the presence of a second member of the same family, who acts as a medium between the man and its demon. This medium has none of the traits of the vampire, but it senses the being of this creature when the metamorphosis is about to occur, by reason of intense pains in the head and throat. Both the vampire and the medium undergo similar reactions, involving nausea, nocturnal visions, and physical disquietude. When these two outcasts are within a certain distance of each other, the coalescence of inherited demonism is complete, and the vampire is subject to its attacks, demanding blood for its sustenance. No member of the family is safe from these times, for the Vercolagus, acting in its true agency on earth, will unerringly seek out the blood. In rare cases where other victims are unavailable, the vampire will take the blood from the very medium which made it possible. This vampire is born into certain aged families, and naught but death can destroy it. It is not conscious of its blood madness, and acts only in a psychic state. The medium also is unaware of its terrible role, and when these two are together, despite any lapse in years, the fission of inheritance is so violent that no power known on earth can turn it back. 3. The lodge door slammed shut with a sudden interrupting bang. The lock grated, and Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the planked floor. Arthur shook himself from the bed. He had only time to fling that haunting book into the Gladstone bag before he sensed his father standing in the doorway. You've not shaved, Arthur." Duryea's words, spliced hesitantly, were toneless. He glanced from the tabletop to the Gladstone and to his son. He said nothing for a moment. He glanced inscrutably. Then, "It's blowing up a storm outside." Arthur swallowed the first words which had come into his throat, nodding quickly. "Yes, isn't it? Quite a storm." He met his father's gaze, his face burning. I don't think I'll shave, Dad. My head aches." Duryea came swiftly into the room and pinned Arthur's arms in his grasp. "What do you mean your head aches? How? Does your throat? No! Arthur jerked himself away. He laughed. It's that French stew of yours. It hit me in the stomach. He stepped past his father and started up the stairs. The stew? Duryea pivoted on his heel. Possible. I think I feel it myself. Arthur stopped, his face suddenly white. You, too? The words were hardly audible. Their glances met, clashed like dueling swords. For 10 seconds, neither of them said a word or moved a muscle. Arthur, from the stairs, looking down, his father below, gazing up at him. In Henry Duryea, the blood drained slowly from his face and left a purple etching across the bridge of his nose and above his eyes. He looked like a death's head. Arthur winced at the sight and twisted his eyes away. He turned to go up the remaining stairs. Son? He stopped again. His hand tightened on the banister. Yes, Dad? Duryea put his foot on the first stair. I want you to lock your door tonight. The wind would keep it banging. Yes, breathed Arthur, and pushed up the stair to his room. Dr. Duryea's hollow footsteps sounded in steady, unhesitating beats across the floor of the Timber Lake Lodge. Sometimes they stopped, and the crackling hiss of a sulfur match took their place. Then, perhaps, a distended sigh, and again footsteps. Arthur crouched at the open door of his room. His head was cocked for those noises from below. In his hand was a double-barreled shotgun of violent gauge. Thud, thud, thud. Then a pause, and a clinking of glass, and the gurgling of liquid. The sigh, the tread of his feet over the floor. He's thirsty, Arthur thought. Thirsty. Outside, the storm had grown into fury. Lightning zigzagged between the mountains, filling the valley with weird phosphorescence. Thunder, like drums, rolled incessantly. Within the lodge, the heat of the fireplace piled the atmosphere thick with stagnation. All the doors and windows were locked shut. The oil lamps glowed weakly, a pale, anemic light. Henry Duryea walked to the foot of the stairs and stood looking up. Arthur sensed his movement and ducked back into his room, the gun gripped in his shaky fingers. Then Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the first stair. Arthur slumped to one knee. He buckled a fist against his teeth as a prayer tumbled through them. Duryea climbed the second step, and another, and still one more. On the fourth stair he stopped. Arthur, his voice cut into the silence like a crack of a whip. Arthur, will you come down here? Yes, Dad. Bedraggled, his body hanging like cloth, young Duryea took 5 steps to the landing. We can't be zanies, cried Arthur Duryea. My soul is sick with dread. Tomorrow we're going back to New York. I'm going to get the first boat to open sea. Please come down here. He turned around and descended the stairs to his room. Arthur choked back the words that had lumped in his mouth. Half dazed, he followed. In the bedroom, he saw his father stretched face up along the bed. He saw a pile of rope at his father's feet. Tie me to the bedpost, Arthur, came the command. Tie both my hands and both my feet. Arthur stood gaping. Do as I tell you. Dad, what the Don't be a fool. You read that book. You know what relation you are to me. I'd always hoped it was Cecilia, but now I know it's you. I should have known it on that night 20 years ago, when you complained of a headache and nightmares. Quickly, my head rocks with pain. Tie me. Speechless, his own pain piercing him with agony, Arthur fell to the grisly task. Both hands he tied, and both feet. Tied them so firmly to the iron post that his father could not lift himself an inch off the bed. Then he blew out the lamps, and without a further glance at that Prometheus, he reascended the stairs to his room, and slammed and locked his door behind him. He looked once at the breech of his gun, and set it against a chair by his bed. He flung off his robe and slippers, and within 5 minutes he was senselessly in slumber. 4. He slept late, and when he awakened his muscles were as stiff as boards, and the lingering vision of a nightmare clung before his eyes. He pushed his way out of bed, stood dazedly on the floor. A dull, numbing cruciation circulated through his head. He felt bloated, coarse, and running with internal mucus. His mouth was dry. His gums were sore and stinging. He tightened his hands as he lunged for the door. "Dad!" he cried, and heard his voice break in his throat. Sunlight filtered through the window at the top of the stairs. The air was hot and dry, and carried in it a mild odor of decay. Arthur suddenly drew back at that odor, drew back with a gasp of awful fear, for he recognized it, that stench, the heaviness of his blood, the rawness of his tongue and gums. Age-long, it seemed, yet rising like a spirit in his memory. All of these things he had known and felt before. He leaned against the banister, and half slid, half stumbled down the stairs. His father had died during the night. He lay like a waxen figure tied to his bed, his face done up in knots. Arthur stood dumbly at the foot of the bed for only a few seconds. Then he went back upstairs to his room. Almost immediately he emptied both barrels of the shotgun into his head. The tragedy at Timber Lake was discovered accidentally 3 days later. A party of fishermen, upon finding the 2 bodies, notified state authorities, and an investigation was directly under way. Arthur Duryea had undoubtedly met death at his own hands. The condition of his wounds, and the manner with which he held the lethal weapon, at once foreclosed the suspicion of any foul play. But the death of Dr. Henry Duryea confronted the police with an inexplicable mystery, for his trussed-up body, unscathed except for 2 jagged holes over the jugular vein, had been drained of all its blood. The autopsy protocol of Henry Duryea lay death to undetermined causes, and it was not until the yellow tabloids commenced an investigation into the Duryea family history that the incredible and fantastic explanations were offered to the public. Obviously, such talk was held in popular contempt. The end of Doom of the House of Duryea by Earl Pierce, Jr. The Highwaymen, from The Sword of Welleran and Other Stories by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Highwaymen by Lord Dunsany. Tom o' the Roads had ridden his last ride, and was now alone in the night. From where he was, a man might see the white recumbent sheep, and the black outline of the lonely downs, and the gray line of the further and lonelier downs beyond them. Or, in the hollows far below him, out of the pitiless wind, he might see the gray smoke of hamlets arising from black valleys. But all alike were black to the eyes of Tom, and all the sounds were silence in his ears. Only his soul struggled to slip from the iron chains and to pass southwards into paradise. And the wind blew and blew. For Tom tonight had naught but the wind to ride. They had taken his true black horse on the day when they took from him the green fields and the sky, men's voices and the laughter of women, and had left him alone with chains around his neck to swing in the wind forever. And the wind blew and blew. But the soul of Tom o' the Roads was nipped by the cruel chains, and whenever it struggled to escape, it was beaten backwards into the iron collar by the wind that blows from paradise from the south. And swinging there by the neck, there fell away old sneers from off his lips, and scoffed that he had long since scoffed at God fell from his tongue, and there rotted old bad lusts out of his heart, and from his fingers the stains of deeds that were evil, and they all fell to the ground, and grew there in pallid rings and clusters. And when these ill things had all fallen away, Tom's soul was clean again, as his early love had found it, a long while since in spring, and it swung up in the wind with the bones of Tom, and with his old torn coat and rusty chains. And the wind blew and blew. And ever and anon the souls of the sepulchred came from consecrated acres, would go by, beating up the wind to paradise, past the gallows tree, and past the soul of Tom, that might not go free. Night after night Tom watched the sheep upon the downs, with empty hollow sockets, until his dead hair grew and covered his poor face, and hid the shame of it from the sheep. And the wind blew and blew. Sometimes, on gusts of the wind, came someone's tears, and beat against the iron chains, but could not rust them through. And the wind blew and blew. And every evening all the thoughts that Tom had ever uttered came flocking in from doing their work in the world, the work that might not cease, and sat along the gallows branches, and chirruped to the soul of Tom, the soul that might not go free. All the thoughts that he had ever uttered, and the evil thoughts rebuked the soul that bore them, because they might not die. And all those that he had uttered the most furtively chirruped the loudest and the shrillest in the branches all the night. And all the thoughts that Tom had ever thought about himself now pointed at the wet bones and mocked the old torn coat. But the thoughts that he had thought of others were the only companions that his soul had to soothe it in the night as it swung to and fro. And they twittered to the soul, and cheered the poor dumb thing that could have dreams no more, till there came a murderous thought, and drove them all away. And the wind blew and blew. Paul, Archbishop of Alloy and Vayens, lay in his white sepulchre of marble, facing full to the southward toward paradise, and over his tomb was sculpted the cross of Christ, that his soul might have repose. No wind howled here as it howled in the lonely treetops up upon the downs, but came with gentle breezes, orchard-scented, over the lowlands from paradise, from the southwards, and played about forget-me-nots and grasses in the consecrated land where lay the reposeful, round the sepulchre of Paul, Archbishop of Alloy and Vayens. Easy it was for a man's soul to pass from such a sepulchre, and, flitting low over remembered fields, to come upon the garden lands of paradise, and find eternal ease. And the wind blew and blew. In a tavern of foul repute 3 men were lapping gin. Their names were Joe and Will and the gypsy Paglioni. None other names had they, for of whom their fathers were, they had no knowledge, but only dark suspicions. Sin had caressed and stroked their faces often with its paw, but the face of Paglioni Sin had kissed all over the mouth and chin. Their food was robbery, and their pastime murder. All of them had incurred the sorrow of God and the enmity of man. They sat at a table with a pack of cards before them, all greasy with marks of cheating thumbs, and they whispered to one another over their gin, but so low that the landlord of the tavern at the other end of the room could only hear muffled oaths, and knew not by whom they swore, or what they said. These three were the staunchest friends that ever God had given unto a man, and he to whom their friendship had been given had nothing else besides, save some bones that swung in the wind and rain, and an old torn coat, and iron chains, and a soul that might not go free. But as the night wore on, the three friends left their gin and stole away, and crept down to the graveyard, where rested in his sepulchre Paul, Archbishop of Alloy and Vannes. At the edge of the graveyard, but outside the consecrated ground, they dug a hasty grave, two digging, while one watched in the wind and rain. And the worms that crept in the unhallowed ground wondered, and waited. And the terrible hour of midnight came upon them with its fears, and found them still beside the place of tombs. And the three friends trembled at the horror of such an hour, in such a place, and shivered in the wind and drenching rain, and still worked on. And the wind blew and blew. Soon they had finished, and at once they left the hungry grave with all its worms unfed, and went over to the wet fields stealthily, but in haste, leaving the place of tombs behind them in the midnight. And as they went they shivered, each man as he shivered cursing the rain aloud. And so they came to the spot where they had hidden a ladder and a lantern. There they held a long debate whether they should light the lantern, or whether they should go without it for fear of the king's men. But in the end it seemed to them better that they should have the light of their lantern, and risk being taken by the king's men and hanged, than that they should come suddenly face to face in the darkness with whatever one might come face to face with a little after midnight, about the gallows tree. On 3 roads in England, whereupon it was not the wont of folks to go their ways in safety, travellers tonight went unmolested. But the 3 friends walked several paces wide of the king's highway, approaching the gallows tree, and Will carried the lamp, and Joe the ladder, but Puglioni carried a great sword, wherewith to do the work that must be done. When they came close, they saw how bad was the case with Tom, for little remained of the fine figure of a man, and nothing at all of his great resolute spirit. Only as they came, they thought they heard a whimpering cry, like the sound of a thing that was caged and unfree. To and fro in the winds swung the bones and soul of Tom, for the sins that he had sinned on the king's highway against the laws of the king, and with shadows and a lantern through the darkness, at the peril of their lives, came the 3 friends that his soul had won before it swung in chains. Thus the seeds of Tom's own soul that he had sown all his life had grown into a gallows tree that bore in season iron chains in clusters, while the careless seeds that he had strewn here and there, a kindly jest and a few merry words, had grown into a triple friendship that would not desert his bones. Then the 3 set the ladder against the tree, and Puglioni went up with his sword in his right hand, and at the top of it he reached up and began to hack at the neck below the iron collar. Presently the bones and the old coat and the soul of Tom fell down with a rattle, and a moment afterwards his head, which had watched so long alone, swung clear from the swinging chain. These things Will and Joe gathered up, and Puglioni came running down his ladder, and they heaped upon its rungs the terrible remains of their friend, and hastened away, wet with the rain, with the fear of phantoms in their heart, and horror lying before them on the ladder. By 2 o'clock they were down again in the valley, out of the bitter wind, but they went on past the open grave into the graveyard, all among the tombs, and with their lantern and their ladder, and the terrible thing upon it, which kept their friendship still. Then these three that had robbed the law of its due and proper victim still sinned on for what was still their friend, and levered out the marble slabs from the sacred sepulchre of Paul, Archbishop of Alloy and Valence. And from it they took the very bones of the Archbishop himself, and carried them away to the eager grave that they had left, and put them in, and shoveled back the earth. But all that lay on the ladder they placed, with a few tears, within the great white sepulchre under the cross of Christ, and put back the marble slabs. Thence the soul of Tom, arising hallowed out of the sacred ground, went at dawn down the valley, and, lingering a little about his mother's cottage and old haunts of childhood, passed on, and came to the wide lands beyond the clustered homesteads. There met with all the kindly thoughts that the soul of Tom had ever had, and they flew and sang beside it all the way southward, until at last, with singing all about it, it came to paradise. But Will and Joe and the gypsy Paglioni went back to their gin, and robbed and cheated again in the tavern of foul repute, and knew not that in their sinful lives they had sinned one sin at which the angels smiled. The End of the Highwaymen, by Lord Dunsany. An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. He was already a thief, prepared to steal again. He didn't know that he himself was only booty. An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. Phil Garfield was 30 miles south of the little town of Redmond on Route 12 when he was startled by a series of sharp, clanking noises. They came from under the Packard's hood. The car immediately began to lose speed. Garfield jammed down on the accelerator, had a sense of sick helplessness at the complete lack of response from the motor. The Packard rolled on, getting rid of its momentum, and came to a stop. Phil Garfield swore shakily. He checked his watch, switching off the headlights, and climbed out onto the dark road. A delay of even half an hour here might be disastrous. It was past midnight, and he had another 110 miles to cover to reach the small private airfield where Madge waited for him and the $30,000 in the suitcase on the Packard's front seat. If he didn't make it before daylight. He thought of the bank guard. The man had made a clumsy play at being a hero, and that had set off the fool woman who'd run screaming into their line of fire. One dead, perhaps two. Garfield hadn't stopped to look at the evening paper, but he knew they were hunting him. He glanced up and down the road. No other headlights in sight at the moment, no light from a building showing on the forest hills. He reached back into the car and brought out the suitcase, his gun, a big flashlight, and the box of shells which had been standing beside the suitcase. He broke the box open, shoved a handful of shells and the .38 into his coat pocket, then took suitcase and flashlight over to the shoulder of the road and set them down. There was no point in groping about under the Packard's hood. When it came to mechanics, Phil Garfield was a moron, and well aware of it. The car was useless to him now, except as bait. But as bait, it might be very useful. Should he leave it standing where it was? No, Garfield decided. To anyone driving past, it would merely suggest a necking party, or a drunk sleeping off his load before continuing home. He might have to wait an hour or more before someone decided to stop. He didn't have the time. He reached in through the window, hauled the top of the steering wheel towards him, and put his weight against the rear window frame. The Packard began to move slowly backwards, at a slant across the road. In a minute or two, he had it in position, not blocking the road entirely, which would have aroused immediate suspicion, but angled across it, lights out, empty, both front doors open, and inviting a passerby's investigation. Garfield carried the suitcase and the flashlight across the right-hand shoulder of the road, and moved up among the trees and undergrowth of the slope above the shoulder. Placing the suitcase between the bushes, he brought out the .38, clicked the safety off, and stood waiting. Some 10 minutes later, a set of headlights appeared speeding up Route 12 from the direction of Redmond. Phil Garfield went down on one knee before he came within range of the lights. Now he was completely concealed by the vegetation. The car slowed as it approached, braking nearly to a stop 60 feet from the stalled Packard. There were several people inside. Garfield heard voices, then a woman's loud laugh. The driver tapped his horn inquiringly twice, moved the car slowly forward. As the headlights went past him, Garfield got to his feet among the bushes, took a step down toward the road, raising the gun. Then he caught the distant gleam of a second set of headlights approaching from Redmond. He swore under his breath and dropped back out of sight. The car below him reached the Packard, edged cautiously around it, rolled on with a sudden roar of acceleration. The second car stopped when it was still 100 yards away, the Packard caught in the motionless glare of its lights. Garfield heard a steady purr of the powerful engine. For almost a minute nothing else happened. Then the car came gliding smoothly on, stopped again no more than 30 feet to Garfield's left. He could see it now through the screening brush. A big job, a long, low, four-door sedan. The motor continued to purr. After a moment, a door on the far side of the car opened and slammed shut. A man walked quickly out into the beam of the headlights and started toward the Packard. Phil Garfield rose from his crouching position, the .38 in his right hand, flashlight in his left. If the driver was alone, the thing was now cinched. But if there was somebody else in the car, somebody capable of fast, decisive action, a slip in the next 10 seconds might cost him the sedan, and quite probably his freedom and life. Garfield lined up the .38's sights steadily on the center of the approaching man's head. He let his breath out slowly as the fellow came level with him in the road, and squeezed off one shot. Instantly he went bounding down the slope to the road. The bullet had flung the man sideways to the pavement. Garfield darted past him to the left, crossing the beam of the headlights, and was in darkness again on the far side of the road, snapping on his flashlight as he sprinted up to the car. The motor hummed quietly on. The flashlight showed the seats empty. Garfield dropped the light, jerked both doors open in turn, gun pointed into the car's interior. Then he stood still for a moment, weak, almost dizzy with relief. There was no one inside. The sedan was his. The man he had shot through the head lay face down on the road, his hat flung a dozen feet away from him. Route 12 still stretched out in the dark silence to east and west. There should be enough time to clean up the job before anyone else came along. Garfield brought the suitcase down and put it on the front seat of the sedan, then started back to get his victim off the road and out of sight. He scaled the man's hat into the bushes, bent down, grasped the ankles, and started to haul him towards the left side of the road, where the ground dropped off sharply beyond the shoulder. The body made a high, squealing sound and began to writhe violently. Shocked, Garfield dropped the legs and hurriedly took the gun from his pocket, moving back a step. The squealing noise rose in intensity as the wounded man quickly flopped over twice like a struggling fish, arms and legs sawing about with startling energy. Garfield clicked off the safety, pumped 3 shots into his victim's back. The grisly squeals ended abruptly. The body continued to jerk for another second or two, then lay still. Garfield shoved the gun back into his pocket. The unexpected interruption had unnerved him. His hands shook as he reached down again for the stranger's ankles. Then he jerked his hands back and straightened up, startled. From the side of the man's chest, a few inches below the right arm, something like a thick black stick, 3 feet long, protruded now through the material of the coat. It shone, gleaming wetly, in the light from the car. Even in that first uncomprehending instant, something in its appearance brought a surge of sick disgust to Garfield's throat. Then the stick bent slowly halfway down its length, forming a sharp angle, and its tip opened into what could have been 3 blunt, black claws, which scrambled clumsily against the pavement. Very faintly, the squealing began again, and the body's back arched up, as if another stick-like arm were pushing desperately against the ground beneath it. Garfield acted in a blur of horror. He emptied the .38 into the thing at his feet, almost without realizing he was doing it. Then, dropping the gun, he seized one of the ankles, ran backwards to the shoulder of the road, dragging the body behind him. In the darkness at the edge of the shoulder, he let go of it, stepping around to the other side, and with 2 frantically savage kicks, sent the body plunging over the shoulder and down the steep slope beyond. He heard it crash through the bushes for some seconds, then stop. He turned and ran back to the sedan, scooping up his gun as he went past. He scrambled into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut behind him. His hand shook violently on the steering wheel as he pressed down on the accelerator. The motor roared into life, and the big car surged forward. He edged it past the Packard, cursing aloud in horrified shock, jammed down the accelerator, and went flashing up Route 12, darkness racing beside him and behind him. What had it been? Something that wore what seemed to be a man's body like a suit of clothes, moving the body as a man moves, driving a man's car, roach-armed, roach-legged itself. Garfield drew a long, shuddering breath. Then, as he slowed for a curve, there was a spark of reddish light in the rear-view mirror. He stared at the spark for an instant, braked the car to a stop, rolled down the window and looked back. Far behind him along Route 12, a fire burned, approximately at the point where the Packard had stalled out, where something had gone rolling off the road into the bushes. Something, Garfield added mentally, that found fiery automatic destruction when death came to it, so that its secrets would remain unrevealed. But for him the fire meant the end of a nightmare. He rolled the window up, took out a cigarette, lit it, and pressed the accelerator. In incredulous fright, he felt the nose of the car tilt upward, headlights sweeping up from the road into the trees. Then the headlights winked out. Beyond the windscreen, dark tree branches floated down towards him, the night sky beyond. He reached frantically for the door handle. A steel wrench clamped silently about each of his arms, drawing them in against his sides, immobilizing them there. Garfield gasped, looked up at the mirror, and saw a pair of faintly gleaming red eyes watching him from the rear of the car. Two of the things. The second one stood behind him out of sight, holding him. They'd been in what had seemed to be the trunk compartment. And they had come out. The eyes in the mirror vanished. A moist, black roach arm reached over the back of the seat beside Garfield, picked up the cigarette he had dropped, extinguished it with rather horrible human motions, then took up Garfield's gun and drew back out of sight. He expected a shot, but none came. One doesn't fire a bullet through a suit one intends to wear. It wasn't until that thought occurred to him that tough Phil Garfield began to scream. He was still screaming minutes later when, beyond the windshield, the spaceship floated into view among the stars. The end of An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz. John Mortonson's Funeral by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. John Mortonson was dead. His lines in The Tragedy of Man had all been spoken, and he had left the stage. John Mortonson's Funeral by Ambrose Bierce. The body rested in a fine mahogany coffin fitted with a plate of glass. All arrangements for the funeral had been so well attended to that had the deceased known, he would doubtless have approved. The face, as it showed under the glass, was not disagreeable to look upon. It bore a faint smile, and, as the death had been painless, had not been distorted beyond the repairing power of the undertaker. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the friends were to assemble to pay their last tribute of respect to one who had no further need of friends and respect. The surviving members of the family came severally each few minutes to the casket, and wept upon the placid features beneath the glass. This did them no good. It did no good to John Mortonson. But in the presence of death, reason and philosophy are silent. As the hour of 2 approached, the friends began to arrive, and after offering such condolences to the stricken relatives as the proprieties of the occasion required, solemnly seated themselves about the room with an augmented consciousness of their importance in the scheme funereal. Then the minister came, and in that overshadowing presence the lesser lights went into eclipse. His entrance was followed by that of the widow, whose lamentations filled the room. She approached the casket, and after leaning her face against the cold glass for a moment, was gently led to the seat near her daughter. Mournfully and low the man of God began his eulogy of the dead, and his doleful voice, mingled with the sobbing which it was its purpose to stimulate and sustain, rose and fell, seemed to come and go like the sound of a sullen sea. The gloomy day grew darker as he spoke. A curtain of cloud underspread the sky, and a few drops of rain fell audibly. It seemed as if all nature were weeping for John Mortonson. When the minister had finished his eulogy with a prayer, a hymn was sung, and the pallbearers took their places beside the bier. As the last notes of the hymn died away, the widow ran to the coffin, cast herself upon it, and sobbed hysterically. Gradually, however, she yielded to dissuasion, becoming more composed, and as the minister was in the act of leading her away, her eyes sought the face of the dead beneath the glass. She threw up her arms and with a shriek fell backward, insensible. The mourners sprang forward to the coffin, and friends followed, and as the clock on the mantel solemnly struck 3, all were staring down upon the face of John Mortonson, deceased. They turned away, sick and faint. One man, trying in his terror to escape the awful sight, stumbled against the coffin so heavily as to knock away one of its frail supports. The coffin fell to the floor. The glass was shattered to bits by the concussion. From the opening crawled John Mortonson's cat, which lazily leapt to the floor, sat down, tranquilly wiped its crimson muzzle with a forepaw, then walked away with dignity from the room. The end of John Mortonson's Funeral by Ambrose Bierce.
A Legend of Sonora by Hildegard Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgatenovelist. A Legend of Sonora by Hildegard Hawthorne. 2 persons, a man and a woman, faced each other under a clump of live oaks. Hard by were visible the walls of an adobe house crumbling with age. The sun was setting. A slight breeze stirred in the dark branches of the trees, which all through the hot Mexican day had been motionless. The woman was dark and small, with large eyes and a graceful body. The man a swarthy vaquero in serape and sombrero. "And you heard him say that?" said she. "Yes, señorita. He said, 'I love you, I love you,' twice like that. And then he kissed her." "Ah, he kissed her. Anything else?" "This." He handed her a slip of folded paper. It contained a woman's name, a few words of passion, and a signature. As the señorita's eyes perused it, they contracted, and she drew a long breath. The vaquero watched her keenly. "I found it in the arbor after they had gone," said he. She looked away dreamily. Thank you, Mazeppa," she muttered. "It is late. I must go in now. Adios, Mazeppa." She turned and, moving slowly, vanished behind a corner of the adobe house. The vaquero remained motionless until she was out of sight. Then he pressed his hands to his lips and flung them out toward her with a passionate gesture. The next moment he had mounted his horse and was gone. An hour passed. Again the sound of hoofs. A handsome young señor, jauntily attired, galloped up to the door of the house, and springing from the saddle, hitched his rein over a large hook projecting from the wall. "Hola, Maria, little one!" he called out in a rich, joyous voice. "Where is my little Maria?" The señorita appeared, smiling. She was in white, with a reboso drawn around her delicate face. She bore a 2-handled silver cup, curiously chased. "See," she said, "I have brought you some wine. Such a long ride, just to see me." She was holding out the cup toward him, but, as he was about to receive it, she drew it back suddenly. She was pale, her eyes glittered. "I, too, am thirsty," she said. She lifted the cup to her lips and took a deep draught. "Now you shall finish it," she added, handing it to him. He nodded to her laughingly. "To our love," he said, and drained it. "But how strangely you look at me, little one!" he exclaimed as he set the cup down and caught his breath. "Is anything wrong?" "All is well," she answered. "I am happy. Are you happy?" I am with you, am I not?" She put her hand in his. "Let us never be parted any more," she said. "Come, we'll walk to the hilltop and see the moon rise." Hand in hand they sauntered along the path up the bare hillside. On and on they walked, slowly, slowly. Maria gave a little gasp and glanced with dilated eyes at her lover. He smiled faintly and tried to draw her toward him, but somehow did not, and still they moved slowly on their way. The hilltop seemed strangely far off. Maria pressed forward, grasping her lover's hand. What made the distance seem so long? Surely it was but a stroll of 10 minutes, yet it was as though they had been walking an hour, a year, many years. Down the hillside path came a horseman, riding quietly and humming a love song. He was close upon the two figures before he appeared to be aware of them. They half stopped as if to speak to him. The horse shivered and plunged. The rider stared at the couple but an instant, then, driving home his spurs, he sprang past them. "Mother of God!" he faltered, crossing himself as he threw a backward glance up the path, on which nothing was now visible. "The ghosts! The little girl who, they say down below, poisoned herself and her lover 50 years ago." End of A Legend of Sonora by Hildegard Hawthorne.
A Man with Two Lives by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. A Man with Two Lives by Ambrose Bierce. Here is a queer story of David William Duck, related by himself. Duck is an old man living in Aurora, Illinois, where he is universally respected. He is commonly known, however, as Dead Duck. In the autumn of 1866, I was a private soldier in the 18th Infantry. My company was one of those stationed at Fort Phil Kearny, commanded by Colonel Carrington. The country is more or less familiar with the history of that garrison, particularly with the slaughter by the Sioux of a detachment of 81 men and officers, no one escaping, through disobedience of orders by its commander, the brave but reckless Captain Fetterman. When that occurred, I was trying to make my way with important dispatches to Fort C.F. Smith on the Bighorn. As the country swarmed with hostile Indians, I traveled by night and concealed myself as best I could before daybreak. The better to do so, I went afoot, armed with a Henry rifle and carrying 3 days' rations in my haversack. For my second place of concealment, I chose what seemed in the darkness a narrow canyon leading through a range of rocky hills. It contained many large boulders, detached from the slopes of the hills. Behind one of these, in a clump of sagebrush, I made my bed for the day, and soon fell asleep. It seemed as if I had hardly closed my eyes, though in fact it was nearly midday, when I was awakened by the report of a rifle, the bullet striking the boulder just above my body. A band of Indians had trailed me and had me nearly surrounded. The shot had been fired with an execrable aim by a fellow who had caught sight of me from the hillside above. The smoke of his rifle betrayed him, and I was no sooner on my feet than he was off his and rolling down the declivity. Then I ran in a stooped posture, dodging among the clumps of sagebrush, in a storm of bullets from invisible enemies. The rascals did not rise and pursue, which I thought rather queer, for they must have known by my trail that they had to deal with only one man. The reason for their inaction was soon made clear. I had not gone 100 yards before I reached the limit of my run, the head of the gulch, which I had mistaken for a canyon. It terminated in a concave breast of rock, nearly vertical and destitute of vegetation. In the cul-de-sac, I was caught like a bear in a pen. Pursuit was needless. They had only to wait. They waited for 2 days and nights, crouching behind a rock topping with a growth of mesquite, and with a cliff at my back, suffering agonies of thirst and absolute hopelessness of deliverance. I fought the fellows at long range, firing occasionally at the smoke of their rifles, as they did at that of mine. Of course, I dare not close my eyes at night, and lack of sleep was a keen torture. I remember the morning of the 3rd day, which I knew was to be my last. I remember, rather indistinctly, that in my depression and delirium I sprang out into the open and began firing my repeating rifle without seeing anybody to fire at. And I remember no more of that fight. The next thing that I recollect was my pulling myself out of a river just at nightfall. I had not a rag of clothing, and knew nothing of my whereabouts, but all that night I traveled, cold and footsore, toward the north. At daybreak I found myself at Fort C.F. Smith, my destination, but without my dispatches. The first man that I met was a sergeant named William Briscoe, whom I knew very well. You can fancy his astonishment at seeing me in that condition, and my own at his asking who the devil I was. "Dave Duck," I answered. "Who should I be?" He startled like an owl. "You do look it," he said, and I observed that he drew a little away from me. "What's up?" he added. I told him what had happened to me the day before. He heard me through, still staring. Then he said, "My dear fellow, if you were Dave Duck, I ought to inform you that I buried you 2 months ago. I was out with a small scouting party and found your body, full of bullet holes and newly scalped, somewhat mutilated otherwise too, I'm sorry to say, right where you say you made your fight. Come to my tent and I'll show you your clothing, and some letters that I took from your person. The commandant has your dispatches." He performed that promise. He showed me the clothing, which I resolutely put on, the letters which I put into my pocket. He made no objection, then took me to the commandant, who heard my story, and coldly ordered Briscoe to take me to the guardhouse. On the way I said, "Bill Briscoe, did you really and truly bury the dead body that you found in these togs?" "Sure," he answered, "just as I told you. It was Dave Duck, all right. Most of us knew him. And now, you damn imposter, you'd better tell me who you are." "I'd give something to know," I said. A week later, I escaped from the guardhouse and got out of the country as fast as I could. Twice I have been back, seeking for the faithful spot in the hills, but unable to find it. The end of A Man with Two Lives by Ambrose Bierce. The Murderer by Richard Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. The Murderer by Richard Middleton. He walked down to the embankment with the paving stones like velvet under his feet, and he swerved like one running. Yet, still, though he meant to end his life in a few minutes, he avoided the traffic with great care, so that paternal policemen judged him newly from the country. The August sun seemed pitiless in its strength, and in his fear and wretchedness he cursed it. Better rain, mist, fog, anything but the reproachful blue of the sky and the dancing glitter of the dust. He wanted sympathy, and instead nature triumphed over him and emphasized his failure. The river was a sparkling tumult of gems where he had pictured a secret, immutable surface, which should flow darkly over him and his wrongs. In place of a great unspeaking God, he found a crowd of dancing, laughing children. Where should he seek peace and forgiveness? He leaned on the parapet and groaned. A train thundered by over Hungerford Bridge, as if in answer. Of course, that was the way. Safer, quicker. He took a ticket at Charing Cross Station and passed to the end of the platform with the strange numbness in his mind and body, as if he were already dead. Yet he walked to the extreme end because there was no one there to interfere. Presently the train appeared, making its way slowly across the bridge, and he leapt off the platform and laid his head on the rail. It blistered his cheek because the sun had made it so hot. Then the earth heaved itself up and thrust and tore him between the wheels of the carriages. When the train had passed, he rose to his feet unsteadily and stared stupidly at the mangled body lying at his feet. There was a shrill singing in his ears, which was shortly interrupted by the sound of human voices, and he felt his arms caught roughly and imprisoned. Soon he made out the word murderer, angrily spoken, and found that he was held by the platelayers, who were gesticulating violently and pointing at the body. But he would not speak because, though the head had become a crushed horror upon the rails, he knew that the body was his. Dimly, he was aware that porters and policemen were crowding from the station, and that they were lifting the body tenderly from the rails. Then he fainted. He came to in the police station, and found that his face and hair were dabbed with water. Presently he was formally charged and warned not to say anything incriminating. He said only, "It was me," but this he repeated several times. He was trying to convince himself. Then he was removed to the cells and found himself alone. He lay down and slept deeply, and the sun had set and risen before he awoke. At his trial, and after conviction, he did not speak. He seemed too dazed. But as they led him away, he broke his silence. "Can a man die twice?" he inquired reflectively. "Can a man die twice?" There is no more to chronicle. They were his last recorded words. The end of The Murderer by Richard Middleton.
Out of the Deep by Walter Delamere. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. Out of the Deep by Walter Delamere. The steely light of daybreak, increasing in volume and intensity as the east grew larger with the day, showed clearly at length that prodigious yet elegant Arabian bed was empty. What might tenderly have cradled the slumbers of some exquisite fare of romance now contained no human occupant at all. The whole immense room, its air dry and thin as if burnt, was quiet as a sepulchre. To the right of the bed towered a vast and heavily carved wardrobe. To the left, a lofty fireplace of stone, flanked by its grinning, frigid dogs. A few cumbrous and obscure oil paintings hung on the walls, and, like the draperies of a proscenium, the fringed and valanced damask curtains on either side the two high windows poured down their motionless cataract of crimson. They had been left undrawn overnight, and yet gave the scene a slight theatricality, a theatricality which the painted nymphs disporting themselves on the ceiling scarcely helped to dispel. Not that these coy and ogling faces suggested any vestige of chagrin at the absence of the young man who for some weeks past had shared the long nights with them. They merely smiled on. For, after all, Jimmy's restless head upon the pillow had never really been in harmony with his pompous, inanimate surroundings. The thin, high nose, like the beak of a small ship, between the fast-sealed lids and narrow cheekbones, the narrow bird-like brow, the shell of the ear slightly pointed. If, inspired by the distant music of the spheres, the painted creatures had with this daybreak broken into song, it would certainly not have been to the tune of "Oh where and oh where is my little dog gone?" There was even less likelihood of Jimmy's voice now taking up their strains from out of the distance. And yet, to judge from appearances, the tongue within that head might have been that of an extremely vivacious talker, even though, apart from Mrs. Thrips, its talk these last few days had been for the most part with himself. Indeed, as one of his friends had remarked, "Don't you believe it, Jimmy has pots and pots to say, though he don't say it. That's what makes him such a damn good loser." Whether or not, if Jimmy had been in the habit of conversing with himself, he must have had odd company at times. Night after night he had lain there, flat on his back, his hands crossed on his breast, a pose that never failed to amuse him. A smooth eminence in the dark, rich quilt about 60 inches from his chin indicated to his attentive eye the points of his toes. The hours had been heavy. The hours had been long. Still there are only 12 or so of utter darkness in the most tedious of nights, and Matin tinkles at length. Excepting the last of them, a night which was now apparently forever over, he had occupied this majestic bed for about 6 weeks, though on no single occasion could he have confessed to being really at home in it. He had chosen it not from any characteristic whim or caprice, and certainly not because it dominated the room in which his Uncle Timothy himself used to sleep, yes, and for 40 years on end, only at last to expire in it. He had chosen it because, when its Venetian blinds were pulled high up under the fringed cornice, it was as light as a London April sky could make it, and because, well, just one single glance in from the high narrow doorway upstairs had convinced him that the attic in which he was wont to sleep as a small boy was simply out of the question. A black, heavy flood of rage swept over him at the sight of it. He had never before positively realized the abominations of that early past. To a waif and stray, any kind of shelter is, of course, a godsend, but even though this huge, sumptuous barrack of a house had been left to him, or rather abandoned to him, by his Uncle Timothy's relict, Aunt Charlotte, Jimmy could not, even at his loosest, have been described as homeless. Friendless, rather, but that of his own deliberate choice. Not so very long ago, in fact, he had made a clean sweep of every single living being, male or female, to whom the term friend could, with some little elasticity, be applied. A little official affair, to put it politely, eased their exit. And then this vacant hostel. The house, in fact, occupied only by a caretaker in the service of his aunt's lawyers, had been his for the asking at any time during the last 2 or 3 years, but he had steadily delayed taking possession of it until there was practically no alternative. Circumstances accustom even a young man to a good many inconveniences. Still, it would have been a little too quixotic to sleep in the street, even though his Uncle Timothy's house, as a mere property, was little better than a white and unpleasing elephant. He could not sell it, that is, not en masse. It was more than dubious if he was legally entitled to make away with its contents. But, quite apart from an extreme aversion to your Uncle Timothy's valuables in themselves, you cannot eat, even if you can subsist on, articles of virtue. Sir Richard Grenville, a hero for whom Jimmy had every respect, may have been accustomed to chewing up his wine-glass after swigging off its contents, but this must have been on the spur of an impulse, hardly in obedience to the instinct of self-preservation. Jimmy would have much preferred to balance a chair at the foot of his uncle's Arabian bed and salute the smiling lips of the painted nymphs on the ceiling, though even that experiment would probably have rather a gritty flavour. Still, possession is 9 points of the law, and necessity is the deadly enemy of convention. Jimmy was unconscious of the faintest scruples on that score. His scruples, indeed, were in another direction. Only a few days ago, the day in fact before his first indulgence in the queer experience of pulling the bell, he had sailed out with his Aunt Charlotte's black leather dressing bag positively bulging with a pair of bow candlesticks, an illuminated missal mutely exquisite, with its blues and golds and crimsons, and a tiny old silver-gilt bijouterie box. He was a young man of absurdly impulsive aversions, and a dealer to whom he carried this further consignment of loot was one of them. After a rapid and contemptuous examination, this gentleman spread out his palms, shrugged his shoulders, and suggested a sum that would have caused even a more phlegmatic connoisseur than his customer's Uncle Timothy to turn in his grave. And Jimmy replied, nicely slurring his R's, "Really, Mr. So-and-so, that is impossible. No doubt the things have an artificial value, but not for me. I must ask you to oblige me by giving me only half the sum you have kindly mentioned. Rather than accept your figure, you know, I would... well, perhaps it would be impolite to tell you what I would prefer to do. Désiré, désire, and so on." The dealer flushed, though he had been apparently content to leave it at that. He was not the man to be easily insulted by a good customer. And Jimmy's depredations were methodical. With the fastidiousness of an expert, he selected from the rare and costly contents of the house only what was light and portable, and became inconspicuous by its absence. The supply, he realized, though without any perceptible animation, however recklessly it might be squandered, would easily last out his lifetime. Certainly not. After having once made up his mind to accept his Uncle Timothy's posthumous hospitality, the real difficulty was unlikely to be a conscientious one. It was the attempt merely to accustom himself to the house, the hated house, that grew more and more arduous. It falsified his hope that, like other experiences, this one would prove only the more piquant for being so precarious. Days and moments quickly flying, just his one funny old charwoman, Mrs. Thrips, himself, and the past. After pausing a while under the dingy and dusty portico, Jimmy had entered into his inheritance on the last afternoon in March. The wind was fallen, the day was beginning to narrow, a chill crystal light hung over the unshuttered staircase. By sheer force of forgotten habit, he at once ascended to the attic in which he had slept as a child. Pausing on the threshold, he looked in, conscious not so much of the few familiar sticks of furniture, the truckle bed, the worn strip of Brussels carpet, the chipped blue-banded ewer and basin, the framed illuminated texts on the walls, as of a perfect hive of abhorrent memories. That high cupboard in the corner, from which certain bodiless shapes had been wont to issue and stoop at him, cowering out of his dreams, the crab-patterned paper that came alive as you stared, the window cold with menacing stars, the mouse-holes, the rusty grate, trumpet of every wind that blows, these objects at once lustily shouted at him in their own original tongues. Quite apart from themselves, they reminded him of incidents and experiences which at the time could scarcely have been so nauseous as they now seemed in retrospect. He found himself suffocatingly resentful even of what must have been kindly intentions. He remembered how his Aunt Charlotte used to read to him, with her puffy cheeks, plump ringed hands, and the moving orbs of her eyes showing under her spectacles. he wasn't exactly accusing the past. Even in his first breaches he was never what could be called a nice little boy. He had never ordered himself lowly and reverently to any of his betters, at least in their absence. Nevertheless, what stirred in his bosom as he gazed in on this discarded scene was certainly not remorse. He remembered how gingerly, and with what peculiar breathings, his Uncle Timothy used to lift his microscope out of its wooden case, and how, after the necessary manipulation of the instrument, he himself would be bidden mount a footstool and fix his dazzled eye on the slides of sluggish or darting horrors of minute magnified life. And how, after a steady awing drawl of inapprehensible instruction, his uncle would suddenly flick out a huge silk pocket handkerchief as a signal that little tongue-tied nervous boys were themselves nothing but miserable, sluggish or darting reptiles, and that his nephew was the most deplorable kind of little boy. Jimmy remembered, too, once asking the loose, bow-shaped old gentleman in his chair if he might himself twist the wheel, and his Uncle Timothy had replied in a loud, ringing voice, and almost as if he were addressing a public meeting, my boy, I say no to that. He said no to most things, and just like that, if he vouchsafed speech at all. And then there was church on Sundays, and his hoop on weekdays in the Crescent, and days when, with nothing to do, little Jimmy had been wont to sit watching the cold, silvery rain on the window, the body he was in slowly congealing the while into a species of rancid suet pudding. Mornings, too, when his Aunt Charlotte would talk nasally to him about Christianity, or when he was allowed to help his uncle and a tall, scared parlour-maid dust and rearrange the contents of a cabinet or bureau. The smell of the air, the check duster, the odious objet d'art, and the ageing old man snorting and looking like a superannuated Silenus beside the neat and frightened parlour-maid. It was a curious thing. Though death, with his luring grin, had beckoned him off, there he was, alive as ever. And when amid these ruminations, Jimmy's eyes had at last fixed themselves on the frayed, dangling cord that hung from the ceiling over the truckle-bed, it was because he had already explored all that the name Soames had stood for. Soames the butler, a black-clothed, tub-bellied, pompous man that might have been his Uncle Timothy's impoverished first cousin or illegitimate step-brother. Soames. Soames used frequently to wring Jimmy's then protuberant ears. Soames sneaked habitually, and, with a sort of gloating piety on his drooping face, was invariably present at the subsequent castigation. Soames had been wont to pile up on his plate with lumps of fat that even destiny had never intended should consort with any single leg of mutton or even sirloin of beef, jelly-like, rapidly cooling nuggets of fat. And Soames invariably brought him cold rice pudding when there was hot ginger roll. Jimmy remembered the lines that drooped down from his pale, long nose, the sleek set of his whiskers as he stood there in his coat-tails reflected in the glass of the sideboard, carving the Sunday joint. But that slack green bell-cord, his very first glimpse of it had set waggling score of peculiar remembrances. First, and not so very peculiarly, perhaps, it recalled an occasion when, as he stood before his aunt's footstool to bid her good night, her aggrieved pupils had visibly swum down from beneath their lids out of a nap to fix themselves and look at him at last, as if neither he nor she, either in this or in any other world, had ever so much as seen one another before. Perhaps his own face, if not so puffy, appeared that evening to be unusually pasty and pallid, with those dark rings which even to this day added vivacity and lustre to his extremely clear eyes. and his Aunt Charlotte had asked him why he was such a cowardly boy and so wickedly frightened of the dark. "You know very well your dear uncle will not permit gas in the attic, so there's no use asking for it. You have nothing on your conscience, I trust? You have not been talking to the servants?" Infallible liar, he had shaken his head, and his Aunt Charlotte in return wagged hers at him. "It's no good staring in that rebellious, sullen way at me. I have told you repeatedly that if you are really in need of anything, just ring the bell for Soames. A good little boy with nothing on his conscience knows that God watches over him. I hope you are at least trying to be a good little boy. There is a limit even to your uncle's forbearance." It was perfectly true. Even bad little boys might be watched over in the dead of night, and as for his Uncle Timothy's forbearance, he had discovered the limitations of that fairly early in life. Well, it was a pity, he smiled to himself, that his Aunt Charlotte could not be present to see his Uncle Timothy's bedroom on that first celebration of their prodigal nephew's return. Jimmy's first foray had been to range the house from attic to cellar, where he had paused to rest, for candlesticks, and that night something like 6 dozen of the best wax watched over his heavy and galvanic slumbers in the Arabian bed. Aunt Charlotte, now rather more accustomed to the dark even than Jimmy himself, would have opened her eyes at that. Gamblers are naturally superstitious folk, he supposed, but that was the queerest feature of the whole thing. He had not then been conscious of even the slightest apprehension or speculation. It was far rather a kind of ribaldry than any sort of foreboding that had lit up positive constellations of candles as if for princely cardinals lying in state. It had taken a devil of a time, too. His Uncle Timothy's port was not the less potent for a long spell of obscure mellowing, and the hand that held the taper had been a shaky one. Yet it had provided an amusing process, too, almost childish. Jimmy hadn't laughed like that for years. Certainly until then he had been unconscious of the feeblest squeamish inkling of anything, apart from old remembrances, peculiar in the house. And yet, well, no doubt even the first absurd impulsive experiment that followed had shaken him up. Its result would have been less unexpected if he hadn't made a point, and almost a duty, of continually patrolling the horrible old vacant London mansion. Hardly a day had lately passed, and there was nothing better to do, but it found him on his rounds. He was not waiting for anything, except for the hour, maybe, when he would have to wait no more. Nevertheless, faithful as the sentinel on Elsinore's hoary ramparts, he would find himself day after day treading almost cat-like on from room to room, surveying his paradoxical inheritance, jotting down a list in a nice order of the next sacrifices, grimacing at the Ming divinities, and pirouetting an occasional long nose at the portraits on the walls. He had sometimes had a few words, animated ones too, with Mrs. Thrips, and perhaps if he could have persuaded himself to talk sensibly, and not to gesticulate, not to laugh himself so easily into a fit of coughing, she would have proved better company. She was amazingly honest and punctual and quiet, and why to heaven a woman with such excellent qualities should customarily wear so scared a gleam in her still, colourless eyes, and be so idiotically timid and nervous in his company, he could not imagine. She was being paid handsome wages anyhow, and naturally he was aware of no rooted objection to other people helping themselves, at least if they managed it as skilfully as he did himself. But Mrs. Thrips, it seemed, had never been able in any sense at all to help herself. She was simply a crape-bonneted, motherly creature, if not excessively intelligent, if a little slow in seeing points. It was indeed her alarm when he asked her if she had happened to notice any young man about the house that had irritated him, though, of course, it was hardly fair not to explain what had given rise to the question. That was perfectly simple. It was like this. For years, for centuries in fact, Jimmy had been, except in certain unusual circumstances, an exceedingly bad sleeper. He still hated sleeping in the dark, but a multitude of candles at various degrees of exhaustion make rather lively company when you are sick of your Uncle Timothy's cellar, and even the best of vintage wines may prove an ineffectual soporific. His, too, was a wretchedly active mind. Even as a boy, he had thought a good deal about his uncle and aunt, and Soames, and the house, and the Reverend Mr. Grayson, and spectres, and schoolmasters, and painted nymphs, and running away to sea, and curios, and dead silence, and his early childhood. And though, since then, other enigmas had engaged his attention, this purely automatic and tiresome activity of mind still persisted. On his oath, he had been in some respects, and in secret, rather a goody-goody little boy, though his piety had been rather the offspring of fear than of love. Had he not been expelled from Mellish's almost solely for that reason? What on earth was the good of repeatedly thrashing a boy when you positively knew that he has lied merely from terror of your roaring voice and horrible white face? But there it was. If there had been someone to talk to, he would not have talked so much to himself. He would not have lain awake thinking, night after night, like a rat in a trap. Thinking was like a fountain. Once it gets going at a certain pressure, well, it is almost impossible to turn it off. And, my hat, what odd things come up with the water! On the particular night in question, in spite of the candles and the mice and the moon, he badly wanted company. In a moment of pining yet listless jocosity, then, he had merely taken his Aunt Charlotte's advice. True, the sumptuous, crimson-pleated silk bell-pull, dangling like a serpent with a huge tassel for skull over his Uncle Timothy's pillow, was a more formidable instrument than the yard or two of frayed green cord in the attic. Yet they shared the same purpose. Many a time must his Uncle Timothy have stretched up a large loose hand in that direction when in need of Soames's nocturnal ministrations. And now, alas, both master and man were long since gone the way of all flesh. You couldn't, it appeared, pull bells in your coffin. But Jimmy was not as yet in his coffin, and as soon as his fingers slipped down from the smooth pull, the problem, in the abstract, as it were, began to fascinate him. With cold, froggy hands crossed over his beautiful puce-patterned pyjamas, he lay staring at the crimson tassel till he had actually seen the hidden fangs flickeringly jet out at him. The effort, then, must have needed some little courage. It might almost have needed a tinge of inspiration. It was in no sense intended as a challenge. He would, in fact, rather remain alone than chance summoning, well, any, once animate, relic of the distant past. But obviously the most practical way of proving, if only to yourself, that you can be content with your own reconnaissances in the very dead of night, was to demonstrate to that self that, even if you should ask for it, assistance would not be forthcoming. He had been as fantastic as that. At the prolonged, pulsating, faint, distant tintinnabulation, he had fallen back onto his pillow with an absurd little quicket of laughter, like that of a naughty boy up to mischief. But instant sobriety followed. Poor sleepers should endeavour to compose themselves. Tampering with empty space, stirring up echoes in pitch-black pits of darkness, is scarcely sedative. And then, as he lay striving with an extraordinary fervour not to listen, but to concentrate his mind on the wardrobe, and to keep his eyes from the door, that door must gently have opened. It must have opened, and as noiselessly closed again, for a more or less decent-looking young man, seemingly not a day older than himself, was now apparent in the room. It might almost be said that he had insinuated himself into the room. But well-trained domestics are accustomed to move their limbs and bodies with a becoming unobtrusiveness. There was also that familiar slight inclination of the apologetic in this young man's pose, as he stood there solitary in his black, in that terrific blaze of candlelight. And for a sheer solid minute the occupant of the Arabian bed had really stopped thinking. When indeed you positively press your face, so to speak, against the crystalline window of your eyes, your mind is apt to become a perfect vacuum, and Jimmy's first rapid and instinctive "Who the devil?" had remained inaudible. In the course of the next few days, Jimmy was to become familiar, at least in memory, with the looks of this new young butler or valet. But first impressions are usually the vividest. The dark blue-grey eyes, the high nose, the scarcely perceptible smile, the slight stoop of the shoulders. There was no doubt of it. There was just a flavour, a flicker there of resemblance to himself. Not that he himself could ever have cut as respectful and respectable a figure as that. And the smile! The fellow seemed to be ruminating over 1,000 dubious, long-interred secrets, secrets such as one may be a little cautious of digging up, even to share with oneself. His face turned sidelong on his pillow, and through air as visibly transparent as a sheet of glass, Jimmy had steadily regarded this strange bell answerer, and the bell answerer had never so much as stirred his frigid glittering eyes in response. The silence that hung between them produced eventually a peculiar effect on Jimmy. Menials, as a general rule, should be less emphatic personally. Their unobtrusiveness should surely not emphasize their imminence. It had been Jimmy who was the first to withdraw his eyes, only once more to find them settling, as if spellbound, on those of his visitor. Yet, after all, there was nothing to take offence at in the young man's countenance or attitude. He did not seem even to be thinking back at the bell-puller, but merely to be awaiting instructions. Yet Jimmy's heart at once rapidly began to beat again beneath his icy hands, and at last he made a perfect, idiotic response. Wagging his head on his pillow, he turned abruptly away. "It was only to tell you that I shall need nothing more tonight," he had said. Good heavens! The fatuity of it! He wanted, thirsted for, scores upon scores of things. Aladdin's was the cupidity of a simpleton by comparison. Time, and the past, for instance, and the ability to breathe again as easily as if it were natural as the processes of digestion. Why, if you were intent only on a little innocent companionship, one or two of those nymphs up there would be far more amusing company than Mrs. Thrips. If, that is, apart from yearning to their harps and viols, they could have been persuaded to scrub and sweep. Jimmy wanted no other kind of help. There is a beauty that is but skin deep. Altogether, it had been a far from satisfactory experience. Jimmy was nettled. His mincing tones echoed on in his mind. They must have suggested that he was unaccustomed to men-servants and bell-pulls and opulent surroundings, and the fellow had instantly taken him at his word, a solemn little, rather agreeable and unservile inclination of the not unfriendly head, and he was gone. And there was Jimmy, absolutely exhausted, coughing his lungs out, and entirely incapable of concluding whether the new butler was a creature of actuality or of dream. Well, 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 that was nothing new. That's just how things do take one in one's weak moments in the dead of night. Nevertheless, the experience had apparently provoked sedative. He had slept like an infant. The morning found him vivacious with curiosity. He had paused to make only an exceedingly negligent toilet before beginning his usual wanderings about the house. Calm, cold daylight reflection may dismiss almost any nocturnal experience as a dream, if, at any rate, one's temperature in the night hours is habitually above the norm. But Jimmy could not, or would not, absolutely make up his mind. So clear a picture had his visitant imprinted on his memory that he found himself, just like a specialist sounding a patient in search of the secret ravages of phthisis. He had found himself stealthily tapping over the basement walls, as if in search of a concealed pantry. A foolish proceeding if one has not the least desire in the world to attract the attention of one's neighbours. Having at length satisfied himself in a rather confused fashion that whatever understudy of Soames might share the house with him in the small hours, he must be a butler of the migratory order, Jimmy then began experimenting with the bells. Mounted on a kitchen chair, cornice brush in hand, he had been surprised by Mrs. Thrips in her quiet boots as he stood gently knocking one by one the full 18 of the long, green, crooked jingle row which hung open-mouthed above the immense dresser. She had caught him in the act, and Jimmy had once more exercised his customary glib presence of mind. "They ought to be hung in a scale, you know. Oughtn't they, Mrs. Thrips? Then we could have Home Sweet Home, and a hunting up and a hunting down, grand sires and treble bobs, and a grand Maximus, even on weekdays. And if we were in danger of any kind of fire, which you will never be, we could ring them backwards, couldn't we, Mrs. Thrips? Not that there's much quality in them, no medieval monkish tone or timbre in them. They're a bit mouldy too, and one can't tell t'other from which. Not like St. Faith's. One would recognise that old clanker in one's shroud, wouldn't one, Mrs. Thrips? Has it ever occurred to you that the first campanologist's real intention was not so much to call the congregation as to summon, well, what the congregation's after?" "Yes, sir," Mrs. Thrips had agreed, her watery grey eyes fixed largely on the elevated young man. "But it don't matter which of them you ring. I'll answer Henny, at least while I'm in the house. I don't think, sir, you rest your mind enough. My own boy, now, he's in the Navy." But with one graceful flourish Jimmy had run his long-handled brush clean east to west along the clanging row. "You mustn't," he shouted. "You shouldn't. Once aboard the lugger they are free. It's you mothers—" He gently shook his peculiar wand at the flat-looking little old woman. "No, Mrs. Thrips, what I'm after is he who is here, couchant, perdu, l'erré, in these same subterranean vaults when you and I are snug in our nightcaps. A most nice-spoken young man, not in the Navy, Mrs. Thrips." And before the old lady had had time to seize any one of these seductive threads of conversation, Jimmy had flashed his usual brilliant smile or grimace at her, and soon afterwards sailed out of the house to purchase a further gross or two of candles. Gently and furtively pushing across the counter half a sovereign, not as a douceur, but merely from friend to friend, he had similarly smiled back at the secretive-looking old assistant in the Stead West End family grocer's. "No, I don't suppose you could remember me. One alters, one ages, one deals elsewhere. But anyhow, a happy new year to you, if the next ever comes, you know." "You see, sir," the straight-aproned old man had retorted with equal confidentiality, "it is not so much the alterations. They are what you might call uncircumventable, sir. It's the stream, sir. Behind the counter here, we are like rocks in it. But even if I can't for the moment put a thought to your face, though it's already stirring in me in a manner of speaking, I shall in the future, sir. You may rely upon that. And the same, sir, to you, and many of them, I'm sure." Somehow or other Jimmy's vanity had been mollified by this pleasing little ceremoniousness, and that even before he had smiled yet once again at the saffron young lady in the pay-box. "The truth is, my dear," he had assured himself as he once more ascended into the dingy porch, "the truth is, when once you begin to tamper, you won't know where you are. You won't really." And that night he had lain soberly on, in a peculiar state of physical quiescence and self-satisfaction, his dark bright eyes wandering from nymph to nymph, his hands folded over his breast under the bedclothes, his heart persisting in its usual habits. Nevertheless, the fountain of his thoughts had continued softly to splash on in its worn basin. With ears acock, he had frankly enjoyed inhaling the parched, spent, brilliant air. And when his fingers had at last manifested the faintest possible itch to experiment once more with the bell pull, he had slipped out of bed, and hastily searching through a little privy case of his uncle's bedside books, had presently slipped back again, armed with a fat little copy of The Mysteries of Paris in its original French. The next day a horrible lassitude descended upon him. For the better part of an hour he had stood staring out of the drawing-room window into the London street. At last, with a yawn that was almost a groan, and with an absurdly disproportionate effort, he turned himself about. Heavily hung the gilded chandeliers in the long vista of the room, heavily gloomed the gilded furniture. Scarcely distinguishable in the obscurity of the further wall stood watching him from a mirror what might have appeared to be the shadowy reflection of himself. With a still, yet extreme aversion, he kept his eyes fixed on this distant nonentity, hardly realizing his own fantastic resolve that if he did catch the least faint independent movement there, he would give Soames Junior a caustic piece of his mind. He must have been abominably fast asleep for hours when, a night or two afterwards, he had suddenly awakened, sweat streaming along his body, his mouth stretched into a long narrow O, and his right hand clutching the bell-rope as might a drowning man at a straw. The room was adrowse with light. All was still. The flitting horrors between dream and wake in his mind were already thinning into air. Through their transparency he looked out once more on the substantial, the familiar. His breath came heavily, like puffs of wind over a stormy sea, and yet a profound peace and tranquillity was swathing him in. The relaxed mouth was now faintly smiling. Not a sound, not the feeblest, distant, unintended tinkling was trembling up from the abyss. And for a moment or two the young man refrained even from turning his head at the soundless opening and closing of the door. He lay fully conscious that he was not alone, that quiet eyes had him steadily in regard. But, like rats, his wits were beginning to busy themselves again. Sheer relief from the terrors of sleep, shame of his extremity and weakness, a festering sense of humiliation. Yes, he must save his face at all costs. He must put this preposterous spying valet in his place. Oddly enough, too, out of the depths, a peculiar little vision of recollection had inexplicably obtruded itself into consciousness. It would be a witticism of the first water. "They are dreadfully out of season, you know," he began murmuring affectedly into the hush. "Dreadfully. But what I'm really pining for is a bunch of primroses. A primrose by the river's brim. Must be a little conservative." His voice was once more trailing off into a maudlin drowsiness. With an effort he roused himself, and now with an extremely sharp twist of his head he turned to confront his visitor. But the room was already vacant, the door ajar, and Jimmy's lids were on the point of closing again, sliding down over his tired eyes like leaden shutters which no power on earth could hinder or restrain, when at the faintest far whisper of sound they swept back suddenly and almost incredibly wide to drink in all they could of the spectacle of a small, odd-looking child who at that moment had embodied herself in the doorway. She seemed to have not the least intention of returning the compliment. Her whole gaze, from out of her fair flaxen pigtailed face, was fixed on the coarse blue-banded kitchen bowl which she was carrying with extreme care and caution in her two narrow hands. The idiots down below had evidently filled it too full of water, for the pale wide-petalled flowers and thick crinkled leaves it contained were floating buoyantly nid-nod to and fro as she moved, pushing on each slippered foot in turn in front of the other, her whole mind concentrated on her task. A plain child, but extraordinarily fair, as fair as the primroses themselves in the congregation of candlelight that motionlessly flooded the room, a narrow-chested, long-chinned little creature who had evidently outgrown her strength. Jimmy was well accustomed to take things as they come, and his brief sojourn in his uncle's house in his present state of health had already enlarged the confines of the term things. Anyhow, she was a relief from the valet. He found himself, then, watching this new visitor without the least trace of astonishment or even of surprise, and as his dark eyes coursed over the child, he simply couldn't decide whether she most closely took after Soames Jr. or Mrs. Thrips. All he could positively assure himself of was just the look, the family likeness, and that in itself was a queerish coincidence, since whatever your views might be regarding Soames Jr., Mrs. Thrips was real enough. As real, at any rate, as her scrubbing brush and her wholesome, evil-smelling soap. As a matter of fact, Jimmy was taking a very tight hold of himself. His mind might fancifully be compared to a quiet green swarming valley between steep rock-bound hills in which a violent battle was proceeding, standards and horsemen and smoke and terror and violence, but no sound. Deep down somewhere, he really wanted to be nice to the child. She meant no ill. She was a demure, far-away, harmless-looking creature. Ages ago. On the other hand, he wished to heaven they would leave him alone. They were pestering him. He knew perfectly well how far he was gone, and bitterly resented this renewed interference. And if there was one thing he detested, it was being made to look silly. "I hope you are trying to be a good little boy. You have not been talking to the servants." That kind of thing. It was, therefore, with mixed feelings, and with a tinge of shamefacedness, that he heard his own sneering, toneless voice insinuate itself into the silence. "And what, Missikins, can I do for you?" What, you will understand. Not how. The sneer had degenerated into a snarl. The child at this had not perceptibly faltered. Her face had seemed to lengthen a little, but that might have been due solely to her efforts to deliver her bowl without spilling its contents. Indeed, she actually succeeded in doing so almost before Jimmy had time to withdraw abruptly from the little gilt-railed table on which she deposited the clumsy pot. Frock, pigtail, red hands. She seemed to be as real a fellow creature as you might wish to see, but Jimmy stared quizzically on. Unfortunately, primroses have no scent, so that he could not call on his nose to bear witness to his eyes, and the congested conflict in the green valley was still proceeding. The child had paused. Her hands hung down now as if they were accustomed to service, and her pale blue eyes were fixed on his face in that exasperating manner which suggests that the owner of them is otherwise engaged. Not that she was looking through him. Even the sharpest of his female friends had never been able to boast of that little accomplishment. She was looking into him, as if he occupied time rather than space. Or was she, sneered that weary inward voice again, was she merely waiting for a tip? "Look here," said Jimmy, dexterously raising himself to his elbow on the immense lace-fringed pillow. "It's all very well. You have managed things quite admirably, considering your age and the season, and so on. But I didn't ask for primroses. I asked for violets. That's very old trick. Very old trick." For one further instant, dark and fair, crafty and simpleton face communed, each with each, but the smile on the one had fainted into a profound childlike contemplation. And then, so swift and imperceptible had been his visitant's vanishment out of the room, that the very space she had occupied seemed to remain for a while outlined in the air, a nebulous shell of vacancy. She must, apparently, have glided backwards through the doorway, for Jimmy had assuredly not been conscious of the remotest glimpse of her pigtail from behind. Instantly on that, the stony hillside within had resounded with a furious clangor, cries and shouts and screamings, and Jimmy, his face bloodless with rage, his eyes almost blind with it, had leapt out of the great bed as if in murderous pursuit, There must, however, have been an unusual degree or so of fever in his veins that night, so swift was his reaction. For the moment he was on his feet, an almost unendurable self-pity had swept into possession of him. To take a poor devil as literally as that, to catch him off his guard, not to give him the mere fleck of an opportunity to get his balance, to explain, to answer back. Curse the primroses! But there was no time to lose. With one hand clutching his pyjamas, the other carrying the bowl, he poked forward out of the flare of the room into the cold lightlessness of the wide stone staircase. "Look here!" he called down in a low, argumentative voice. "Look here, you! You can cheat and you can cheat, but to half strangle a fellow in his sleep and then send him up the snuffling caretaker's daughter? No, no! Next time, you old make-believe, we'd prefer company a little more congenial." He swayed slightly, grimacing vacantly into the darkness, and listening to his speech as dimly as might a somnambulist to the distant roar of falling water. And then, poor benighted creature, Jimmy tried to spit, but his lips and tongue were dry, and that particular insult was spared him. He had stooped laboriously, had put down the earthenware bowl on the Persian mat at the head of the staircase, and was self-congratulatorily re-welcoming himself into the scene of still lustre he had dared for that protracted minute to abandon, when he heard, as if from beneath and behind him, a kind of lolloping disquietude, and the sound as of a clumsy clawed but persistent animal pushing its uncustomary awkward way up the soap-polished marble staircase. It was to be tit for tat then. The miserable menage had let loose its menagerie. That. They were going to experiment with the mouse cupboard and keyhole trickery of his childhood. Jimmy was violently shivering. His very toes were clinging to the mat on which he stood. Swaying a little, and casting at the same time a strained, whitened glance round the room in which every object rested in the light as if so it had rested from all eternity, he stood mutely and ghastly, listening. Even a large bedroom, 5 times the size of a small boy's attic, affords little scope for a fugitive, and shutting your eyes, darkening your outward face, is no escape. It had been a silly boast, he agreed. That challenge, that dare on the staircase, the boast of an idiot. For the congenial company that had now managed to hoof and scrabble its way up the slippery marble staircase was already on the threshold. All was utterly silent now. There was no obvious manifestation of danger. What was peering steadily in upon him out of the obscurity beyond the door was merely a blurred, whitish, beast-like shape with still, passive, almost stagnant eyes in its immense fixed face. A perfectly ludicrous object, on paper. Yet a creature so nauseous to soul and body, and with so obscene a greed in its motionless, pig-like grin, that with one vertiginous swirl Jimmy's candles had swept up in his hand like a lateral race of streaming planets into outer darkness. If his wet, groping fingers had not then encountered one of the carved pedestals of his uncle's bedstead, Jimmy would have fallen. Jimmy would have found, in fact, the thing's physical level. Try as he might, he had never in the days that followed made quite clear in his mind why, for the 3rd time, he had not made a desperate, plunging clutch at the bell rope. The thing must have been Soames Junior's emissary, even if the bird-faced scullery maid with the primroses had not also been one of the staff. That he had desisted simply in case she should herself have answered his summons, and so have encountered the spurious animal as she mounted the dark staircase, seemed literally too good to be true. Not only was Jimmy no sentimentalist, but that particular kind of goodness, even in a state of mind perfectly calm and collected, was not one of his pleasanter characteristics. Yet facts are facts, even comforting ones, and unless his memory was utterly untrustworthy, he had somehow contrived to regain his physical balance. Candelabrum in hand, he had actually, indeed, at last emerged from the room and stooped his dark head over the balusters in search of what unaccountably had not awaited his near acquaintance. And he must have, flung the substantial little blue-banded slop basin, primroses and all, clean straight down in the direction of any kind of sentient target that happened to be in its way. "You must understand, Mrs. Thrips," he had afterwards solemnly explained. "I don't care to be disturbed, and particularly at night. All litter should, of course, be immediately cleared away. That's merely as things go in a well-regulated household, as, in fact, they do go. And I see you have replaced the 1 or 2 little specimens I was looking over out of the cabinet on the staircase. Pretty things, too, though you hadn't the advantage of being in the service of their late owner, my uncle, as I was. Of course, too, breakages cannot be avoided. There, I assure you, you are absolutely free. Moth and rust, Mrs. Thrips. No, all that I was merely inquiring about at the moment is that particular pot. There was an accident last night. Primroses and so on. And one might have expected, one might almost have sworn, Mrs. Thrips, that at least a shard or 2, as the psalmist says, would have been pretty conspicuous, even if the water had completely dried away. Not that I heard the smash, mind. I don't go so far as that. Nor am I making any insinuations whatever. You are the best of good creatures, you are indeed, and it's no good looking at me like Patience on a monument, because at present life is real, and life is earnest. All I mean is that if one for a single moment ceases to guide one's conduct on reasonable lines, well, one comes a perfectly indescribable cropper, Mrs. Thrips, like the pot. Mrs. Thrips' grey untidy head had remained oddly stuck out from her body throughout this harangue. "No, sir," she repeated once more. "High and low I've searched the house down, and there isn't a shadder of what you might be referring to, not a shadder. And once more I ask you, sir, let me call in Dr. Stokes. He's a very nice gentleman, and one as keeps what should be kept as close to himself as it being his duty he sees right and proper to do. Chasing and racketing of yourself up and down these runs of naked stairs in the dead of night is no proper place for you, sir, in your state. And I don't like to take the responsibility. It's first the candles, then the bells, then the kitchen, and then the basin. I know what I'm talking about, sir, having lost 2, and 1 at sea. And suppose, my dear," Jimmy had almost brilliantly as ever smiled, "suppose we are all of us at sea. What then?" "Why, then, sir," Mrs. Thrips had courageously retorted, "I'd as lief be at the bottom of it. There's been as much worry and trouble and making 2 ends meet in my life not to make the getting out of it what you'd stand on no ceremony for. I say it with all decent respect for what's respectful and proper, sir, that there isn't a morning I step down those area steps but my heart's in my mouth for fear there won't be anything in the house but what can't answer back. It's been a struggle to keep on, sir, and as you generous as gentlemen as need be, if only you'd remain warm and natural in your bed when once there." A little inward trickle of laughter had entertained Jimmy as he watched the shapeless, patient old mouth utter these last few words. "That's just it, Mrs. Thrips," he had replied softly. "You've done for me far more effectively than anyone I care to remember in my insignificant little lifetime. You have indeed. Jimmy had even touched the hand bent like the claw of a bird around the broom handle. In fact, you know, and I'm bound to confess it as gratefully as need be, they are all of them doing for me as fast as they can. I don't complain, not the least little bit in the world. All that I might be asking is, how the devil, to put it politely, how the goodness gracious is one to tell which is which? In my particular case, it seems to be the miller that sets the wind. Not, of course, that he's got any particular grain to grind. Not even wild oats, you funny old mother of a youthful mariner. No. Even the fact that there wasn't perhaps any pot after all, you will understand, doesn't positively prove that neither could there have been any primroses. And before next January's 4 months old, we shall be at the end of yet another April, at least. And a sort of almost bluish pallor had spread like a shadow over his face. At least you will be. All of which is only to say, dear madam, as Beaconsfield remarked to old Vic, that I am thanking you now. At which Mrs. Thrips immediately fell upon her knees on her housemaid's pad and plunged her hands into her zinc pail, only instantly after to sit back on her heels, skinny hands on canvas apron. All I says, sir, is, we go as we go, and a nicer gentleman taking things on the surface I never worked for. But one don't want to move too much in the public highs, sir. Of all the houses below stairs I've worked for, and all alone in, I don't want to chance on a more private, in a manner of speaking, than this. All that I was saying, sir, and I wouldn't to none but you, is the life's getting on my nerves. When that door there closes after me, and every day drawing out steady as you can see, without so much as glancing at the clock, I say to myself, well, better that poor young gentleman alone up there at night, cough and all, than me. I wouldn't sleep in this house, sir, not if you was to offer me a plateful of sovereigns. Unless, sir, you wanted me. On reflection, Jimmy decided that he had cut almost a gallant figure as he had retorted gaily, yet with extraordinary sobriety, You shall have a whole dishful before I'm done, Mrs. Thrips, with a big scoop in it for the gravy. But on my oath, I assure you there's absolutely nothing or nobody in this old barn of a museum except you and me. Nobody, unless, of course, you will understand, one happens to pull the bell. And that we're not likely to do in broad daylight, are we, Mrs. Thrips? Upon which he had hastily caught up his aunt's handbag and had emerged into a daylight a good deal bleaker, if not broader, than he could gratefully stomach. For a while Jimmy had let well alone. Indeed, if it had been a mere matter of choice, he would far rather have engaged in a friendly and jocular conversation of this description with his old charwoman than in the endless monologues in which he found himself submerged on other occasions. One later afternoon, for instance, at 3:30 by his watch, sitting there by a small fire in the large muffled drawing-room, he at length came definitely to the conclusion that some kind of finality should be reached in his relations with the night staff in his Uncle Timothy's. It was pretty certain that his visit would soon be drawing to a close. Staying out at night until he was almost too exhausted to climb down to the pavement from his hansom, the first April silver of dawn wanning the stark and empty chimney-pots, had proved a dull and tedious alternative. The mere spectator of gaiety, he concluded, as he stared at the immense picture of the Colosseum on his Uncle Timothy's wall, may have as boring a time as must the slaves who cleaned out the cages of the lions that ate the Christians. And snapping out insults at former old cronies who couldn't help their faces being as tiresome as a whitewashed pigsty had soon grown wearisome. Jimmy, of course, was accustomed to taking no interest in things which did not interest him, but quite respectable people could manage that equally well. What fretted him almost beyond endurance was an increasing inability to keep his attention fixed on what was really there, what at least all such respectable people, one might suppose, would unanimously agree was there. A moment's fixture of the eyes, and he would find himself steadily listening, now in a creeping dread that somewhere, down below, there was a good deal that needed an almost constant attention, and now in sudden alarm that, after all, there was absolutely nothing. Again and again, in recollection, he had hung over the unlighted staircase, listening in an extremity of foreboding for the outbreak of a rabbit-like childish squeal of terror, which would have proved... Well, what would it have proved? My God, what a world! You can prove nothing. The fact that he was all but certain that any such intolerably helpless squeal never had wailed up to him out of its pit of blackness could be only a partial consolation. He hadn't meant to be a beast. It was only his facetious little way, and you would have to be something pretty piggish in pigs to betray a child, however insubstantial, into the nausea and vertigo he had experienced in the presence of that unspeakable abortion. The whole thing had become a fatuous obsession. If, it appeared, you only remained solitary and secluded enough and let your mind wander on in its own sweet way, the problem was almost bound to become, if not your one and only, at least your chief concern. Unless you were preternaturally busy and preoccupied, you simply couldn't live on and on in a haunted house without being occasionally reminded of its ghosts. To dismiss the matter as pure illusion, the spectral picturing of life's fitful fever, might be all very well. That is, if you had the blood of a fish. But who on earth had ever found the world the pleasanter and sweeter a place to bid good-bye to simply because it was obviously substantial, whatever that might mean? Simply because it did nothing you wanted it to do unless you paid for it pretty handsomely, or unless you accepted what it proffered with as open a hospitality as Jimmy had bestowed on his pilgrims of the night. Not that he much wanted, however pressing the invitation, to wander off out of his body into a better world, or, for that matter, into a worse. Upstairs, under the roof years ago, Jimmy, as a small boy, would rather have died of terror than meddle with the cord above his bedrail, simply because he knew that Soames Senior was at the other end of it. He had hated Soames. He had merely feared the nothings of his night hours. But suppose Soames had been a different kind of butler. There must be almost as many kinds as there are human beings. Suppose his Uncle Timothy and Aunt Charlotte had chosen theirs a little less idiosyncratically. What then? Well, anyhow, in a sense, he was not sorry life had been a little exciting these last few weeks. How odd that what all but jellied your soul in your body at night or in a dream might merely amuse you like a shilling shocker in the safety of day. The safety of day. At the very cadence of the words in his mind, as he sat there in his aunt's salon, his limbs huddled over Mrs. Thripp's fire, Jimmy's eyes had fixed themselves again. Again he was listening. Was it that, if you saw in your mind any distant room of place, that place must actually at the moment contain you, some self, some astral body? If so, wouldn't, of course, you hear yourself moving about in it? There was a slight whining wind in the street outside the rainy window that afternoon, and once more the bright idea crossed Jimmy's mind that he should steal upstairs before it was dark, mount up onto the Arabian bed, and just cut the bell pull, once for all. But would that necessarily dismiss the staff? Necessarily? His eyes wandered to the discreet S of yet another bell pull, that which graced the wall beneath the expansive white marble chimney-piece. He hesitated. There was no doubt his mind was now hopelessly jaundiced against bell ropes, whether they failed to summon one to church or persisted in summoning one to a 6-foot hole in a cemetery. His Uncle Timothy lay in a mausoleum. On the other hand, he was properly convinced that a gentleman is as a gentleman does, and that it was really up to you to treat all bell answerers with decent courtesy, no matter who, when, where. A universal rule like that is a sheer godsend. If they didn't answer, well, you couldn't help yourself. Or rather, you would have to. This shivering was merely physical. When a fellow is so thin that he can almost hear his ribs grid one against the other when he stoops to pick up a poker, such symptoms must be expected. There was still an hour or two of daylight, even though clouds admitted only a greyish light upon the world, and his Uncle Timothy's house was by nature friendly to gloom. That house, at this moment, seemed to hang domed upon his shoulders like an immense, imponderable shell. The flames in the chimney whispered, fluttered, hovered, like fitfully playing once happy birds. Supposing if, even against his better judgment, he leaned forward now in his chair and, what was infinitely more conventional and in a sense more proper than summoning unforeseen entities to one's bedside, supposing he gave just one discreet little tug at that small porcelain knob, what would he ask for? He need ask nothing. He could act. Yes, if he could be perfectly sure that some monstrous porcine cacodemon, akin to the shapes of childish nightmare, would come hoofing up out of the deeps at his behest. Well, he would chance it. He would have it out with the brute. It was still day. It was still day. But maybe the ear of pleasanter visitors might catch the muffled tinkle. In the young man's mind there was now no vestige of jocularity. In an instant's lightness of heart, he had once thought of purchasing from the stiff-aproned old assistant at his Aunt Charlotte's family grocer's a thumping big box of chocolates. Why, just that one small bowl in famille rose up there could be bartered for the prettiest little necklet of seed pearls. She had done her best, with her skimpy shoulders, skimpier pigtail, and soda-reddened hands. Pigtail! But no, you might pull real bells. To pull dubiously genuine pigtails seemed now a feeble jest. The old Jimmy of that kind of facetiousness was a thing of the past. Apart from pigs and tweeny maids, what other peculiar emanations might in the future respond to his summonings, Jimmy's exhausted imagination could only faintly prefigure. For a few minutes a modern St. Anthony sat there in solitude in the vast half-blinded London drawing-room, while shapes and images and apparitions of memory and fantasy sprang into thin being and passed away in his mind. No, no. Do to the book, quench the candles, ring the bell. Amen, amen. He was done with all that. Maledictions and anathemas, they only tangled the hank. So when at last, his meagre, stooping body mutely played on by the flamelight, he jerked round his dark, narrow head to glance at the distant mirror. It must have been on the mere after-image, so to speak, of the once quite substantial-looking tweeny maid that his exhausted eyes thirstily fixed themselves. She was there, over there, where Soames Junior had more than once taken up his obsequious station. She was smiling, if the dusk of the room could be trusted that far, and not through, but really at Jimmy. She was fairer than ever, fairer than the flaxenest of nymphs on his uncle's ceiling, fairer than the saffronest of young ladies in the respectable list of family grocers, fairer even than... Jimmy hung on this simple vision, as did Dives on the spectacle of Lazarus in bliss. At once, of course, after his very first sigh of relief and welcome, he had turned back on his lips a glib little speech suggesting forgiveness, let old acquaintance be forgot, that kind of thing. He was too tired even to be clever now, and the oddest of convictions had at once come into his mind, seemed almost to fill his body even, that she was waiting for something else. Yes, she was smiling as if in hope. She was waiting to be told to go. Jimmy was no father. He didn't want to be considerate to the raw little creature, to cling to her company for but a few minutes longer, with a view to returns in kind. No, nothing of all that. Oh, my God, my God! A voice groaned within him, but not at any unprecedented jag or stab of pain. The child was still waiting, quite quietly there, as if a shadow, as if a secret and obscure ray of light. and it seemed to Jimmy that in its patient face hung veil upon veil of uncountable faces of the past, in paint, stone, actuality, dream, that he had glanced at or brooded on in the enormous history of his life, that he may have coveted too. And as well as his rebellious features could and would, he smiled back at her. "I understand, my dear," he drew back his dry lips to explain. "Perfectly. And it was courtesy itself of you to look in when I didn't ring. I didn't. I absolutely put my tongue out at the grinning old knob. But no more of that. One mustn't talk for talking's sake, else, why, all those old Trappists, though none of 'em such a bag of bones as me, I bet. But without jesting, you know." Once more a distant voice spoke in Jimmy's ear. "It's important," it said. "You really must hold your tongue until, well, it holds itself." But Jimmy's face continued to smile. And then, suddenly, every vestige of amusement abandoned it. He stared boldly, almost emptily, at the faint inmate of his solitude. "All that I have to say," he muttered, "is just this. I have Mrs. Thrips. I haven't absolutely cut the wire. I wish to be alone. But if I ring, I'm not asking, do you see? In time, I may be able to know what I want. But what is important now is that no more than the accursed pig were your primroses real, my dear. You see, things must be real. And now, I suppose," he had begun shivering again, "you must go. But listen, we part friends." The coals in the grate, with a scarcely audible shuffling, recomposed themselves to their consuming. When there hasn't been anything there, nothing can be said to have vanished from the place where it has not been. Still, Jimmy had felt infinitely colder and immeasurably lonelier when his mouth had thus fallen to silence, and he was so empty and completely exhausted that his one apprehension had been lest he should be unable to ascend the staircase to get to bed. There was no doubt of it. His ultimatum had been instantly effective. The whole house was now preternaturally empty. It was needless even to listen to prove that. So absolute was its pervasive quietude that when at last he gathered his bones together in the effort to rise, to judge from the withering colour of the cinders and ashes in the fireplace, he must have been for some hours asleep, and daybreak must be near. He managed the feat at last, gathered up the tartan travelling shawl that tented in his scarecrow knees, and lit the only candle in its crystal stick in his Aunt Charlotte's drawing-room. And it was an almost chaotically peaceful, though forebodeful Jimmy who, step by step, the fountain of his thoughts completely stilled, his night mind as clear and sparkling as a cavern bedangled with stalagmites and stalactites, climbed laboriously on and up from wide shallow marble stair to stair. He paused in the corridor above, but the nymphs within, muses, graces, fates, what not, piped in vain their mute decoy. His Uncle Timothy's Arabian bed in vain summoned him to its downy embraces. At the wide open door he brandished his guttering candle in a last smiling gesture of farewell, and held on. That is why when, next morning, out of a sounding, slanting shower of rain, Mrs. Thrips admitted herself into the house at the area door, she found the young man, still in his clothes, lying very fast asleep indeed on the truckle bed in the attic. His hands were not only crossed, but convulsively clenched in that position on his breast, and it appeared from certain distressing indications that he must have experienced a severe struggle to refrain from a wild blind tug at the looped-up length of knotted whipcord over his head. As a matter of fact, it did not occur to the littered old charwoman's mind to speculate whether or not Jimmy had actually made such a last attempt, or whether he had been content merely to wait on a Soames who might, perhaps, like all good servants, come when he was wanted rather than when he was called. All her own small knowledge of Soames's, though not without comfort, had been acquired at second hand. Nor did Mrs. Thrips waste time in surmising how Jimmy could ever have persuaded himself to loop up the cord like that out of his reach, unless he had first become abysmally ill-content with his small, primitive, and belated knowledge of campanology. She merely looked at what was left of him, her old face almost comically transfixed in its appearance of pity, horror, astonishment, and curiosity. End of Out of the Deep. Recording by Rafe Ball.
The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Harmon Busby. The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. The circumstances I am about to relate to you have truth to recommend them. They happened to myself, and my recollection of them is vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday. 20 years ago, however, have gone by since that night. During those 20 years, I have told the story to but one other person. I tell it now with a reluctance which I find it difficult to overcome. All I entreat, meanwhile, is that you will abstain from forcing your own conclusions upon me. I want nothing explained away. I desire no arguments. My mind on this subject is quite made up, and having the testimony of my own senses to rely upon, I prefer to abide by it. Well, it was just 20 years ago, and within a day or two of the end of the grouse season. I had been out all day with my gun, and had had no sport to speak of. The wind was due east. The month, December. The place, a bleak, wide moor in the far north of England, and I had lost my way. It was not a pleasant place in which to lose one's way, with the first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm just fluttering down upon the heather, and the leaden evening closing in all around. I shaded my eyes with my hand, and stared anxiously into the gathering darkness, where the purple moorland melted into a range of low hills, some 10 or 12 miles distant. Not the faintest smoke wreath, not the tiniest cultivated patch, or fence, or sheep track met my eyes in any direction. There was nothing for it but to move on, and take my chance of finding what shelter I could by the way. So I shouldered my gun again, and pushed warily forward, for I had been on foot since an hour after daybreak, and had eaten nothing since breakfast. Meanwhile, the snow began to come down with ominous steadiness, and the wind fell. After this, the cold became more intense, and the night came rapidly up. As for me, my prospects darkened with the darkening sky, and my heart grew heavy as I thought how my young wife was already watching for me through the window of our little inn parlor, and thought of all the suffering in store for her throughout this weary night. We had been married 4 months, and, having spent out autumn in the Highlands, were now lodging in a remote little village situated just on the verge of the great English moorlands. We were very much in love, and of course very happy. This morning, when we parted, she had implored me to return before dusk, and I had promised her that I would. What would I not have given to have kept my word? Even now, weary as I was, I felt that, with a supper, an hour's rest, and a guide, I might still get back to her before midnight, if only guide and shelter could be found. And all this time the snow fell, and the night thickened. I stopped and shouted every now and then, but my shouts seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then a vague sense of uneasiness came upon me, and I began to remember stories of travelers who had walked on and on in the falling snow until, wearied out, they were fain to lie down and sleep their lives away. Would it be possible, I asked myself, to keep on thus through all the long dark night? Would there not come a time when my limbs must fail and my resolution give way? When I, too, must sleep the sleep of death? Death! I shuddered. How hard to die just now, when life lay all so bright before me. How hard for my darling, whose whole loving heart, but that thought was not to be borne. To banish it, I shouted again, and again the echo followed. Then a wavering speck of light came suddenly out of the dark, shifting, disappearing, growing momentarily nearer and brighter. Running towards it at full speed, I found myself, to my great joy, face to face with an old man and a lantern. "Thank God!" was the exclamation that burst involuntarily from my lips. Blinking and frowning, he lifted his lantern and peered into my face. "What for?" growled he sulkily. "Well, for you. I began to fear I should be lost in the snow." Then, folks do get cast away hereabouts fra time to time, and what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise, if the Lord's so minded?" "If the Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, my friend, we must submit," I replied. "But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Dwolding?" "A good 20 mile, more or less." "And the nearest village?" "The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 miles to other side." "Where do you live, then?" "Out yonder," said he, with a vague jerk of the lantern. "You're going home, I presume?" "Maybe I am." "Then I'm going with you." The old man shook his head, and rubbed his nose reflectively with the handle of the lantern. "It ain't no use," growled he. "He don't let you in, not he." "We'll see about that," I replied briskly. "Who is he?" "The master." "Who is the master?" "That's naught to you," was the unceremonious reply. "Well, well, you lead the way, and I'll engage that the master shall give me shelter and a supper tonight." You can try him," muttered my reluctant guide, and still shaking his head, he hobbled, gnome-like, away through the falling snow. A large mass loomed up presently out of the darkness, and a huge dog rushed out, barking furiously. "Is this the house?" I asked. "Aye, it's the house. Down bay." And he fumbled in his pocket for the key. I drew up close behind him, prepared to lose no chance of entrance, and saw in the little circle of light shed by the lantern that the door was heavily studded with iron nails, like the door of a prison. In another minute he had turned the key, and I had pushed past him into the house. Once inside, I looked around with curiosity, and found myself in a great raftered hall, which served, apparently, a variety of uses. One end was piled to the roof with corn, like a barn. The other was stored with 4 sacks, agricultural implements, casks, and all kinds of miscellaneous lumber, while from the beams overhead hung rows of hams, flitches, and bunches of dried herbs for winter use. In the center of the floor stood some huge object, gauntly dressed in a dingy wrapping doth, and reaching halfway to the rafters. Lifting a corner of this cloth, I saw, to my surprise, a telescope of very considerable size, mounted on a rude, movable platform with 4 small wheels. The tube was made of painted wood, bound round with bands of metal rudely fashioned. The speculum, so far as I could estimate its size in the dim light, measured at least 15 inches in diameter. While I was yet examining the instrument, and asking myself whether it was not the work of some self-taught optician, a bell rang sharply. "That's for you," said my guide, with a malicious grin. "Yonder's his room." He pointed to a low, black door at the opposite side of the hall. I crossed over, rapped somewhat loudly, and went in without waiting for an invitation. A huge, white-haired old man rose from a table, covered with books and papers, and confronted me sternly. "Who are you?" said he. "How came you here? What do you want?" "James Murray, barrister at law, on foot across the moor. Meat, drink, and sleep." He bent his bushy brows into a portentous frown. "Mine is not a house of entertainment," he said haughtily. "Jacob, how dare you admit this stranger?" "I didn't admit him," grumbled the old man. "He followed me over the muir, and shouldered his way in before me. "I am no match for 6'2". "And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house?" "The same by which I should have clung to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation." "Self-preservation?" "There's an inch of snow on the ground already," I replied briefly, "and it would be deep enough to cover my body before daybreak." He strode to the window, pulled aside a heavy black curtain, and looked out. "It is true," he said. "You can stay, if you choose, till morning. Jacob, serve the supper." With this he waved me to a seat, resumed his own, and became at once absorbed in the studies from which I had disturbed him. I placed my gun in a corner, drew a chair to the hearth, and examined my quarters at leisure. Smaller and less incongruous in its arrangements than the hall, this room contained, nevertheless, much to awaken my curiosity. The floor was carpetless. The whitewashed walls were in parts scrawled over with strange diagrams, and in others covered with shelves crowded with philosophical instruments, the uses of many of which were unknown to me. On one side of the fireplace stood a bookcase filled with dingy folios. On the other, a small organ, fantastically decorated with painted carvings of medieval saints and devils. Through the half-open door of a cupboard at the further end of the room I saw a long array of geological specimens, surgical preparations, crucibles, retorts, and jars of chemicals, while on the mantel-shelf beside me, amid a number of small objects, stood a model of the solar system, a small galvanic battery, and a microscope. Every chair had its burden. Every corner was heaped high with books. The very floor was littered over with maps, casts, papers, tracings, and learned lumber of all conceivable kinds. I stared about me with an amazement increased by every fresh object upon which my eyes chanced to rest. So strange a room I had never seen, yet seemed it stranger still to find such a room in a lone farmhouse amid those wild and solitary moors. Over and over again I looked from my host to his surroundings, and from his surroundings back to my host, asking myself who and what he could be. His head was singularly fine, but it was more the head of a poet than of a philosopher. Broad in the temples, prominent over the eyes, and clothed with a rough profusion of perfectly white hair, it had all the ideality and much of the ruggedness that characterizes the head of Louis von Beethoven. There were the same deep lines about the mouth, and the same stern furrows in the brow. There was the same concentration of expression. While I was yet observing him, the door opened, and Jacob brought in the supper. His master then closed his book, rose, and with more courtesy of manner than he had yet shown, invited me to the table. A dish of ham and eggs, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of admirable sherry were placed before me. "I have but the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir," said my entertainer. "Your appetite, I trust, will make up for the deficiencies of our larder." I had already fallen upon the viands, and now protested, with the enthusiasm of a starving sportsman, that I had never eaten anything so delicious. He bowed stiffly and sat down to his own supper, which consisted primitively of a jug of milk and a basin of porridge. We ate in silence, and when we had done, Jacob removed the tray. I then drew my chair back to the fireside. My host, somewhat to my surprise, did the same, and turning abruptly towards me, said, "Sir, I have lived here in strict retirement for 23 years. During that time I have not seen as many strange faces, and I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information respecting that outer world from which I have parted company so long?" "Pray interrogate me," I replied. "I am heartily at your service." He bent his head in acknowledgment, leaned forward, with his elbows resting on his knees and his chin supported in the palms of his hands, stared fixedly into the fire, and proceeded to question me. His inquiries related chiefly to scientific matters, with the later progress of which, as applied to the practical purposes of life, he was almost wholly unacquainted. No student of science myself, I replied as well as my slight information permitted. But the task was far from easy, and I was much relieved when, passing from interrogation to discussion, he began pouring forth his own conclusions upon the facts which I had been attempting to place before him. He talked, and I listened spellbound. He talked till I believe he almost forgot my presence, and only thought aloud. I had never heard anything like it then. I have never heard anything like it since. Familiar with all systems of all philosophies, subtle in analysis, bold in generalization, he poured forth his thoughts in an uninterrupted stream, and still leaning forward in the same moody attitude with his eyes fixed upon the fire, wandered from topic to topic, from speculation to speculation, like an inspired dreamer. From practical science to mental philosophy, from electricity in the wire to electricity in the nerve, from Watts to Mesmer, from Mesmer to Reichenbach, from Reichenbach to Swedenborg, Spinoza, Condillac, Descartes, Berkeley, Aristotle, Plato, and the Magi and mystics of the East were transitions which, however bewildering in their variety and scope, seemed easy and harmonious upon his lips as sequences in music. By and by, I forget now by what link of conjecture or illustration, he passed on to that field which lies beyond the boundary line or even conjectural philosophy, and reaches no man knows whither. He spoke of the soul and its aspirations, of the spirit and its powers, of second sight, of prophecy, of those phenomena which, under the names of ghosts, specters, and supernatural appearances, have been denied by the skeptics and attested by the credulous of all ages. The world, he said, grows hourly more and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its own narrow radius, and our men of science foster the fatal tendency. They condemn as fable all that resists experiment. They reject as false all that cannot be brought to the test of the laboratory or the dissecting room. Against what superstition have they waged so long and obstinate a war, as against the belief in apparitions? And yet, what superstition has maintained its hold upon the minds of men so long and so firmly? Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony so wide and so various, attested by all races of men, in all ages and in all climates, by the soberest sages of antiquity, by the rudest savage of today, by the Christian, the pagan, the pantheist, the materialist. This phenomenon is treated as a nursery tale by the philosophers of our century. Circumstantial evidence weighs with them as a feather in the balance. The comparison of causes with effects, however valuable in physical science, is put aside as worthless and unreliable. The evidence of competent witnesses, however conclusive in a court of justice, counts for nothing. He who pauses before he pronounces is condemned as a trifler. He who believes is a dreamer or a fool. He spoke with bitterness, and having said thus, relapsed for some minutes into silence. Presently he raised his head from his hands, and added, with an altered voice and manner, I, sir, paused, investigated, believed, and was not ashamed to state my convictions to the world. I too was branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule by my contemporaries, and hooted from that field of science in which I had labored with honor during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me, as I have forgotten the world. You have my history. It is a very sad one, I murmured, scarcely knowing what to answer. It is a very common one, he replied. I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better and wiser man has suffered before me. He rose, as if desirous of ending the conversation, and went over to the window. It has ceased snowing, he observed, as he dropped the curtain and came back to the fireside. Ceased, I exclaimed. starting eagerly to my feet. Oh, if it were only possible, but no, it is hopeless. Even if I could find my way across the moor, I could not walk 20 miles tonight. Walk 20 miles tonight, repeated my host. What are you thinking of? Of my wife, I replied impatiently. Of my young wife, who does not know that I have lost my way, and who is at this moment breaking her heart with suspense and terror. Where is she? At Dwolding, 20 miles away. At Dwolding, he echoed thoughtfully. Yes, the distance, it is true, is 20 miles. But are you so very anxious to save the next 6 or 8 hours? So very, very anxious that I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse. Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate, said he, smiling. The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwolding, passes within 5 miles of this spot, and will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you into the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one? Easily, gladly. He smiled again, rang the bell, gave the old servant his directions, and taking a bottle of whiskey and wine-glass from the cupboard in which he kept his chemicals, said, The snow lies deep, and it will be difficult walking tonight on the moor. A glass of usquebaugh before you start? I would have declined the spirit, but he pressed it on me, and I drank it. It went down my throat like liquid flame, and almost took my breath away. It is strong, he said, but it will help to keep out the cold. And now you have no moments to spare. Good night. I thanked him for his hospitality, and would have shaken hands, but that he had turned away before I could finish my sentence. In another minute I had traversed the hall, Jacob had locked the outer door behind me, and we were out on the wide white moor. Although the wind had fallen, it was still bitterly cold. Not a star glimmered in the black vault overhead. Not a sound, save the rapid crunching of the snow beneath our feet, disturbed the heavy stillness of the night. Jacob, not too well pleased with his mission, shambled on before in sullen silence, his lantern in his hand and his shadow at his feet. I followed, with my gun over my shoulder, as little inclined for conversation as himself. My thoughts were full of my late host. His voice yet rang in my ears. His eloquence yet held my imagination captive. I remember to this day with surprise how my overexcited brain retained whole sentences and parts of sentences, troops of brilliant images and fragments of splendid reasoning, in the very words in which he had uttered them. Musing thus over what I had heard, and striving to recall a lost link here and there, I strode on at the heel of my guide, absorbed and unobservant. Presently, at the end, as it seemed to me, of only a few minutes, he came to a sudden halt and said, Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and you can't fail of the way. This, then, is the old coach road? Aye, 'tis the old coach road. And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads? Nigh upon 3 mile. I pulled out my purse, and he became more communicative. The road's a fair road enough, said he, for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close again the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident. What accident? The night mail pitched right over into the valley below, a good 50 feet and more, just at the worst bit of road in the whole county. Horrible! Were many lives lost? All. 4 were found dead, and t'other 2 died next morning. How long is it since this happened? Just 9 year. Near the signpost, you say? I will bear it in mind. Good night. Good night. Sit and thankee. Jacob pocketed his half-crown, made a faint pretense of touching his hat, and trudged back by the way he had come. I watched the fight of his lantern till it quite disappeared, and then turned to pursue my way alone. This was no longer matter of the slightest difficulty, for, Despite the dead darkness overhead, the line of stone fence showed distinctly enough against the pale gleam of the snow. How silent it seemed now, with only my footsteps to listen to. How silent and how solitary. A strange, disagreeable sense of loneliness stole over me. I walked faster. I hummed a fragment of a tune. I cast up enormous sums in my head and accumulated them at compound interest. I did best, in short, to forget the startling speculations to which I had but just been listening, and to some extent I succeeded. Meanwhile, the night air seemed to become colder and colder, and though I walked fast, I found it impossible to keep myself warm. My feet were like ice. I lost sensation in my hands and grasped my gun mechanically. I even breathed with difficulty, as though, instead of traversing a quiet north country highway, I were scaling the uppermost heights of some gigantic Alp. This last symptom became presently so distressing that I was forced to stop for a few minutes and lean against the stone fence. As I did so, I chanced to look back up the road, and there, to my infinite relief, I saw a distant point of light, like the gleam of an approaching lantern. I at first concluded that Jacob had retraced his steps and followed me, but even as the conjecture presented itself, a second light flashed into sight, a light evidently parallel with the first, and approaching at the same rate of motion. It needed no second thought to show me that these must be the carriage lamps of some private vehicle, though it seemed strange that any private vehicle should take a road professedly disused and dangerous. There could be no doubt, however, of the fact, for the lamps grew larger and brighter every moment, and I even fancied I could already see the dark outline of the carriage between them. It was coming up very fast, and quite noiselessly, the snow being nearly a foot deep under the wheels. And now the body of the vehicle became distinctly visible behind the lamps. It looked strangely lofty. A sudden suspicion flashed upon me. Was it possible that I had passed the crossroads in the dark without observing the signpost, and could this be the very coach which I had come to meet? No need to ask myself that question a second time, for here it came round the bend of the road, guard and driver, one outside passenger, and 4 steaming greys, all wrapped in a soft haze of light, through which the lamps blazed out like a pair of fiery meteors. I jumped forward, waved my hat, and shouted. The mail came down at full speed and passed me. For a moment I feared that I had not been seen or heard, but it was only for a moment. The coachman pulled up. The guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep in the rumble, neither answered my hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. I opened the door for myself and looked in. There were but 3 travelers inside, so I stepped in, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated myself of my good fortune. The atmosphere of the coach seemed, if possible, colder than that of the outer air, and was pervaded by a singularly damp and disagreeable smell. I looked round at my fellow passengers. They were all 3 men, and all silent. They did not seem to be asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle, as if absorbed in his own reflections. I attempted to open a conversation. "How intensely cold it is tonight," I said, addressing my opposite neighbor. He lifted his head, looked at me, but made no reply. "The winter," I added, "seems to have begun in earnest." Although the corner in which he sat was so dim that I could distinguish none of his features very clearly, I saw that his eyes were still turned full upon me, and yet he answered never a word. At any other time I should have felt, and perhaps expressed, some annoyance, but at the moment I felt too ill to do either. The icy coldness of the night air had struck a chill to my very marrow, and the strange smell inside the coach was affecting me with an intolerable nausea. I shivered from head to foot, and, turning to my left-hand neighbor, asked if he had any objection to an open window. He neither spoke nor stirred. I repeated the question somewhat more loudly, but with the same result. Then I lost my patience and let the sash down. As I did so, the leather strap broke in my hand, and I observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the accumulation, apparently, of years. My attention being thus drawn to the condition of the coach, I examined it more narrowly, and saw by the uncertain light of the outer lamps that it was in the last state of dilapidation. Every part of it was not only out of repair, but in a condition of decay. The sashes splintered at a touch. The leather fittings were crusted over with mold, and literally rotting from the woodwork. The floor was almost breaking away beneath my feet. The whole machine, in short, was foul with damp, and had evidently been dragged from some outhouse in which it had been mouldering away for years to do another day or two of duty on the road. I turned to the third passenger, whom I had not yet addressed, and hazarded one more remark. "This coach," I said, "is in deplorable condition. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair." He moved his head slowly, and looked me in the face without speaking a word. I shall never forget that look while I live. I turned cold at heart under it. I turn cold at heart even now when I recall it. His eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. His face was livid as the face of a corpse. His bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. The words that I was about to utter died upon my lips, and a strange horror, a dreadful horror, came upon me. My sight had by this time become used to the gloom of the coach, and I could see with tolerable distinctness. I turned to my opposite neighbor. He too was looking at me with the same startling pallor in his face and the same stony glitter in his eyes. I passed my hand across my brow. I turned to the passenger on the seat beside my own, and saw, oh heaven, how shall I describe what I saw? I saw that he was no living man, that none of them were living men like myself. A pale, phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their eyes, their terrible eyes, were living, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon me. A shriek of terror, a wild, unintelligible cry for help and mercy, burst from my lips as I flung myself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in the flash of summer lightning, I saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. It seemed as if years had gone by when I awoke one morning from a deep sleep and found my wife watching by my bedside. I will pass over the scene that ensued and give you in 6 words the tale she told me with tears of thanksgiving. I had fallen over a precipice, close against the junction of the old coach road and the new, and had only been saved from certain death by lighting upon a deep snowdrift that accumulated at the foot of the rock beneath. In this snowdrift I was discovered at daybreak by a couple of shepherds, who carried me to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to my aid. The surgeon found me in a state of raving delirium, with a broken arm and a compound fracture of the skull. The letters in my pocketbook showed my name and address. My wife was summoned to nurse me, and thanks to youth and a fine constitution, I came out of danger at last. The place of my fall, I need scarcely say, was precisely that at which a frightful accident had happened to the North Mail 9 years before. I never told my wife the fearful events which I have just related to you. I told the surgeon who attended me, but he treated the whole adventure as a mere dream born of the fever in my brain. We discussed the question over and over again until we found that we could discuss it with temper no longer, and then we dropped it. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that 20 years ago, I was the 4th inside passenger in that phantom coach. End of The Phantom Coach. Recording by Harmon Busby.
The Tap by Arthur Edwards Chapman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Tap by Arthur Edwards Chapman. Mentally, I cursed the tap. If I had risen once to turn it off, I had risen half a dozen times during the last quarter of an hour, and still the disconcerting drip, drip, drip continued. This was my first night in a new flat, and after Mrs. Biggs, who came in to do the cleaning and prepare my meals, had wished me good night, I had settled down to run off a short article which I had promised to deliver by morning. The words had flowed from my pen with scarcely an effort, and probably for this very reason the incident stands out in my memory more vividly than would otherwise have been the case. I recollect that I had paused my writing to consider more deeply a certain point in my article. Glancing up at the clock, I had noticed the hands indicating 11:15, and as I took up my pen afresh, I heard that drip, drip, drip of the tap in the bathroom. For a few minutes I paid no attention to the sound and continued writing, but presently it became so loud and insistent that I found myself counting the drops unconsciously. Drip, drip, drip. A loose washer, I said to myself. I'll get a plumber tomorrow. Rising, I proceeded to the bathroom and turned the tap off so far as I was able. Then I went back to my desk, but barely had I picked up my pen than the sound recommenced. Drip, drip, drip. I tried to ignore it, but without success. The very quietness of the building seemed to intensify the noise until to listen to it became painful. I must have gone at least 4 times to try and screw the confounded thing off, and as surely as I returned to my chair, believing I had fixed it, just as surely would that dripping begin anew. With an exclamation of annoyance, I rose to my feet once more, and then, suddenly, I became aware that the drip, drip, drip was changing slowly, gradually, to a full rush of water, as though someone were turning on the tap to its fullest extent. In surprise, I hurried to the bathroom, and as I approached the door, I heard the little window blow open with a loud bang, and a great gust of air enfolded me, air of so icy a coldness that I shivered involuntarily. Grumbling at the carelessness of Mrs. Biggs in leaving the window unfastened, I closed it hastily and made it secure, shooting home the tiny bolt that a previous tenant had for some reason placed on the bottom frame. After stopping the tap, which by some strange freak had turned itself on, I closed the bathroom door and returned to my work with a renewed resolve to send for the plumber on the morrow. It was some time, however, before I was able fully to concentrate again, for I kept breaking off to listen for that drip, drip, drip. I listened in vain, for the tiresome sound was not renewed, and though I wrote for at least an hour longer, I did not hear it again that night. Next morning I put my resolve into practice, and in due course my friend the plumber arrived. After spending considerable time in the bathroom, he came in to report to me. "Didn't seem to be anything wrong, sir," he assured me. "But I've put a new washer on, and it'll be right enough now, sir. I'll bob in again, though, just to see it's going proper." Apparently he was right, for I did not hear the tap at all during the day. Once, after Mrs. Biggs had gone, I visited the bathroom to inspect the job, and was quite convinced that the dripping would not cause me further inconvenience. Also, I took the opportunity of seeing that the bathroom window was securely fastened, and thus satisfied, I returned to my study. I got thoroughly warmed up to my work and was totally oblivious to everything but the scratch of my pen as it sped across the smooth surface of the paper. All else seemed wrapped in a quietness like that of a tropical night, a quietness paradoxically emphasized by the multitude of familiar sounds that, strangely enough, fail to impress themselves upon one's mind solely by reason of their very insistence. The ticking of the clock on the wall before me, the falling of an occasional coal from the grate, these and other commonplace noises served only to heighten the deadly stillness of my room. Then, suddenly, as I wrote, I became conscious of a new sound, an accompaniment, it seemed, to the scratch of my pen. Drip, drip, drip. It pierced the silence like a rapier pierces a heart. It forced itself upon me, so harshly that I dropped my pen and stuffed my fingers into my ears to shut it out. As I did so, I raised my head and found myself gazing with a feeling akin to fear at the clock. It was exactly 11:15. For an instant I stared, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. Was it merely coincidence, or was there something uncanny about the tap? 11:15. Slowly, fearfully, I turned my head toward the door, half expecting to see some awful apparition come gliding through. Then I laughed, somewhat nervously I must admit, at my childish dread, and got sharply to my feet. Hang it all, my nerves were all on edge. I was working too hard. A rest would do me good. Drip, drip, drip. Nothing strange about that, surely, I thought. I would have it out with my friend the plumber all the same. Meanwhile, I must try and check the dripping. As I entered the bathroom, the tap, seeming to protest against my interference, began to drip faster, and I reached out my hand to stop it. Then I felt a peculiar stinging, burning sensation of intense cold across the backs of my hands, as though someone were passing a piece of ice over them, and the knob of the tap began slowly to unscrew itself. It was weird, uncanny. I cannot adequately describe it. I tried to resist that unseen force, but was powerless against it. Nor could I withdraw my hands from the tap. They were numb with that fey coldness and pressed on by invisible fingers against the metal, while the screw slowly turned round and round before my very eyes, and the drip, drip became a swift dribble. And then an awful, nameless terror took possession of me. I strove to flee, but could not. I turned my head away, but some strange power impelled me to return my gaze to the tap that kept on slowly turning. My heart beat madly against my ribs. I was hot and cold alternately. I think I went mad and struggled wildly to escape that horrible influence. Then, as the screw reached its limit and the water gushed forth, the little window suddenly was flung open, and an icy blast met me and sent me staggering back against the wall. For a few minutes I leaned there, striving to steady my racked nerves and collect my scattered wits. But now all was still and quiet, save for the rushing of the water. Mechanically, I crossed to the basin and turned the tap off, afterward closing and fastening the window. Now I was able to think more calmly and endeavored to probe the mystery of this strange happening. But try as I would, I could not explain it. I had always been a skeptic where spiritualism was concerned, and yet... The next day passed quite as usual, and though on several occasions I entered the bathroom, there was no indication of anything out of the ordinary about the place. The tap was behaving just as any self-respecting tap should. During the evening I received a visit from an old college chum, Ralph Greatrix. In the old days we had fought many a wordy battle on matters relating to psychic research, for Greatrix was a keen student of the subject, whereas I, as I have intimated, was openly a scoffer. Remembering thus, I took the opportunity of telling him of my experience of the previous night. When I had finished my tale, Greatrix was silent for a space. Then he turned and looked at me queerly and said, rather irrelevantly I thought, "Do you remember the Goldstone murder which created such a sensation some 6 months ago?" I said I had a slight recollection of the affair. A certain theatrical manager of the name of Goldstone had murdered his wife in a fit of jealousy, wasn't it? Yes, Greatrix agreed slowly. Well, the crime was committed in this flat. Now it was my turn to stare curiously. "In this flat," I repeated, taking out my cigarette case and offering it to him. Greatrix nodded. "Let me refresh your memory a little," he said, lighting up. "This Goldstone was known to be insanely jealous of his young wife. It was said that he suspected her of being unduly interested in a certain actor who was then playing lead in Goldstone's company. Well, one night, a Sunday it was, Goldstone was returning to his flat when he passed the actor in the street. Immediately, Goldstone's jealousy was aroused. In his mind, there was but one explanation. His wife had taken advantage of his absence to receive her lover. "Oh, I seem to remember that," I interrupted. "It was proved afterwards that the actor had just left some friends further up the street in whose company he had been all the evening. Wasn't that it?" "Yes, you're right," Greatrix said, "but Goldstone didn't know that. All he thought of was the supposed faithlessness of his wife. His previous suspicions seemed to be more than justified, and he entered the flat with murder in his heart. His wife was just retiring and had gone into the bathroom for a glass of water, which she was in the habit of taking last thing at night. She had just turned on the tap, mark this well, and was reaching for the glass when Goldstone burst in upon her." Greatrix paused and gazed into the fireplace. "That would be some time just before 11, he said reflectively. "Just before 11, I shot the question suddenly. "That's the time the tap starts to drip." My friend nodded his head slowly and continued. "She hadn't time to fill the glass before Goldstone had her by the throat. You know the rest. A policeman heard her scream and forced an entry, but it was too late. He finished speaking and bent to poke the dying fire into a last despairing flame. I gazed at him half doubtfully. "Then you think," I began. "I believe," he said deliberately, "that the spirit of the dead woman is seeking to complete the action which the mind conceived, but the body was unable to carry out." "You mean that the thought uppermost in the woman's mind when death overtook her was to obtain a glass of water, and that the spirit will not rest in peace until this thought becomes translated into action?" "Yes," he said, and then stopped short, listening intently. I had heard the sound also, and knew that the hour had come. Glancing quickly at the clock, I saw that it was 11:15, and as the drip, drip, drip slowly became louder, I felt something of that fear of the previous night returning. Greatrix rose sharply and flung his half-consumed cigarette into the fireplace, a strange, far-off look in his eyes. "Come," he said quietly, and I followed him, not without some misgivings, to the bathroom. As he pushed open the door, my eyes instinctively sought out the tap, and I saw that it was slowly turning. For an instant my friend watched in silence. Then suddenly he crossed to the basin, and taking a glass from the shelf above, held it under the tap, which now was running swiftly. Wonderingly I watched him, shivering a little as I felt an icy wave pass by me. But Greatrix did not appear to notice anything, and placing the glass, now full, on the basin, he came quickly to my side. "Watch," he said simply. Together we gazed at that glass of water, and then with a shock I realized that it was moving. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, it began to float upward as though raised by an invisible hand. Fascinated, horrified, I watched the upward course, and I think I would have rushed forward had not my companion held me back with a warning arm. Higher the glass went, and that invisible hand began to tilt it, so that it seemed as if the contents must be spilled to the floor. No drop fell, however. Instead, I saw the water slowly disappearing, vanishing into the air until the last drop was gone. I felt my head throbbing, my heart began to race. I could stand it no longer, and with a cry I flung aside my friend's restraining hand and darted wildly forward. With a loud crash, the window burst open, and as I fell back before the fierceness of that inrush of air, the glass, freed from the invisible power, tumbled to the floor, where it shattered into 100 fragments. With an effort, I calmed myself and turned to Greatrix, who was still standing with his back against the wall, a vacant look in his eyes and a faint smile of understanding and relief on his lips. What was it?" I stammered. "What does it mean?" Quietly he answered as he turned toward me. "It means that the unexpressed thought has become an actuality. The spirit will trouble you no more." My friend the plumber came, as he had promised, to see how his job had gone on. "Well, sir," he said, "I dare bet as how that tap ain't dripping now, eh?" I smiled thoughtfully. "No," I replied slowly, "it doesn't drip, now." "I thought as how I'd fix it," he exclaimed with professional pride. "What I don't know about taps ain't worth wasting breath on." End of The Tap. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
There Shall Be No Misunderstanding by Hildegard Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgatenovelist. There Shall Be No Misunderstanding by Hildegard Hawthorne. Nonsense, Archie. Why won't you look at it from my point of view? There's no need of getting angry about the matter. It's simply— My dear girl, I see your point of view without any trouble at all. Of course, you've a perfect right to any opinion you choose to hold. I don't pretend to flatter myself that I should have any influence in getting you to change it. Archie! Well? You are absurd. Just because I don't agree with you, I'm to be accused of selfishness and obstinacy. If anyone is obstinate, it certainly isn't I. Very likely. Perhaps we'd better not talk of the matter any more. The two young people were seated on the veranda of a country house, charmingly embowered in creeping vines, and commanding a wide view of the Hudson, and the mighty hills through which it winds. The summer air was full of the fragrance of new-mown hay, and the drowsy murmur of insects lulled the ear, while ever and anon a thrush by the brook rippled into mellow song. Everything spoke of peace, except the two in whose hearts, by right, the perfecting glory of love should have given the culminating touch, for the two were engaged. Yet it so happened that a dispute, trifling in itself, had become magnified and embittered, after the sad human way, until both the man and the girl were in a state where any moment might bring forth some act or word which the rest of their lives would be spent regretting. After Archie's last remark there was silence for several minutes. He leaned back in his chair and looked grimly down at the river, while Eileen, having turned from him with a swift movement, stared nervously across the hills and blinked the tears from her eyes. When she spoke, it was with a measured coldness, which hid the hurried beating of her heart. "If we have only been engaged a week, and have already found a topic on which we must be silent, for fear of quarrelling, I think there must be something wrong." "If you can say such a thing as that, Eileen, there surely is," replied her lover, hoarsely. Then, there's nothing to do but—" She stopped abruptly and glanced at Archie, but he still stared at the river and scarcely seemed to have heard her. She sprang to her feet, and the angry colour dyed her cheeks. "I'm sorry I've been so slow to understand you, Archie," she exclaimed. "It's evident we are not suited to each other. The best we can do is to forget we've ever been engaged." Archie stood up and looked at her, pale as she was flushed. "Do you mean our engagement is broken?" he asked. "Here is your ring," and she tore it off and handed it to him. "If your love for me cannot stand a disagreement, Eileen, doubtless you are right." He looked at the ring, and then put it slowly into his pocket. Eileen turned away and began to arrange the magazines on a table. A moment or two passed. Then Archie, without another word, strode down the veranda steps, and mounting his horse, which stood hitched at the foot, galloped off. Eileen listened to the beat of the hoofs until they died away. Then she went slowly into the house and up to her room. She felt as though she were carrying a great weight, and almost staggered as she reached her door. Tears blinded her as she entered. The perfume of the roses he had brought her that morning sweetened the air. There stood his photograph, manly, handsome, with the smile in his eyes which she knew so well. "Archie, Archie, Archie!" she sobbed, and threw herself on the bed in a passion of tears. "How can it have happened? What was the matter with us? You know I love you, Archie. Yes, and I know you love me. And yet, if we had hated each other, we couldn't have been more cruel. Can't a love like ours cast out misunderstanding and vanity and selfishness? I would die gladly if my death could save him from any pain, and yet I cannot yield a worthless point to him who is more than the whole world to me. We didn't mean what we said, it wasn't we who were talking, and yet we have given each other a deadly wound, have insulted our love, have trampled a holy thing in the dust." The hours slipped by, and at last Eileen roused herself. She sat up, feeling absently at the fourth finger of her left hand. She started as she realized what she was looking for. "Even my little finger misses him," she whispered with a pitiful smile. Behind the house a narrow, winding path made its way between the apple trees, and past a yellow field of rye, through a green wood, and over a brook by a pretty rustic bridge. Beyond that point it wandered on, with many a lovely turn, giving now and again an enchanting glimpse of the great river, until, a mile or more farther, it joined the highway. It had been the custom of the lovers to meet at the little bridge every evening, and then to saunter together along the path, and home by a short cut across the golf links. Eileen knew that the hour when she generally started for the trysting place was at hand. Knew, hesitated, and suddenly arose. "He won't be there tonight, and I think my heart will break, but I will go. I cannot stay away." The shadows were long under the apple trees as she walked out, and the robins fluted joyously. The evening seemed too lovely to belong to earth. Meant for heaven, it had somehow lost its way, and dropped, by a fortunate chance, on our world. As Eileen moved slowly along the fragrant path, seeing in the sky the wonderful, ever-changing shades of rose and green and purple, hearing music from 100 happy birds, breathing the balmy air, an indescribable peace came into her troubled heart. What though anger and misunderstanding lay behind? She knew it was all right now. Archie would be waiting for her, waiting with a look of perfect comprehension, and she would not even need to speak. But speak she would, as she never had before, to tell him how deep, how great her love was, and that never more should a shadow darken it. Never, never. The birds sang always more sweetly, and the wind among the branches made tender harmonies that chimed with the love in her heart. And now she passed the yellow grain, and now entered the woods, and there, indeed, midway on the bridge, where the sun sent a mellow gleam through the overarching branches, stood her lover awaiting her. A wave of happiness surged over her, taking her breath for an instant. She stopped, and then ran forward with hands outstretched, calling in a voice low but of piercing tenderness, "My dearest, I knew that I should find you. I knew you would be here. If you had not, I think I should have died." In a moment they were in each other's arms, and at his kiss, the last faint doubt or lingering veil of bitterness, if any there was, passed utterly out of Eileen's heart, and it seemed to her that in that moment, for the first time, she knew happiness, supreme, divine. "Have you waited long?" "Not long, love." "Archie, you forgive me." "I understand you, beloved, and what is real beside our love?" With their arms about each other they sauntered on down the path. The dying radiance of the sun made a glory about them. The trees whispered and swayed over their heads, and it seemed to Eileen as though she scarcely touched the ground. What indeed was real beside their love? These lovely things about her, these singing birds and fragrant flowers and murmuring leaves, they were only a sort of picture, a reflection of the happiness in her heart. As long as this beautiful happiness lasted, and well she knew that it could never end, so long, too, would this delightful, blossoming world surround them. It must always be glorious summer where they two were. "My beloved," said Archie, looking down at her with shining eyes, "is not such a union worth a sacrifice?" "It would be worth any sacrifice." He drew her closer. They had reached an open glade where a clear spring bubbled up inside a circle of rocks and trickled off in a series of tiny pools and streamlets where birds bathed and fluttered. Moved by the same impulse, the lovers seated themselves on the grass beside this spring and remained a while in silence, looking into the crystal depth of the water. Each saw therein the reflection of the other, and to Eileen it seemed that never before had she seen a loftier beauty than was now expressed by her lover's face. He seemed almost to emit light, and half startled, half smiling, she turned towards him. "Archie!" she cried, catching his hand in hers. "Let me feel you. I want to be sure you are real. In the pool there you hardly seem to belong to this world." Archie smiled and threw his arm about her. "There is only one real world," he replied, "and we both belong to that. But give me your hand. There is something missing from it that should be there." Eileen flushed and paled, holding out her left hand with a gesture almost tragic. "Yes, put it back," she whispered. "The best part of myself is lacking when that is not there." He slipped the ring back and kissed the slender fingers. "Never let it come off again. The circle is the symbol of our perfect union, and that stone the shining sign of its immortality." "I shall always wear it," said Eileen, solemnly, as though she were pronouncing a vow. "Come, then, my beloved, the time approaches," said Archie, with a deep tenderness. "The time?" asked Eileen, dreamily, as they rose. Glancing again into the pool, she caught a last wavering reflection of her lover's features. Surely there was a starry gleam about his brows. They moved on together to what seemed like rhythmic harmony, albeit soundless as a dream. "The time, Archie? What time?" "You will know soon now. But remember, my darling, nothing can really part us. You know that." "I know it." They were nearing the end of the path, and only a short way beyond lay the high road. Suddenly a great dread was born in Eileen's heart. She clung trembling to her lover. "Don't go on, Archie. I am afraid. Don't go on. It is so perfect here, like heaven. I cannot bear to leave it." Archie smiled, and the smile held so much of joy, and yet withal so tender a pity, that tears filled Eileen's eyes, even as she leaned against him with a sigh of perfect happiness. "It is indeed like heaven, little love," he said, in a voice as deep and musical as the murmur of great pines. "But we must go on. Do you not understand?" Eileen lifted her head slowly and looked into her lover's eyes. Long they gazed at each other, hand clasped in hand, heart against heart. "You see," said Archie at last. Eileen turned pale and paler, and her eyes grew dark with dread. "Not that, my love, not that," she whispered. "I cannot bear that. I cannot lose you now. We belong to each other forever, but for a little while. It is the sacrifice." "It is the sacrifice." The men stumbled along awkwardly with their load, breathing heavily. Suddenly they saw a girl step out into the dusty highway. They halted abruptly, looking one at the other with white faces, and trying as best they might to hide from her eyes the nature of their burden. She came steadily towards them, however, and seeing this, they laid what they were carrying by the roadside, and one of them came towards the girl hastily. "Don't come any farther," he exclaimed. There's been an accident, and—" "I know," she answered, quietly, and stopped. Even in the fading light he could see she was deadly pale. Then she came on. "He is dead, I know. I must see him." They drew aside, one of them muttering as she passed. It was his horse. It fell with him. End of There Shall Be No Misunderstanding by Hildegard Hawthorne.
The Thing at Ghent by Henri de Balzac. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Thing at Ghent by Henri de Balzac. A peculiar thing took place at Ghent while I was staying there. A lady 10 years a widow lay on her bed attacked by mortal sickness. The 3 heirs of collateral lineage were waiting for her last sigh. They did not leave her side, for fear that she would make a will in favor of the convent of Béguines, belonging to the town. The sick woman kept silent. She seemed dozing, and death appeared to overspread, very gradually, her mute and livid face. Can't you imagine those 3 relations sitting in silence through that winter midnight beside her bed? An old nurse is with them, and she shakes her head, and the doctor sees with anxiety that the sickness has reached its last stage, and holds his hat in one hand, and with the other makes a sign to the relations, as if to say to them, "I have no more visits to make here." Amid the solemn silence of the room is heard a dull rustling of the snowstorm which beats upon the shutters. For fear that the eyes of the dying woman might be dazzled by the light, the youngest of the heirs had fitted a shade to the candle, which stood near the bed, so that the circle of light scarcely reached the pillow of the death-bed, from which the sallow countenance of the sick woman stood out like the figure of Christ, imperfectly gilded, and fixed upon a cross of tarnished silver. The flickering rays shed by the blue flames of the crackling fire were therefore the sole light of this somber chamber, where the denouement of a drama was just ending. A log suddenly rolled from the fire on to the floor, as if presaging some catastrophe. At the sound of it, the sick woman quickly rose to a sitting posture. She opened 2 eyes, clear as those of a cat, and all present eyed her in astonishment. She saw the log advance, and before anyone could check an unexpected movement which seemed prompted by a kind of delirium, she bounded from her bed, seized the tongs, and threw the coal back into the fireplace. The nurse, the doctor, and relations rushed to her assistance. They took the dying woman in their arms. They put her back in bed. She lay her head upon the pillow, and after a few minutes died, keeping her eyes fixed, even after her death, upon the plank in the floor which the burning brand had touched. Scarcely had the Countess von Ostrom expired, when the 3 co-heirs exchanged looks of suspicion, and thinking no more about their aunt, began to examine the mysterious floor. As they were Belgians, their calculations were as rapid as their glances. an agreement was made by 3 words, uttered in low voice, that none of them would leave the chamber. A servant was sent to fetch a carpenter. Their collateral hearts beat excitedly as they gathered around the treasured flooring, and watched their young apprentice give the first blow with his chisel. The plank was cut through. "My aunt made a sign," said the youngest of the heirs. "No, it was merely a quivering of the light that made it appear so," replied the eldest, who kept one eye on the treasure and the other on the corpse. The afflicted relations discovered, exactly on the spot where the brand had fallen, a certain object, artistically enveloped in a mass of plaster. "Proceed," said the eldest of the heirs. The chisel of the apprentice then brought to light a human head, and some odds and ends of clothing, from which they recognized the Count whom all the town believed had died at Java, and whose loss had been bitterly deplored by his wife. The end of The Thing at Ghent by Henri de Balzac. Three and One Are One by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. 3 and 1 Are One by Ambrose Bierce. In the year 1861, Bar Lassiter, a young man of 22, lived with his parents and an elderly sister near Carthage, Tennessee. The family were in somewhat humble circumstances, subsisting by cultivation of a small and not very fertile plantation. Owning no slaves, they were not rated among the best people of their neighborhood, but they were honest persons of good education, fairly well-mannered, and as respectable as any family could be, if uncredentialed by personal dominion over the sons and daughters of Ham. The elder Lassiter had that severity of manner that so frequently affirms an uncompromising devotion to duty, and conceals a warm and affectionate disposition. He was of the iron of which martyrs are made, but in the heart of the matrix had lurked a nobler metal, fusible at a milder heat, yet never coloring nor softening the hard exterior. By both heredity and environment, something of the man's inflexible character had touched the other members of the family. The Lassiter home, though not devoid of domestic affection, was a veritable citadel of duty, and duty, duty is as cruel as death. When the war came, it found in the family, as in so many others in the state, a divided sentiment. The young man was loyal to the Union, the others savagely hostile. This unhappy division begot an unsupportable domestic bitterness, and when the offending son and brother left home with an avowed purpose of joining the Federal Army, not a hand was laid in him, not a word of farewell was spoken, not a good wish followed him out into the world, whither he might meet with such spirit as he might whatever fate awaited him. Making his way to Nashville, already occupied by the army of General Buell, he enlisted in the first organization that he found, a Kentucky regiment of cavalry, and in due time passed through all the stages of military evolution, from raw recruit to experienced trooper. A right good trooper he was, too, although in his oral narrative, from which this tale is made, there is no mention of that. The fact was learned from his surviving comrades, for Bart Lassiter has answered "Here" to the sergeant whose name is Death. 2 years after he had joined it, his regiment passed through the region whence he had come. The country thereabout had suffered severely from the ravages of war, having been occupied alternately and simultaneously, by the belligerent forces, and the sanguinary struggle had occurred in the immediate vicinity of the Lassiter homestead. But of this the young trooper was not aware. Finding himself in camp near his home, he felt a natural longing to see his parents and sister, hoping that in them, as in him, the unnatural animosity of the period had been softened by time and separation. Obtaining a leave of absence, he set foot in the late summer afternoon, and soon after the rising of the full moon was walking up the gravel path leading to the dwelling in which he had been born. Soldiers in the war age rapidly, and in youth 2 years are a long time. Bar Lassiter felt himself an old man, and had almost expected to find the place in ruin and desolation. Nothing apparently was changed. At the sight of each dear and familiar object, he was profoundly affected. His heart beat audibly. His emotions nearly suffocated him. An ache was in his throat. Unconsciously he quickened his pace until he almost ran, his long shadow making grotesque efforts to keep its place beside him. The house was unlighted, and the door opened. As he approached and paused to recover control of himself, his father came out and stood bareheaded in the moonlight. "Father!" cried the young man, springing forward with outstretched hand. "Father!" The elder man looked him sternly in the face, stood a moment motionless, and without a word withdrew into the house. Bitterly disappointed, humiliated, unexpressibly hurt, and altogether unnerved, the soldier dropped into a rustic seat in deep dejection, supporting his head upon his trembling hand. But he would not have it so. He was too good a soldier to accept repulse as defeat. He rose and entered the house, passing directly to the sitting-room. It was dimly lighted by an uncurtained east window. On a low stool by the hearthside, the only article of furniture in place, sat his mother, staring into the fireplace, strewn with blackened embers and cold ash. He spoke to her, tenderly, interrogatively, and with hesitation, but she neither answered nor moved, nor seemed in any way surprised. True, there had been time for her husband to apprise her of their guilty son's return. He moved nearer, and was about to lay his hand upon her arm, when his sister entered from an adjoining room, looked him full in the face, passed him without a sign of recognition, and left the room by a door that was partly behind him. He had turned his head to watch her, but when she was gone his eyes again sought his mother. She too had left the place. Bar Lassiter strode to the door by which he had entered. The moonlight on the lawn was tremulous, as if the sward were a rippling sea. The trees and their black shadows shook as in a breeze. Blended with its borders, the gravel walk seemed unsteady and insecure to walk on. This young soldier knew the optical illusions produced by tears. He felt them on his cheek, and he saw them sparkle on the breast of his trooper's jacket. He left the house and made his way back to camp. The next day, with no very definite intention, with no dominant feeling that he would rightly have named, he again sought the spot. Within a half a mile of it, he met Bushrod Albro, a former playfellow and schoolmate, who greeted him warmly. "I'm going to visit my home," said the soldier. The other looked at him rather sharply and said nothing. "I know," continued Lassiter, "that my folks have not changed, but—" "There have been changes," Albro interrupted. "Everything changes. I'll go with you, if you don't mind. We can talk as we go." But Albro did not talk. Instead of a home, they found only fire-blackened foundations of stone, enclosing an area of compact ash pitted by rains. Lassiter's astonishment was extreme. "I could not find the right way to tell you," said Albro. In the fight a year ago, your house was burned by a Federal shell. And my family, where are they? In heaven, I hope. All were killed by the shell. The end of 3 and 1 are one by Ambrose Bierce. An Unbidden Guest from 25 Ghost Stories, compiled and edited by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. An Unbidden Guest by W. Bob Holland. My cousins, Kate and Tom Howard, married at Trinity at Easter time, concluded to commence housekeeping by taking one of those delightfully expensive furnished, unfurnished cottages, with which the fashionable watering place of W abounds. From those rear windows one might almost take a plunge into the surf, the beach being at the back door. They went down quite early in May, being in a great hurry to try their domestic experiment, and, as the evenings were still cold, they spent them about the open fire, spooning. It was upon one of these nights, about 11 o'clock, that they were startled by a noise, as of some small object falling, soon followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, and then quiet reigned again supreme. At once, Tom, poker in hand, boldly started in search of the burglar, followed by Kate, wildly clutching at his coat-tails, in a state of tremor. They looked upstairs, under the various beds, Kate suggesting that in novels they were always to be found there. The dining room was next explored, where all seemed well, and, lastly, the kitchen, where they found what was evidently a solution of the mystery. The burglar had entered by the back door, which was found to be unlocked and slightly ajar. The first excitement subsiding, they returned again to the dining room, where Tom, upon closer inspection, then discovered that one of a pair of quaint little pepper pots, wedding gifts, was missing, and other small articles on the sideboard had been slightly disturbed. The next morning, when Kate mildly remonstrated with the queen of the kitchen for her carelessness, she received a shock by being told that it was her usual custom to leave the door open, so that it could be aisy convenient looky for the milkmaid. They parted with her, and a new maid was engaged, whose chief qualification for the place was that she was most faithful in the discharge of her duties, especially in locking up. While they mourned the loss of the pepper pot, it still seemed so trifling when they thought of that lovely repoussé salad bowl sent by Aunt Julia, which stood nearby, that nothing was said of the loss outside of the family, and the little household settled into its normal state once more of billing and cooing. About a fortnight later, Tom started out one night with an old fisherman, one of the natives and a local character, to indulge in that delightful pastime, so dear to the heart of man, known as eeling, and, as the night was dark, the eels were particularly sporty, so that it was well on toward the way small hours when Tom at last returned to the cottage. He found all excitement within. Kate was in hysterics, and the new maid, also weeping, was industriously applying the camphor bottle to her mistress's nose. The burglar, or ghost as they had now decided, the windows and doors being found to be securely locked this time, had been abroad again, and had succeeded in purloining nothing. His royal ghostship had amused himself, apparently, by simply walking about. "Oh, Tom, he had on such heavy boots, and was so dreadfully bold about it," said Kate tearfully. From that time, Kate became nervous and refused to be left alone. Tom started whenever the door creaked, and the treasure departed hurriedly, saying, "Faith, the house is haunted, sure." After that, Kate spent her days in girl hunting, and her nights in answering shadowy advertisements that never materialized. They tried Irish, English, Dutch, and the heathen Chinese, with a sprinkling of colored ladies to vary the monotony. They seemed about to become famous throughout the length and breadth of the land as the family that changes help once a week, when they landed treasure number 2. Shortly after her advent, we were all asked down to W to help celebrate their happiness, and incidentally to christen the new dining set. We were not a little surprised to find Kate so pale, and Tom rather distrait. However, after a delightful dinner that should have filled with pleasure the most exacting bride, we adjourned to the piazza, leaving the men to the contemplation of their cigars. We were enthusiastic in our praise of the house, and congratulated Kate in securing such a prize, when, to our horror, she burst into tears and said, "Oh, girls, it's a dreadful place. It's haunted," and then tearfully proceeded with the details until we all felt creepy and suggested the parlor and lights. It was not long afterward that Kate discovered that Tom had also related the ghost story to the men that evening, to which Ned Harris had said laconically, "Rats," and Bob Shaw laughingly remarked, "Tom, old chap, you really shouldn't take your nightcap so strong." About the 1st of July the climax came. The ghost walked again, this time taking not only the remaining pepper pot, but also a silver salt cellar. Evidently he had a penchant for small articles, but unlike former times, everything on the sideboard was in the greatest disorder. Aunt Julia's salad bowl was found on the floor, and not far away the cheese dish, with its contents scattered about. This time one of the windows was found half open. A week later a note came to me from Kate, saying that she and Tom had gone to Saratoga to spend the remainder of the season with her mother. The following spring Tom received a note and parcel from Mr. B., the owner of the house at W., which read as follows: "Dear Mr. Howard, I send you by express 3 articles of silver, which my wife suggests may belong to you, as they are marked with your initials, namely, 2 silver pepper pots and a salt cellar. They were found the other day during the process of spring house cleaning, in a rat hole behind the sideboard. I forgot to have the holes stopped up last spring, or to caution you against the water rats. The great fellows will get in, you know. Kind regards to Mrs. Howard. Yours truly, John B." The next season the Ghost Club was organized, the badge being a small silver rat, bearing proudly aloft a tiny pepper pot. We thoughtfully offered Tom the presidency, but he declined, with offended dignity, from the effects of which I think he will never fully recover. The End of The Unbidden Ghost by W. Bob Holland.
Part 1 of Wake Not the Dead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Part 1 of Wake Not the Dead. Wilt thou forever sleep? Wilt thou never more awake, my beloved, but henceforth repose forever from thy short pilgrimage on earth? Oh, yet once again return, and bring back with thee the vivifying dawn of hope to one whose existence hath, since thy departure, been obscured by the dunnest shades. What? Dumb? Forever dumb? Thy friend lamenteth, and thou heedest him not. He sheds bitter, scalding tears, and thou reposest unregarding his affliction. He is in despair, and thou no longer openest thy arms to him as an asylum from his grief. Say then, doth the paly shroud become thee better than the bridal veil? Is the chamber of the grave a warmer bed than the couch of love? Is the spectre death more welcome to thy arms than thy enamoured consort? Oh, return, my beloved, return once again to this anxious, disconsolate bosom. Such were the lamentations which Walter poured forth for his Brünnhilde, the partner of his youthful, passionate love. Thus did he bewail over her grave at the midnight hour, what time the spirit that presides in the troublous atmosphere sends his legions of monsters through mid-air, so that their shadows, as they flit beneath the moon and across the earth, dart as wild, agitating thoughts that chase each other o'er the sinner's bosom. Thus did he lament under the tall linden trees by her grave, while his head reclined on the cold stone. Walter was a powerful lord in Burgundy, who in his earliest youth had been smitten with the charms of the fair Brünnhilde, a beauty far surpassing in loveliness all her rivals. For her tresses, dark as the raven face of night, streaming over her shoulders, set off to the utmost advantage the beaming lustre of her slender form, and the rich dye of a cheek whose tint was deep and brilliant as that of the western heaven. Her eyes did not resemble those burning orbs whose pale glow gems the vault of night, and whose immeasurable distance fills the soul with deep thoughts of eternity, but rather as the sober beams which cheer this nether world, and which, while they enlighten, kindle the sons of earth to joy and love. Brünnhilde became the wife of Walter, and both being equally enamoured and devoted, they abandoned themselves to the enjoyment of a passion that rendered them reckless of aught besides, while it lulled them in a fascinating dream. Their sole apprehension was lest aught should awaken them from a delirium which they prayed might continue forever. Yet how vain is the wish that would arrest the decrees of destiny! As well might it seek to divert the circling planets from their eternal course. Short was the duration of this frenzied passion. Not that it gradually decayed and subsided into apathy, but death snatched away his blooming victim, and left Walter to a widowed couch. Impetuous, however, as was his first burst of grief, he was not inconsolable, for ere long another bride became the partner of the youthful nobleman. Svanhilde also was beautiful, although nature had formed her charms on a very different model from those of Brünnhilde. Her golden locks waved bright as the beams of morn. Only when excited by some emotion of her soul did a rosy hue tinge the lily paleness of her cheek. Her limbs were proportioned in the nicest symmetry, yet did they not possess that luxuriant fullness of animal life. Her eye beamed eloquently, but it was with the milder radiance of a star, tranquilizing to tenderness, rather than exciting to warmth. Thus formed, it was not possible that she should steep him in his former delirium, although she rendered happy his waking hours, tranquil and serious, yet cheerful, studying in all things her husband's pleasure. She restored order and comfort in his family, where her presence shed a general influence all around. Her mild benevolence tended to restrain the fiery, impetuous disposition of Walter, while at the same time her prudence recalled him in some degree from his vain, turbulent wishes, and his aspirings after unattainable enjoyments to the duties and pleasures of actual life. Svanhilda bore her husband 2 children, a son and a daughter. The latter was mild and patient as her mother, well contented with her solitary sports, and even in these recreations displayed the serious turn of her character. The boy possessed his father's fiery, restless disposition, tempered, however, with the solidity of his mother. Attached by his offspring more tenderly towards their mother, Walter now lived for several years very happily. His thoughts would frequently, indeed, recur to Brunhilde, but without their former violence, merely as we dwell upon the memory of a friend of our earlier days, borne from us on the rapid current of time to a region where we know that he is happy. But clouds dissolve into air, flowers fade, the sands of the hourglass run imperceptibly away, and even so do human feelings dissolve, fade, and pass away, and with them too, human happiness. Walter's inconstant breast again sighed for the ecstatic dreams of those days which he had spent with his equally romantic, enamored Brunhilde. Again did she present herself to his ardent fancy in all the glow of her bridal charms, and he began to draw a parallel between the past and the present. Nor did imagination, as it is wont, fail to array the former in her brightest hues, while it proportionably obscured the latter, so that he pictured to himself the one much more rich in enjoyment, and the other much less so than they really were. This change in her husband did not escape Svanhilde, whereupon, redoubling her attentions towards him and her cares towards their children, she expected by this means to reunite the knot that was slackened. Yet, the more she endeavored to regain his affections, the colder did he grow, the more intolerable did her caresses seem, and the more continually did the image of Brunhilde haunt his thoughts. The children, whose endearments were now become indispensable to him, alone stood between the parents, as genii eager to effect a reconciliation, and, beloved by them both, formed a uniting link between them. Yet, as evil can be plucked from the heart of man only ere its root has yet struck deep, its fangs being afterwards too firm to be eradicated, so was Walter's diseased fancy too far affected to have its disorder stopped. For in a short time it completely tyrannized over him. Frequently, of a night, instead of retiring to his consort's chamber, he repaired to Brunhilde's grave, where he murmured forth his discontent, saying, "Wilt thou sleep forever?" One night, as he was reclining on the turf, indulging in his wonted sorrow, a sorcerer from the neighboring mountains entered into this field of death for the purpose of gathering for his mystic spells such herbs as grow only from the earth wherein the dead repose, and which, as if the last production of mortality, are gifted with a powerful and supernatural influence. The sorcerer perceived the mourner and approached the spot where he was lying. "Wherefore, fond wretch, dost thou grieve thus for what is now a hideous mass of mortality, mere bones and nerves and veins? Nations have fallen unlamented, even worlds themselves, long ere this globe of ours was created, have mouldered into nothing. nor hath anyone wept over them. Why then shouldst thou indulge this vain affliction for a child of the dust, a being as frail as thyself, and, like thee, the creature but of a moment? Walter raised himself up. Let yon worlds that shine in the firmament, replied he, lament for each other as they perish. It is true that I, who am myself clay, lament for my fellow clay. Yet is this clay impregnated with a fire, with an essence that none of the elements of creation possess, with love. And this divine passion I felt for her who now sleepeth beneath this sod. Will thy complaints awaken her? Or could they do so, would she not soon upbraid thee for having disturbed that repose in which she is now hushed? Avaunt, cold-hearted being, thou knowest not what is love. Oh, that my tears could wash away the earthy covering that conceals her from these eyes, that my groan of anguish could rouse her from her slumber of death. No, she would not again seek her earthy couch. Insensate that thou art, and couldst thou endure to gaze without shuddering on one disgorged from the jaws of the grave? Art thou too thyself the same from whom she parted? Or hath time passed o'er thy brow and left no traces there? Would not thy love rather be converted into hate and disgust? Say rather that the stars would leave yon firmament, that the sun will henceforth refuse to shed his beams through the heavens. Oh, that she stood once more before me, that once again she reposed on this bosom. How quickly should we then forget that death or time had ever stepped between us. Delusion, mere delusion of the brain, from heated blood like to that which arises from the fumes of wine. It is not my wish to tempt thee, to restore to thee thy dead, else wouldst thou soon feel that I have spoken truth. How restore her to me? Exclaimed Walter, casting himself at the sorcerer's feet. Oh, if thou art indeed able to effect that, grant it to my earnest supplication. If one throb of human feeling vibrates in thy bosom, let my tears prevail with thee. Restore to me my beloved. So shalt thou hereafter bless the deed, and see that it was a good work. A good work? A blessed deed? Returned the sorcerer with a smile of scorn. For me there exists nor good nor evil, since my will is always the same. Ye alone know evil, who will that which ye would not. It is indeed in my power to restore her to thee. Yet bethink thee well, whether it will prove thy weal. Consider, too, how deep the abyss between life and death. Across this my power can build a bridge, but it can never fill up the frightful chasm. Walter would have spoken, and have sought to prevail on this powerful being by fresh entreaties, but the latter prevented him, saying, Peace, bethink thee well, and return hither to me tomorrow at midnight. Yet once more do I warn thee, wake not the dead. Having uttered these words, the mysterious being disappeared. Intoxicated with fresh hope, Walter found no sleep on his couch, for fancy, prodigal of her richest stores, expanded before him the glittering web of futurity, and his eye, moistened with the dew of rapture, glanced from one vision of happiness to another. During the next day he wandered through the woods, lest wanted objects, by recalling the memory of later and less happier times, might disturb the blissful idea that he should again behold her, again fold her in his arms, gaze on her beaming brow by day, repose on her bosom at night. And as this sole idea filled his imagination, how was it possible that the least doubt should arise, or that the warning of the mysterious old man should recur to his thoughts? No sooner did the midnight hour approach than he hastened before the grave field, where the sorcerer was already standing by that of Brunhilde. "Hast thou maturely considered?" inquired he. "Oh, restore to me the object of my ardent passion," exclaimed Walter with impetuous eagerness. "Delay not thy generous action, lest I die even this night, consumed with disappointed desire, and behold her face no more." "Well then," answered the old man, "return hither again tomorrow at the same hour. But once more do I give thee this friendly warning: wake not the dead." All in the despair of impatience, Walter would have prostrated himself at his feet and supplicated him to fulfill at once a desire now increased to agony. But the sorcerer had already disappeared. Pouring forth his lamentations more wildly and impetuously than ever, he lay upon the grave of his adored one, until the grey dawn streaked the east. During the day, which seemed to him longer than any he had ever experienced, he wandered to and fro, restless and impatient, seemingly without any object, and deeply buried in his own reflections, in quest as the murderer who meditates his first deed of blood. And the stars of evening found him once more at the appointed spot. At midnight, the sorcerer was there also. "Hast thou yet maturely deliberated?" inquired he, "as on the preceding night?" "Oh, what should I deliberate?" returned Walter impatiently. "I need not to deliberate. What I demand of thee is that which thou hast promised me, that which will prove my bliss. Or dost thou but mock me? If so, hence from my sight, lest I be tempted to lay my hand on thee." "Once more do I warn thee," answered the old man with undisturbed composure. "Wake not the dead. Let her rest. Ay, but not in the cold grave. She shall rather rest on this bosom, which burns with eagerness to clasp her. Reflect. Thou mayst not quit her until death, even though aversion and horror should seize thy heart. There would then remain only one horrible means." "Dotard!" cried Walter, interrupting him. "How may I hate that which I love with such intensity of passion? How should I abhor that for which my every drop of blood is boiling?" "Then "Be it even as thou wishest," answered the sorcerer. "Step back." The old man now drew a circle round the grave, all the while muttering words of enchantment. Immediately, the storm began to howl among the tops of the trees. Owls flapped their wings and uttered their low voice of omen. The stars hid their mild, beaming aspect, that they might not behold so unholy and impious a spectacle. The stone then rolled from the grave with a hollow sound, leaving a free passage for the inhabitant of that dreadful tenement. The sorcerer scattered into the yawning earth roots and herbs of most magic power and of most penetrating odor, so that the worms, crawling forth from the earth, congregated together and raised themselves in a fiery column over the grave, while rushing wind burst from the earth, scattering the mold before it, until at length the coffin lay uncovered. The moonbeams fell on it, and the lid burst open with a tremendous sound. Upon this, the sorcerer poured upon it some blood from out of a human skull, exclaiming at the same time, "Drink, sleeper, of this warm stream, that thy heart may again beat within thy bosom." And after a short pause, shedding on her some other mystic liquid, he cried aloud with the voice of one inspired, "Yes, thy heart beats once more with the flood of life. Thine eye is again opened to sight. Arise, therefore, from the tomb." As an island suddenly springs forth from the dark waves of the ocean, raised upwards from the deep by the force of subterraneous fires, so did Brunhilde start from her earthy couch, borne forward by some invisible power. Taking her by the hand, the sorcerer led her towards Walter, who stood at some little distance, rooted to the ground with amazement. "Receive again," said he, "the object of thy passionate sighs. Mayest thou never more require my aid. Should that, however, happen, so wilt thou find me, during the full of the moon, upon the mountains, in that spot, and where the three roads meet." Instantly did Walter recognize in the form that stood before him her whom he so ardently loved, and a sudden glow shot through his frame at finding her thus restored to him. Yet the night frost had chilled his limbs and palsied his tongue. For a while he gazed upon her without either motion or speech, and during this pause all was again become hushed and serene, and the stars shone brightly in the clear heavens. "Walter!" exclaimed the figure, and at once the well-known sound, thrilling to his heart, broke the spell by which he was bound. "Is it reality? Is it truth?" cried he, "or a cheating delusion?" "No, it is no imposture. I am really living. Conduct me quickly to thy castle in the mountains." Walter looked around. The old man had disappeared, but he perceived close by his side a coal-black steed of fiery eye, ready equipped to conduct him thence. and on his back lay all proper attire for Brunhilde, who lost no time in arraying herself. This being done, she cried, "Haste, let us away ere the dawn breaks, for my eye is yet too weak to endure the light of day." Fully recovered from his stupor, Walter leapt into his saddle, and, catching up with a mingled feeling of delight and awe the beloved being, thus mysteriously restored from the power of the grave, he spurred on, across the wild, towards the mountains, as furiously as if pursued by the shadows of the dead, hastening to recover from him their sister. The castle to which Walter conducted his Brunhilde was situated on a rock between other rocks rising up above it. Here they arrived, unseen by any, save one aged domestic, on whom Walter imposed secrecy by the severest threats. "Here will we tarry," said Brunhilde, "until I can endure the light, and until thou canst look upon me without trembling, as if struck with a cold chill." They accordingly continued to make that place their abode. Yet no one knew that Brunhilde existed, save only that aged attendant who provided their meals. During 7 entire days they had no light except that of tapers. During the next 7, the light was admitted through the lofty casements, only while the rising or setting sun faintly illumined the mountain tops, the valley being still enveloped in shade. Seldom did Walter quit Brunhilde's side. A nameless spell seemed to attach him to her. Even the shudder which he felt in her presence, and which would not permit him to touch her, was not unmixed with pleasure, like that thrilling, awful emotion felt when strains of sacred music float under the vault of some temple. He rather sought, therefore, than avoided this feeling. Often, too, as he had indulged in calling to mind the beauties of Brunhilde, she had never appeared so fair, so fascinating, so admirable, when depicted by his imagination, as when now beheld in reality. Never till now had her voice sounded with such tones of sweetness. Never before did her language possess such eloquence as it now did when she conversed with him on the subject of the past. And this was the magic fairyland towards which her words constantly conducted him. Ever did she dwell upon the days of their first love, those hours of delight in which they had participated together, when the one derived all enjoyment from the other. And so rapturous, so enchanting, so full of life did she recall to his imagination that blissful season, that he even doubted whether he had ever experienced with her so much felicity, or had been so truly happy. And while she thus vividly portrayed their hours of past delight, she delineated in still more glowing, more enchanting colors those hours of approaching bliss which now awaited them, richer in enjoyment than any preceding ones. In this manner did she charm her attentive auditor with enrapturing hopes for the future, and lull him into dreams of more than mortal ecstasy, so that while he listened to her siren strain, he entirely forgot how little blissful was the latter period of their union, when he had often sighed at her imperiousness and at her harshness, both to himself and all his household. Yet, even had he recalled this to mind, Would it have disturbed him in his present delirious trance? Had she not now left behind in the grave all the frailty of mortality? Was not her whole being refined and purified by that long sleep, in which neither passion nor sin had approached her, even in dreams? How different now was the subject of her discourse! Only when speaking of her affection for him did she betray anything of earthly feeling. At other times, she uniformly dwelt upon themes relating to the invisible and future world. When, in descanting and declaring the mysteries of eternity, a stream of prophetic eloquence would burst from her lips. In this manner had twice 7 days elapsed, and, for the first time, Walter beheld the being, now dearer to him than ever, in the full light of day. Every trace of the grave had disappeared from her countenance. A roseate tinge, like the ruddy streaks of dawn, again beamed on her pallid cheek. The faint, mouldering taint of the grave was changed into a delightful violet scent, the only sign of earth that never disappeared. He no longer felt either apprehension or awe as he gazed upon her in the sunny light of day. It was not until now that he seemed to have recovered her completely, and, glowing with all his former passion towards her, he would have pressed her to his bosom. But she gently repulsed him, saying, "Not yet. Spare your caresses until the moon has again filled her horn." Spite of his impatience, Walter was obliged to await the lapse of another period of 7 days. But on the night when the moon was arrived at the full, he hastened to Brunhilde, whom he found more lovely than she had ever appeared before. Fearing no obstacles to his transports, he embraced with all the fervor of a deeply enamored and successful lover. Brunhilde, however, still refused to yield to his passion. "What?" exclaimed she. "Is it fitting that I, who have been purified by death from the frailty of mortality, should become thy concubine, while a mere daughter of the earth bears the title of thy wife? Never shall it be. No, it must be within the walls of thy palace, within that chamber where I once reigned as queen, that thou obtainest the end of thy wishes, and of mine also," added she, imprinting a glowing kiss on the lips, and immediately disappeared. Heated with passion and determined to sacrifice everything to the accomplishment of his desires, Walter hastily quitted the apartment, and shortly after, the castle itself. He travelled over mountain and across heath with the rapidity of a storm, so that the turf was flung up by his horse's hoofs, nor once stopped till he arrived home. Here, however, neither the affectionate caresses of Svanhilda or those of his children could touch his heart, or induce him to restrain his furious desires. Alas! Is the impetuous torrent to be checked in its devastating course by the beauteous flowers over which it rushes, when they exclaim, "Destroyer! Commiserate our helpless innocence and beauty, nor lay us waste." The stream sweeps over them unregarding, and a single moment annihilates the pride of a whole summer. Shortly afterwards did Walter begin to hint to Svanhilda that they were ill-suited to each other, that he was anxious to taste that wild, tumultuous life so well according with the spirit of his sex, while she, on the contrary, was satisfied with the monotonous circle of household enjoyments, that he was eager for whatever promised novelty, while she felt most attached to what was familiarized to her by habit, and lastly, that her cold disposition, bordering upon indifference, but ill assorted with his ardent temperament. It was, therefore, more prudent that they should seek, apart from each other, that happiness which they could not find together. A sigh and a brief acquiescence in his wishes was all the reply that Svanhilda made. And, on the following morning, upon his presenting her with a paper of separation, informing her that she was at liberty to return home to her father, she received it most submissively. Yet, ere she departed, she gave him the following warning. Too well do I conjecture to whom I am indebted for this our separation. Often have I seen thee at Brunhilda's grave, and beheld thee there even on that night when the face of the heavens was suddenly enveloped in a veil of clouds. Hast thou rashly dared to tear aside the awful veil that separates the mortality that dreams from that which dreameth not? Oh, then woe to thee, thou wretched man, for thou hast attached to thyself that which will prove thy destruction. She ceased, nor did Walter attempt any reply, for the similar admonition, uttered by the sorcerer, flashed upon his mind, all obscured as it was by passion, just as the lightning glares momentarily through the gloom of night without dispersing the obscurity. Svanhilda then departed in order to pronounce to her children a bitter farewell, for they, according to national custom, belonged to the father. And, having bathed them in her tears, and consecrated them with the holy water of maternal love, she quitted her husband's residence, and departed to the home of her fathers. End of Part 1 of Wake Not the Dead. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California. Part 2 of Wake Not the Dead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Part 2 of Wake Not the Dead. Thus was the kind and benevolent Svanhilda driven an exile from those halls, where she had presided with grace, from halls which were now newly decorated to receive another mistress. The day at length arrived, on which Walter, for the second time, conducted Brunhilda home as a newly made bride. And he caused it to be reported among his domestics that his new consort had gained his affections by her extraordinary likeness to Brunhilda, their former mistress. How ineffably happy did he deem himself as he conducted his beloved once more into the chamber which had often witnessed their former joys, and which was now newly gilded and adorned in a most costly style. Among the other decorations were figures of angels scattering roses, which served to support the purple draperies, whose ample folds o'ershadowed the nuptial couch. With what impatience did he await the hour that was to put him in possession of those beauties, for which he had already paid so high a price, but whose enjoyment was to cost him most dearly yet. Unfortunate Walter, revelling in bliss, thou beholdest not the abyss that yawns beneath thy feet. Intoxicated with the luscious perfume of the flower thou hast plucked, thou little deemest how deadly is the venom with which it is fraught, although for a short season its potent fragrance bestows new energy on all thy feelings. Happy, however, as Walter was now, his household were far from being equally so. The strange resemblance between their new lady and the deceased Brunhilde filled them with a secret dismay, an undefinable horror, for there was not a single difference of feature, of tone of voice, or of gesture. To add, too, to these mysterious circumstances, her female attendants discovered a particular mark on her back, exactly like one which Brunhilde had. A report was now soon circulated that their lady was no other than Brunhilde herself, who had been recalled to life by the power of necromancy. How truly horrible was the idea of living under the same roof with one who had been an inhabitant of the tomb, and of being obliged to attend upon her and acknowledge her as mistress. There was also in Brunhilde much to increase this aversion and favor their superstition. No ornaments of gold ever decked her person. All that others were wont to wear of this metal she had formed of silver. No richly colored and sparkling jewels glittered upon her. Pearls alone lent their pale luster to adorn her bosom. Most carefully did she always avoid the cheerful light of the sun, and was wont to spend the brightest days in the most retired and gloomy apartments. Only during the twilight of the commencing or declining day did she ever walk abroad. But her favorite hour was when the phantom light of the moon bestowed on all objects a shadowy appearance and a sombre hue. Always, too, at the crowing of the cock, an involuntary shudder was observed to seize her limbs. Imperious as before her death, she quickly imposed her iron yoke on every one around her, while she seemed even far more terrible than ever, since a dread of some supernatural power attached to her appalled all who approached her. A malignant, withering glance seemed to shoot from her eye on the unhappy object of her wrath, as if it would annihilate its victim. In short, those halls which in the time of Svanhilda were the residence of cheerfulness and mirth, now resembled an extensive desert tomb. With fear imprinted on their pale countenances, the domestics glided through the apartments of the castle, and in this abode of terror, the crowing of the cock caused the living to tremble, as if they were the spirits of the departed, for the sound always reminded them of their mysterious mistress. There was no one but who shuddered at meeting her in a lonely place, in the dusk of evening, or by the light of the moon, a circumstance that was deemed to be ominous of some evil. So great was the apprehension of her female attendants, they pined in continual disquietude, and by degrees all quitted her. In the course of time, even others of the domestics fled, for an insupportable horror had seized them. The art of the sorcerer had, indeed, bestowed upon Brunhilde an artificial life, and due nourishment had continued to support the restored body. Yet this body was not able of itself to keep up the genial glow of vitality and to nourish the flame, whence springs all the affections and passions, whether of love or hate. For death had forever destroyed and withered it. All that Brunhilde now possessed was a chilled existence, colder than that of the snake. It was, nevertheless, necessary that she should love and return with equal ardor the warm caresses of her spell-enthralled husband, to whose passion alone she was indebted for her renewed existence. It was necessary that a magic draught should animate the dull current in her veins and awaken her to the glow of life and the flame of love. A potion of abomination, one not even to be named without a curse. Human blood, imbibed whilst yet warm from the veins of youth. This was the hellish drink for which she thirsted, possessing no sympathy with the purer feelings of humanity, deriving no enjoyment from aught that interests in life and occupies its varied hours. Her existence was a mere blank, unless when in the arms of her paramour husband, and therefore was it that she craved incessantly after the horrible draught. It was even with the utmost effort that she could forbear sucking even the blood of Walter himself, reclined beside her. Whenever she beheld some innocent child, whose lovely face denoted the exuberance of infantine health and vigor, she would entice it, by soothing words and fond caresses, into her most secret apartment, where, lulling it to sleep in her arms, she would suck from its bosom the warm purple tide of life. Nor were youths of either sex safe from her horrid attack. Having first breathed upon her unhappy victim, who never failed immediately to seek into a lengthened sleep, she would then, in a similar manner, drain his veins of the vital juice. Thus, children, youths, and maidens quickly faded away, as flowers gnawn by the cankering worm. The fullness of their limbs disappeared. A sallow line succeeded to the rosy freshness of their cheeks. The liquid luster of the eye was deadened, even as the sparkling stream when arrested by the touch of frost, and their locks became thin and grey, as if already ravaged by the storm of life. Parents beheld with horror this desolating pestilence devouring their offspring, nor could simple or charm, potion or amulet avail aught against it. The grave swallowed up one after the other. Or, did the miserable victim survive, he became cadaverous and wrinkled, even in the very morn of existence. Parents observed with horror this devastating pestilence snatch away their offspring, a pestilence which nor herb, however potent, nor charm, nor holy taper, nor exorcism could avert. They either beheld their children sink, one after the other, into the grave, or their youthful forms, withered by the unholy vampire embrace of Brunhilde, assume the decrepitude of sudden age. At length, strange surmises and reports began to prevail. It was whispered that Brunhilde herself was the cause of all these horrors, although no one could pretend to tell in what manner she destroyed her victims, since no marks of violence were discernible. Yet, when young children confessed that she had frequently lulled them asleep in her arms, and elder ones said that a sudden slumber had come upon them whenever she began to converse with them, suspicion became converted into certainty, and those whose offspring had hitherto escaped unharmed quitted their hearths and home, all their little possessions, the dwellings of their fathers, and the inheritance of their children, in order to rescue from so horrible a fate those who were dearer to their simple affections than aught else the world could give. Thus, daily did the castle assume a more desolate appearance. Daily did its environs become more deserted. None but a few aged, decrepit old women and grey-headed menials were to be seen remaining of the once numerous retinue. Such will, in the latter days of the earth, be the last generation of mortals, when childbearing shall have ceased, when youth shall no more be seen, nor any arise to replace those who shall await their fate in silence. Walter alone noticed not or heeded not the desolation around him. He apprehended not death, lapped as he was in a glowing elysium of love. Far more happy than formerly did he now seem in the possession of Brunhilde. All those caprices and frowns which had been wont to overcloud their former union had now entirely disappeared. She even seemed to dote on him with a warmth of passion that she had never exhibited, even during the happy season of bridal love. For the flame of that youthful blood, of which she drained the veins of others, rioted in her own. At night, as soon as he closed his eyes, she would breathe on him till he sank into delicious dreams, from which he awoke only to experience more rapturous enjoyments. By day, she would continually discourse with him on the bliss experienced by happy spirits beyond the grave, assuring him that, as his affection had recalled her from the tomb, they were now irrevocably united. Thus fascinated by a continual spell, it was not possible that he should perceive what was taking place around him. Brunhilde, however, foresaw with savage grief that the source of her youthful ardor was daily decreasing, for in a short time there remained nothing gifted with youth, save Walter and his children. And these latter, she resolved, should be her next victims. On her first return to the castle, she had felt an aversion towards the offspring of another, and therefore abandoned them entirely to the attendants appointed by Svanhilde. Now, however, she began to pay considerable attention to them, and caused them to be frequently admitted into her presence. The aged nurses were filled with dread at perceiving these marks of regard from her towards their young charges, yet dared they not to oppose the will of their terrible and imperious mistress. Soon did Brunhilde gain the affection of the children, who were too unsuspecting of guile to apprehend any danger from her. On the contrary, her caresses won them completely to her. Instead of ever checking their mirthful gambols, she would rather instruct them in new sports. Often, too, did she recite to them tales of such strange and wild interest as to exceed all the stories of their nurses. Were they wearied either with play or with listening to her narratives, she would take them on her knees and lull them to slumber. Then did visions of the most surpassing magnificence attend their dreams. They would fancy themselves in some garden where flowers of every hue rose, in rows one above the other, from the humble violet to the tall sunflower, forming a parti-colored broidery of every hue, sloping upwards towards the golden clouds, where little angels whose wings sparkled with azure and gold descended to bring them delicious cakes or splendid jewels, or sung to them soothing melodious hymns. So delightful did these dreams in short time become to the children, that they longed for nothing so eagerly as to slumber on Brunhilde's lap, for never did they else enjoy such visions of heavenly forms. They were the most anxious for that which was to prove their destruction. Yet do we not all aspire after that which conducts us to the grave, after the enjoyment of life? These innocents stretched out their arms to approaching death, because it assumed the mask of pleasure, for which they were lapped in these ecstatic slumbers. Brunhilde sucked the life stream from their bosoms. On waking, indeed, they felt themselves faint and exhausted, yet did no pain nor any mark betray the cause. Shortly, however, did their strength entirely fail, even as the summer brook is gradually dried up. Their sports became less and less noisy. Their loud, frolicsome laughter was converted into a faint smile. The full tones of their voices died away into a mere whisper. Their attendants were filled with horror and despair. Too well did they conjecture the horrible truth, yet dared not to impart their suspicions to Walter, who was so devotedly attached to his horrible partner. Death had already smote his prey. The children were but the mere shadows of their former selves, and even this shadow quickly disappeared. The anguished father deeply bemoaned their loss, for, notwithstanding his apparent neglect, he was strongly attached to them. Nor until he had experienced their loss was he aware that his love was so great. His affliction could not fail to excite the displeasure of Brunhilde. "Why dost thou lament so fondly," said she, "for these little ones? What satisfaction could such unformed beings yield to thee? Unless thou wert still attached to their mother? Thy heart, then, is still hers? Or dost thou now regret her and them, because thou art satiated with my fondness, and weary of my endearments? Had these young ones grown up, would they not have attached thee, thy spirit, and thy affections more closely to this earth of clay, to this dust, and have alienated thee from that sphere to which I, who have already passed the grave, endeavor to raise thee? Say, is thy spirit so heavy, or thy love so weak, or thy faith so hollow, that the hope of being mine forever is unable to touch thee? Thus did Brunhilde express her indignation at her consort's grief, and forbade him her presence. The fear of offending her beyond forgiveness, and his anxiety to appease her, soon dried up his tears. and he again abandoned himself to his fatal passion, until approaching destruction at length awakened him from his delusion. Neither maiden nor youth was any longer to be seen, either within the dreary walls of the castle or the adjoining territory. All had disappeared, for those whom the grave had not swallowed up had fled from the region of death. Who, therefore, now remained to quench the horrible thirst of the female vampire, save Walter himself? And his death she dared to contemplate unmoved, for that divine sentiment that unites two beings in one joy and one sorrow was unknown to her bosom. Was he in his tomb, so was she free to search out other victims and glut herself with destruction, until she herself should at the last day be consumed with the earth itself. Such is the fatal law to which the dead are subject when awoke by the arts of necromancy from the sleep of the grave. She now began to fix her bloodthirsty lips on Walter's breast, when, cast into a profound sleep by the odor of her violet breath, he reclined beside her, quite unconscious of his impending fate. Yet soon did his vital powers begin to decay, and many a grey hair peeped through his raven locks. With his strength, his passion also declined, and he now frequently left her in order to pass the whole day in the sports of the chase, hoping thereby to regain his wonted vigor. As he was reposing one day in a wood beneath the shade of an oak, he perceived on the summit of a tree a bird of strange appearance and quite unknown to him. But before he could take aim at it with his bow, it flew away into the clouds, at the same time letting fall a rose-colored root which dropped at Walter's feet, who immediately took it up, and, although he was well acquainted with almost every plant, he could not remember to have seen any at all resembling this. Its delightfully odoriferous scent induced him to try its flavor, but 10 times more bitter than wormwood it was, even as gall in his mouth, upon which, impatient of the disappointment, he flung it away with violence. Had he, however, been aware of its miraculous quality, and that it acted as a counter-charm against the opiate perfume of Brunhilde's breath, he would have blessed it, in spite of its bitterness. Thus do mortals often blindly cast away in displeasure the unsavory remedy that would otherwise work their weal. When Walter returned home in the evening and laid him down to repose as usual by Brunhilde's side, the magic power of her breath produced no effect upon him, and for the first time during many months did he close his eyes in a natural slumber. Yet hardly had he fallen asleep ere a pungent, smarting pain disturbed him from his dreams, and, opening his eyes, he discerned by the gloomy rays of a lamp that glimmered in the apartment what for some moments transfixed him quite aghast. For it was Brunhilde, drawing with her lips the warm blood from his bosom. The wild cry of horror which at length escaped him terrified Brunhilde, whose mouth was besmeared with the warm blood. "Monster!" exclaimed he, springing from the couch. "Is it thus that you love me? Ay, even as the dead love, replied she with a malignant coldness. Creature of blood, continued Walter, the delusion which has so long blinded me is at an end. Thou art the fiend who hast destroyed my children, who hast murdered the offspring of my vassals. Raising herself upwards, and at the same time casting on him a glance that froze him to the spot with dread, she replied, It is not I who have murdered them. I was obliged to pamper myself with warm, youthful blood, in order that I might satisfy thy furious desires. Thou art the murderer. These dreadful words summoned before Walter's terrified conscience the threatening shades of all those who had thus perished, while despair choked his voice. Why, continued she, in a tone that increased his horror, why dost thou make mouths at me like a puppet? Thou who hadst the courage to love the dead, to take into thy bed one who had been sleeping in the grave, the bedfellow of the worm, who hast clasped in thy lustful arms the corruption of the tomb. Dost thou, unhallowed as thou art, now raise this hideous cry for the sacrifice of a few lives? They are but leaves swept from their branches by a storm. Come, chase these idiot fancies, and taste the bliss thou hast so dearly purchased. So saying, she extended her arms towards him. But this motion served only to increase his terror, and, exclaiming, Accursed being, he rushed out of the apartment. End of Part 2 of Wake Not the Dead. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California. Part 3 of Wake Not the Dead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Part 3 of Wake Not the Dead. All the horrors of a guilty, upbraiding conscience became his companions, now that he was awakened from the delirium of his unholy pleasures. Frequently did he curse his own obstinate blindness, for having given no heed to the hints and admonitions of his children's nurses, but treating them as vile calumnies. But his sorrow was now too late, for although repentance may gain pardon for the sinner, it cannot alter the immutable decrees of fate. It cannot recall the murdered from the tomb. No sooner did the first break of dawn appear than he set out for his lonely castle in the mountains, determined no longer to abide under the same roof with so terrific a being. Yet vain was his flight, for on waking the following morning, he perceived himself in Brunhilde's arms, and quite entangled in her long raven tresses, which seemed to involve him and bind him in the fetters of his fate. The powerful fascination of her breath held him still more captivated, so that, forgetting all that had passed, he returned her caresses, until, Awakening as from a dream, he recoiled in unmixed horror from her embrace. During the day he wandered through the solitary wilds of the mountains, as a culprit seeking an asylum from his pursuers, and at night retired to the shelter of a cave, fearing less to couch himself within such a dreary place than to expose himself to the horror of again meeting Brunhilde. But, alas, it was in vain that he endeavored to flee her. Again, when he awoke, he found her the partner of his miserable bed. Nay, had he sought the center of the earth as his hiding place, had he even embedded himself beneath rocks, or formed his chamber in the recesses of the ocean, still had he found her his constant companion. For, by calling her again into existence, he had rendered himself inseparably hers. So fatal were the links that united them. Struggling with the madness that was beginning to seize him, and brooding incessantly on the ghastly visions that presented themselves to his horror-stricken mind, he lay motionless in the gloomiest recesses of the woods, even from the rise of sun till the shades of eve. But no sooner was the light of day extinguished in the west, and the woods buried in impenetrable darkness, than the apprehension of resigning himself to sleep drove him forth among the mountains. The storm played wildly with the fantastic clouds and with the rattling leaves as they were caught up into the air, as if some dread spirit was sporting with these images of transitoriness and decay. It roared among the summits of the oaks, as if uttering a voice of fury, while its hollow sound, rebounding among the distant hills, seemed as the moans of a departing sinner, or as the faint cry of some wretch expiring under the murderer's hand. The owl, too, uttered its ghastly cry, as if foreboding the wreck of nature. Walter's hair flew disorderly in the wind, like black snakes wreathing around his temples and shoulders, while each sense was awake to catch fresh horror. In the clouds he seemed to behold the forms of the murdered, in the howling wind to hear their laments and groans. In the chilling blast itself he felt the dire kiss of Brunhilde. In the cry of the screeching bird he heard her voice. In the mouldering leaves he scented the charnel bed out of which he had awakened her. "Murderer of thy own offspring," exclaimed he in a voice making night and the conflict of the elements still more hideous. "Paramour of a bloodthirsty vampire, reveler with the corruption of the tomb," while in his despair he rent the wild locks from his head. Just then the full moon darted from beneath the bursting clouds, and the sight recalled to his remembrance the advice of the sorcerer, when he trembled at the first apparition of Brunhilde rising from her sleep of death, namely, to seek him at the season of the full moon, in the mountains, where 3 roads met. Scarcely had this gleam of hope broke in on his bewildered mind than he flew to the appointed spot. On his arrival, Walter found the old man seated there upon a stone, as calmly as though it had been a bright sunny day, and completely regardless of the uproar around. "Art thou come, then?" exclaimed he to the breathless wretch, who, flinging himself at his feet, cried in a tone of anguish, Oh, save me, succor me, rescue me from the monster that scattereth death and desolation around her. Wherefore a mysterious warning? Why didst thou not rather disclose to me at once all the horrors that awaited my sacrilegious profanation of the grave? And wherefore a mysterious warning? Why didst thou not perceivest how wholesome was the advice? Wake not the dead. Wert thou able to listen to another voice than that of thy impetuous passions? Did not thy eager impatience shut my mouth at the very moment I would have cautioned thee? True, true. Thy reproof is just. But what does it avail now? I need the promptest aid. Well, replied the old man, there remains even yet a means of rescuing thyself, but it is fraught with horror and demands all thy resolution. Utter it then, utter it, for what can be more appalling, more hideous than the misery I now endure? Know then, continued the sorcerer, that only on the night of the new moon does she sleep the sleep of mortals, and then all the supernatural power which she inherits from the grave totally fails her. 'Tis then that thou must murder her. How murder her? Echoed Walter. Aye, returned the old man calmly. Pierce her bosom with a sharpened dagger, which I will furnish thee with. At the same time, renounce her memory forever, swearing never to think of her intentionally, and that, if thou dost involuntarily, thou wilt repeat the curse. Most horrible. Yet what can be more horrible than she herself is? I'll do it. Keep, then, this resolution until the next new moon. What? Must I wait until then? Cried Walter. Alas, ere then, either her savage thirst for blood will have forced me into the night of the tomb, or horror will have driven me into the night of madness. Nay, replied the sorcerer, that I can prevent. And, so saying, he conducted him to a cavern further among the mountains. Abide here, twice 7 days, said he. So long can I protect thee against her deadly caresses. Here wilt thou find all due provision for thy wants. But take heed that nothing tempt thee to quit this place. Farewell. When the moon renews itself, then do I repair hither again. So saying, the sorcerer drew a magic circle around the cave, and then immediately disappeared. Twice 7 days did Walter continue in this solitude, where his companions were his own terrifying thoughts and his bitter repentance. The present was all desolation and dread. The future presented the image of a horrible deed which he must perforce commit, while the past was empoisoned by the memory of his guilt. Did he think on his former happy union with Brunhilde, her horrible image presented itself to his imagination, with her lips defiled with dropping blood. Or did he call to mind the peaceful days he had passed with Svanhilda? He beheld her sorrowful spirit, with the shadows of her murdered children. Such were the horrors that attended him by day. Those of night were still more dreadful, for then he beheld Brunhilde herself, who, wandering round the magic circle which she could not pass, called upon his name till the cavern re-echoed the horrible sound. "Walter, my beloved," cried she, "wherefore dost thou avoid me? Art thou not mine, forever mine? Mine here and mine hereafter? And dost thou seek to murder me? Ah, commit not a deed which hurls us both to perdition, thyself as well as me." In this manner did the horrible visitant torment him each night, and, even when she departed, robbed him of all repose. The night of the new moon at length arrived, dark as the deed it was doomed to bring forth. The sorcerer entered the cavern. "Come," said he to Walter, "let us depart hence. The hour is now arrived." And he forthwith conducted him in silence from the cave to a coal-black steed, the sight of which recalled to Walter's remembrance the fatal night. He then related to the old man Brunhilde's nocturnal visits, and anxiously inquired whether her apprehensions of eternal perdition would be fulfilled or not. "Mortal eye," exclaimed the sorcerer, "may not pierce the dark secrets of another world, or penetrate the deep abyss that separates earth from heaven." Walter hesitated to mount the steed. "Be resolute," exclaimed his companion. "But this once is it granted to thee to make the trial, and should thou fail now, naught can rescue thee from her power." "What can be more horrible than she herself? I am determined." And he leapt upon the horse, the sorcerer mounting also behind him. Carried with a rapidity equal to that of the storm that sweeps across the plain, they, in brief space, arrived at Walter's castle. All the doors flew open at the bidding of his companion, and they speedily reached Brunhilde's chamber and stood beside her couch. Reclining in a tranquil slumber, she reposed in all her native loveliness. Every trace of horror had disappeared from her countenance. She looked so pure, meek, and innocent that all the sweet hours of their endearments rushed to Walter's memory like interceding angels pleading in her behalf. His unnerved hand could not take the dagger which the sorcerer presented to him. "The blow must be struck even now," said the latter. "Shouldst thou delay but an hour, she will lie at daybreak on thy bosom, sucking the warm life drops from thy heart." "Horrible, most horrible," faltered the trembling Walter. And, turning away his face, he thrust the dagger into her bosom, exclaiming, "I curse thee forever!" And the cold blood gushed upon his hand. Opening her eyes once more, she cast a look of ghastly horror on her husband, and, in a hollow, dying accent, said, "Thou too art doomed to perdition. Lay now thy hand upon her corpse," said the sorcerer, "and swear the oath." Walter did as commanded, saying, "Never will I think of her with love, never recall her to mind intentionally, and should her image recur to my mind involuntarily, so will I exclaim to it, 'Be thou accursed.' Thou hast now done everything," returned the sorcerer. "Restore her therefore to the earth, from which thou didst so foolishly recall her, and be sure to recollect thy oath, for shouldst thou forget it but once, she would return, and thou wouldst be inevitably lost. Adieu. We see each other no more." Having uttered these words, he quitted the apartment, and Walter also fled from this abode of horror, having first given direction that the corpse should be speedily interred. Again did the terrific Brunhilde repose within her grave, but her image continually haunted Walter's imagination, so that his existence was one continued martyrdom, in which he continually struggled to dismiss from his recollection the hideous phantoms of the past. Yet, the stronger his effort to banish them, so much the more frequently and the more vividly did they return, as the night wanderer who is enticed by a fire-wisp into quagmire or bog sinks the deeper into his damp grave, the more he struggles to escape. His imagination seemed incapable of admitting any other image than that of Brunhilde. Now he fancied he beheld her expiring, the blood streaming from her beautiful bosom. At others, he saw the lovely bride of his youth, who reproached him with having disturbed the slumbers of the tomb. And to both he was compelled to utter the dreadful words, "I curse thee forever." The terrible imprecation was constantly passing his lips, yet was he in incessant terror lest he should forget it, or dream of her without being able to repeat it, and then on awaking find himself in her arms. Else would he recall her expiring words, and, appalled at their terrific import, imagine that the doom of his perdition was irrecoverably past. Whence should he fly from himself? Or how erase from his brain these images and forms of horror? In the din of combat, in the tumult of war and its incessant pour of victory to defeat, from the cry of anguish to the exultation of victory, in these he hoped to find, at least, the relief of distraction. But here, too, he was disappointed. The giant fang of apprehension now seized him who had never before known fear. Each drop of blood that sprayed upon him seemed the cold blood that had gushed from Brunhilde's wound. Each dying wretch that fell beside him looked like her, when, expiring, she exclaimed, "Thou too art doomed to perdition." So that the aspect of death seemed more full of dread to him than aught beside, and this unconquerable terror compelled him to abandon the battlefield. At length, after many a weary and fruitless wandering, he returned to his castle. Here, all was deserted and silent, as if the sword, or a still more deadly pestilence, had laid everything waste. For the few inhabitants that still remained, and even those servants who had once shown themselves the most attached, now fled from him, as though he had been branded with the mark of Cain. With horror he perceived that, by uniting himself as he had done with the dead, he had cut himself off from the living, who refused to hold any intercourse with him. Often, when he stood on the battlements of his castle and looked down upon desolate fields, he compared their present solitude with the lively activity they were wont to exhibit under the strict but benevolent discipline of Svanhilda. He now felt that she alone could reconcile him to life. But durst he hope that one whom he so deeply aggrieved could pardon him and receive him again? Impatience at length got the better of fear. He sought Svanhilda, and with the deepest contrition acknowledged his complicated guilt. Embracing her knees as he beseeched her to pardon him and to return to his desolate castle, in order that it might again become the abode of contentment and peace. The pale form which she beheld at her feet, the shadow of the lately blooming youth, touched Svanhilda. "The folly," said she gently, "though it has caused me much sorrow, has never excited my resentment or my anger. But say, where are my children?" To this dreadful interrogation, the agonized father could for a while frame no reply. At length, he was obliged to confess the dreadful truth. "Then we are sundered forever," returned Svanhilda. Nor could all his tears or supplications prevail upon her to revoke the sentence she had given. Stripped of his last earthly hope, bereft of his last consolation, and thereby rendered as poor as mortal can possibly be on this side of the grave, Walter returned homewards. When, as he was riding through the forest in the neighborhood of his castle, absorbed in his gloomy meditations, the sudden sound of a horn roused him from his reverie. Shortly after, he saw appear a female figure clad in black and mounted on a steed of the same color. Her attire was like that of a huntress, but instead of a falcon, she bore a raven in her hand, and she was attended by a gay troop of cavaliers and dames. The first salutations being past, he found that she was proceeding the same road as himself. And when she found that Walter's castle was close at hand, she requested that he would lodge her for that night, the evening being far advanced. Most willingly did he comply with this request, since the appearance of the beautiful stranger had struck him greatly. So wonderfully did she resemble Svanhilda, except that her locks were brown and her eye dark and full of fire. With a sumptuous banquet did he entertain his guests, whose mirth and songs enlivened the lately silent halls. 3 days did this revelry continue, and so exhilarating did it prove to Walter that he seemed to have forgotten his sorrows and his fears. Nor could he prevail upon himself to dismiss his visitors, dreading lest on their departure the castle would seem 100 times more desolate than before, and his grief be proportionally increased. At his earnest request, the stranger consented to stay 7, and again another 7 days. Without being requested, she took upon herself the superintendence of the household, which she regulated as discreetly and cheerfully as Svanhilda had been wont to do, so that the castle, which had so lately been the abode of melancholy and horror, became the residence of pleasure and festivity, and Walter's grief disappeared altogether in the midst of so much gaiety. Daily did his attachment to the fair unknown increase. He even made her his confidant, and one evening, as they were walking together apart from any of her train, he related to her his melancholy and frightful history. "My dear friend," returned she, as soon as he had finished his tale, "it ill beseems a man of thy discretion to afflict thyself on account of all this. Thou hast awakened the dead from the sleep of the grave, and afterwards found, what might have been anticipated, that the dead possess no sympathy with life. What then? Thou wilt not commit this error a second time. Thou hast, however, murdered the being whom thou hadst thus recalled again to existence. But it was only in appearance, for thou couldst not deprive that of life which properly had none. Thou hast, too, lost a wife and 2 children, but at thy years such a loss is most easily repaired. There are beauties who will gladly share thy couch, and make thee again a father. But thou dreadst the reckoning of hereafter. Go, open the graves, and ask the sleepers there whether that hereafter disturbs them." In such manner would she frequently exhort and cheer him, so that in a short time his melancholy entirely disappeared. He now ventured to declare to the unknown the passion with which she had inspired him, nor did she refuse him her hand. Within 7 days afterwards, the nuptials were celebrated, and the very foundations of the castle seemed to rock from the wild, tumultuous uproar of unrestrained riot. The wine streamed in abundance, the goblets circled incessantly. Intemperance reached its utmost bounds, while shouts of laughter almost resembling madness burst from the numerous train belonging to the unknown. At length, Walter, heated with wine and love, conducted his bride into the nuptial chamber. But oh, horror! Scarcely had he clasped her in his arms ere she transformed herself into a monstrous serpent, which, entwining him in its horrid folds, crushed him to death. Flames crackled on every side of the apartment. In a few minutes after, the whole castle was enveloped in a blaze that consumed it entirely, while, as the walls fell in with a tremendous crash, a voice exclaimed aloud, "Wake not the dead." End of Part 3. End of Wake Not the Dead. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California.